12. The Faction and the Stone, Roman 4. The Faction and the Stone, Roman 4. The days leading up to Christmas simmered with a strange mixture of eager anticipation and irritated frustration. Festive spirit had very well overtaken Hogwarts, but Harry's spirit was marred by designs for revenge. But how could he get back at Hartin? As far as he knew, the Ravenclaw was a popular student, especially favored by his head of house. Even if he wanted to do something underhanded, he couldn't. Prank him, Wayne had said when Harry confided in him. Turn his hair into tentacles or his ears into hooves or something. But Harry didn't know how to prank anyone, so he tried his best to be patient and whittled down the week. He practiced his Jiswiffen movements until his wrist felt like it was made of lead and spent 24 hours reading by the fire. Susan and Alan wrote to him. Both were apoplectic about Harton's ambush and intrigued and somewhat disturbed by the three-headed dog in the third-floor corridor that he hadn't told Wayne. The fewer people who knew, the better. But even so, his worries were not so bad that he couldn't sleep on Christmas Eve. He went to bed dreaming of food and fun and hoping that his friends would enjoy his presence. When he woke, the Hufflepuff Christmas tree was already surrounded by yellow and black wrapped presents. Harry said, his eyes lighting up when he realized some of them were addressed to him. He'd known he would receive presents after his discussions with Susan about Christmas in the wizarding world. Actually receiving them, seeing them right there, was something else. Before then, he'd only— "Ah," Harry said, picking through the packages. The Dursleys' joke present. They'd wrapped a pound and a short message in an unnecessary amount of wrapping paper. Harry made sure to discard it all except the pound. No one else could see that. It would cause questions. There was a temptation, especially now he'd opened one, to allow himself a little ill-discipline and open the rest. Harry restrained himself. He wanted to open them with Wayne. Instead, after practicing his wand movements, he went on an early morning walk. This early, Hogwarts was steeped in silence. Even the portraits slept. The corridors and galleries unfolded like scenes from a whimsical dream, whose passages seemed to stretch on forever in endless twists and turns. But Harry had a destination in mind. He set his feet to the spiraling steps of the astronomy tower and climbed. The battlements at her crown looked down upon a panorama of silent silver grey. There was, Harry thought, looking out at the distant forest, a weight in the air, a presence. It was as though all the snow that blanketed the hills and valleys was murmuring, speaking in a tone too deep, too profound for mankind to hear, only sense at the very edges of their understanding. He watched and waited, warming himself with charms, until the pale sun rose gloriously from the east, casting pure, bright light over the Highland hills. Something stirred in Harry's heart. Magical, he whispered to himself. A crack broke his reverie. It had come from the Black Lake. Harry watched, feeling tension build. What was that? Was that the giant octopus trying to break the surface? For a long moment nothing happened, and he almost thought he'd imagined it. Then, suddenly, a great circle of ice fizzed away into nothing, and an impressive ship emerged from the deep, the Methydrian even. Harry stared. Even from atop the tower, it was still impressive, bigger than the ship that appeared at Holt End. It flew different flags, too. I wonder what it's doing here, Harry wondered to himself. Truthfully, he'd almost forgotten that the Black Lake was a working mere, as witches and wizards like to call it. He watched as the crew of the unknown ship lowered long, flat-bottomed barges into the lake. They were then rowed toward the castle, where Harry knew Hogwarts jetty waited for them in the cave. He considered making his way down to them, to watch whoever were unload the food, potions, ingredients, and whatever else they were carrying. But Wayne could wake up at any time, so he returned to the common room instead. Harry, Wayne nodded when he arrived. He was relaxing in his preferred armchair, two neat piles of presents beside him. The smaller pile Harry knew was his. Off slaying dragons again. Just trolls, Harry returned drolly. I've got a taste for them. I'm pretty sure there's a birdie bot for that. Wayne handed him a present as Harry sat opposite him. It was rectangular and small. It could only be a book. From me, never save the best for last. Harry smiled. Thanks, he said, holding the package reverently. It was the first real present he'd ever received. He opened it equally delicately. The first rip revealed a leaf green cover, the third golden yellow lettering. The fifth exposed the title, The Adventures of Jarillo, the Alchemist, it said. In the same golden yellow, the outline of a troll had been engraved below the title. Funny, Harry said. Of course, it would be a prank present. Hey, it's not just a joke, Wayne said. The author's Fulcrum Lestrange. Jarillo's alchemy is a little vague in the book because he didn't know anything about it, but Lestrange was a famed aura in his time. The duels are all very realistic, apparently, if a little dated. Harry looked at the book again. He'd never really read a fiction book before. The Dursleys weren't exactly big readers, excluding Aunt Petunia's bills and Boone's romance paperbacks. And even if they were, they'd never lend any to him. Perhaps it wasn't such a joke after all. Thanks, Wayne. He only hoped Wayne enjoyed his own present. It had taken a lot of consideration, after all. What did you buy someone who seemed to dislike almost everything? He watched as Wayne, rather less delicately, unwrapped his own book, Maudlin. Thy Name is Irony. It was a biography of a great wizarding jester, and who knew medieval wizards had jesters. Harry certainly hadn't, until he'd come across a brief mention of one in a footnote of Hogwarts, a history. Wayne laughed, and Harry relaxed. Thanks, Harry. You've just taken away all my free time. They continued taking it in turns opening presents, though Wayne started opening two for each of Harry's one, lest Harry run out. Susan had gifted him a wand holster asterisk, which reminded Harry of the sort of thing an American policeman might wear on a television drama. Uncle Vernon was very keen on Dirty Harry asterisk. Distant friends like Justin and Megan had given him standard gifts like sweets, while Alan's present was a broom polishing kit. Because there is more to life than dueling, my friend, was engraved into the box. Harry ran his fingers across the lettering fondly. He and Alan had discussed buying brooms next year, when they were allowed. Wayne had just opened a gift from his aunt, which resembled a magical Rubik's Cube, when the glint of silver wrapping paper caught Harry's eye. It was a thin package and small, which was likely why he'd not noticed it before. He unwrapped it, revealing something silver whose surface shimmered like undulating waves. It was strange to the touch, as if water made a flowing solid. Harry initially thought it was a scarf, but when unfolded, it turned out to be a thin cloak. "What is this?" he said. Wayne did not immediately answer. For once he had no clever retort. "That," he said, "that's an invisibility cloak asterisk." "That's one hell of a Christmas present, Harry. Who's it from?" Invisibility. Harry examined the strange material. It definitely wasn't invisible at the moment. Hidden within the holds was a note on thick parchment paper. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." He repeated what he'd read to Wayne. "Any ideas?" Wayne shrugged. "None at all. Just don't sneak off too often, or you might forget you're invisible." Right, Harry thought. It wasn't exactly a mystery what he'd be doing with this. The fewer who knew, the better. "Try it on." He held the cloak out to his friend. "I'm not sure if I'll be able to tell if it's working." Wayne took it delicately and placed the cloak upon his shoulders. Everything below his head vanished. It was Harry's turn to gape. "It works," he whispered, awed. "It really works." Wayne's bodiless head looked down. "I can still see myself." "I suppose it'd be much less useful if you couldn't see your own hands." Asterisk, awesome, Harry said. Then they started. The seventh year who'd stayed was making his way up the stairs. Wayne quickly threw the cloak over his head, disappearing utterly. "Ha ha," he cackled theatrically. "It's my cloak now, you'll never find me." Harry rolled his eyes. He heard Wayne pass him. "Best keep this in your trunk," he whispered. Harry nodded slowly, watching the seventh year settle down into his own customary armchair. He followed Wayne back to the first-year dormitory. Christmas dinner was like something from a fairy tale, at least to Harry's eyes. He'd never seen such splendorous food. There must have been 100 fat roast turkeys, enough roast potatoes to swim in, so many chipolatas that, if put in a line, they would have spanned Hogwarts Bridge, or something equally ridiculous. Peas and parsnips, cauliflower and carrots all decorated the table like so much vegetable tinsel, all bright greens and reds. And every delight was bathed in rich, thick gravy that smelled like heaven itself. Harry's mouth was watering as soon as he walked through the door. Perhaps most amazing, though, were the enchanted crackers. Nothing like the flimsy Muggle versions. His and Wayne's cracker pulled apart with a bang like a clap of thunder, enveloping them thick green smoke. In its wake was a tricorn hat, a joke parchment that told its own jokes, and a very rude parrot. And when they were finally finished, and Harry thought they could stuff themselves no more, flaming Christmas puddings appeared on new plates. "Ha," Wayne said. "Let them eat cake." The dark sugar in the pudding felt like it was exploding in his mouth. For Harry, who never had a Christmas pudding before, it was a novel and interesting taste. He doubted he'd ever eat a pudding that tasted quite so good again. It was not, however, the most interesting moment of the afternoon. That was up at the high table, where the teachers seemed to be growing increasingly inebriated, watching the headmaster chuckle, rosy-cheeked, at an uninspired joke from Professor Flitwick, who himself had almost fallen off his chair, was bizarre. But watching Professor McGonagall give a giggling blush when Hagrid leant over and kissed her on the cheek was surreal. He would have a lot to tell Sue and Alan, he thought, in his next letter. When they were finally full, Harry and Wayne took a walk around the grounds, joining a snowball fight at an opportune moment, before returning for a smaller tea of turkey sandwiches, cheese and biscuits and cake. That made everyone sleepy, so they all retired to their respective common rooms, and Harry made sure to keep a good eye on Hottin all the way. They played push-pull, then exploding snap, and when they were almost falling asleep in their chairs, they finally went to bed. It was only then that Harry remembered the invisibility cloak and its unknown sender, and then Harry didn't feel so tired at all. Your father left this in my possession. Had he really? If so, that cloak was one of the only links to him. Use it well. Harry's eyes darted in the dark, looking toward his trunk, or at least where he knew his trunk was beyond the curtains of his bed. Use it well. He didn't think he'd ever felt so tempted in his life. He was just about to get up when the curtains of his bed were pulled back, revealing a dark silhouette looming over him. Harry's hand flashed toward his wand on his nightstand, imagining Houghton in the silhouette's place. "Harry," the figure said. It was a familiar voice. "Lumos," Harry cast, lighting Wayne's face in bright white light. "What are you doing?" "I've found something, Harry, something incredible. You've got to take a look." Harry's brows knitted together. Rarely had Wayne sounded so sincere. Unless this was some sort of joke, whatever he'd found must have been interesting. And besides, hadn't he wanted to use the cloak? Whatever it wasn't going to be in the Hufflepuff common room. Harry acquiesced, dressed, and threw the cloak over them. Moving proved difficult at first, with both boys squashed so close together, but eventually they grew into a walking rhythm which led a narrow corridor on the first floor. Harry thought Wayne was leading him to the restricted section of the library, which was just down the way, but they stopped before an ordinary door. Inside looked to be a disused classroom. Harry could just pick out the faint shapes of desks and chairs piled high to one side. But in the center of the room was something that didn't belong. It was a majestic mirror, towering as tall as the ceiling, gilded gold, which stood atop 2 clawed feet. For a moment he thought it was a lendish mirror, and his mind wondered where it might lead. Somewhere fantastical, probably, not a sidewalk just off Privet Drive, that was for sure, at least until Wayne pushed him before it. "Look," he said. "Look into it." Harry peered into the mirror. He saw himself there, but not. He was taller, his face thinner, more defined. Around his shoulders the crimson cape of the Auras laid, trimmed with black and gold, and Harry's heart began to ache. For there were others in the mirror. Just behind him stood a woman, a very pretty woman with dark red hair and emerald eyes, he realized with a pang, that were the exact same shape as his. He stepped closer to the glass, and then he noticed she was crying, smiling but crying. She waved at him through the mirror, through the chasm of reality. The dark-haired man beside her put his arm comfortingly around her shoulder. He wore glasses, and his hair was very untidy, just like Harry's. "Mom," he whispered. "Dad." They smiled back at him. They could only smile back at him. Slowly, Harry looked at the other people in the mirror and saw more green eyes, more dark hair, more aquiline noses. He was looking at his family. He stared at them longingly, his nose now almost touching the glass, until he saw them blurrily as though through tears. And then he realized he was crying. His cheeks were wet, his mouth wobbling. He dearly wished it was a lendish mirror. "Harry," Wayne said quietly from somewhere behind him. He wiped his tears on his robe and turned away. They never discussed what the other had seen in the mirror. They returned to their dormitory together and dreamed of happy times to never be. It took 2 to break Harry's discipline. While Holt End had made him wary of magical artifacts, he hadn't forgotten Eric Lyle's warning not to touch the books on the white bookcase in their library. By the 3rd day, his discipline was broken. Could barely think about anything else. Wayne had soundly beaten him at Exploding Snap, leaving Harry's eyebrows singed. Once night had fallen, he found himself under the cover of his cloak once more, venturing to the library-side corridor. The mirror, to his relief, was still there. His parents, his family, were still there. Harry threw off his cloak and sat before the mirror. There was nothing stopping him spending the night with his family. Just one night. So, a wizened voice said somewhere behind him. Back again, Harry. Harry jumped, ripping his wand from his holster. His insides felt like lead. He turned in an awkward crouch. Albus Dumbledore was sitting on one of the many desks, his golden spectacles glinting. Fortunately, he was smiling. Harry lowered his wand, feeling awfully foolish. That was not a fight he could hope to win. I didn't see you, Headmaster. Strange how short-sighted being invisible can make you, said Headmaster Dumbledore. That is a very splendid wand holster. To his great surprise, the headmaster echoed Harry, crouching beside him so they were nearly eye level. So, he continued, you, like hundreds before you, have discovered the Mirror of Erist. Yes, said Harry. Just in case he was to be punished for this, he thought it best not to mention Wayne. The Mirror of Desire. He and Wayne had come to that conclusion after discussing the letters around the mirror. Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. Reversed and spaced properly, it spelt, I show not your face but your heart's desire. Headmaster Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling behind his spectacles. You have found its secret, then. But do you know its truth? Harry frowned. Truth? I don't understand. Let me explain. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. However, this mirror will give us neither knowledge or truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Harry, and I ask you not to go looking for it again. If you ever do run across it, you will now be prepared. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Remember that. Now, why don't you put that admirable cloak back on and get off to bed? Later, when Harry lay abed, he could not help but wonder what the headmaster had seen in the Mirror of Erist. But he knew he ought not ask. Wizards, he discovered rather quickly, were private people. Headmaster Dumbledore had not asked him what he had seen. After all, then again, that didn't mean he didn't already know. The Hogwarts Express arrived at Hogsmeade on the 5th of January. Harry was waiting at the station and gave Alan an enthusiastic grasp of the hand by way of greeting. Susan looked like she wanted to hug him, but both were too embarrassed to make the first move. They returned to Hogwarts on the little boats, through a wide channel that had been cleared of ice. It was painfully cold. They huddled together on the boat, watching the vastness of Hogwarts loom steadily closer, black against a grey-white sky. Snow blanketed the landscape around them. I saw a ship come through the Methydrian, Harry told Susan. It must have cleared this water for us. Alan shifted on his bench, which was very obvious because it moved the entire boat. What's the Methydrian? Methydrian, Susan corrected quietly. It's a way of travel. Ships go through underwater portals. Like a submarine, Alan said, incredulous. Magic's weird. Magic, Harry thought, was amazing. It's awesome. I've looked into it a bit, and they say the Methydrian's another dimension, or a dimension between dimensions, or something like that, and that it's adjacent to Fairyland. Wizards use it to transport stuff over long distances. Almost every manor or castle has a mere, Susan added. The bigger the mere, the bigger the manor. Alan looked toward Hogwarts. Ah, a mere, he said. So that's how we get our supplies. I always wondered how the Yorkshire pudding got on my plate. Here I always thought we grew them on the Yorkshire pudding trees in Greenhouse 4, next to the roast potato plants here. He looked slyly over at Susan. The stuffing eggs and the ouch. He rubbed his shoulder dramatically, while Susan muttered silly to herself. Harry was smiling the rest of the day. Nothing was wrong with Wayne's company, exactly foibles excluded. But Alan and Sue were his first friends. True friends, who'd trusted him, who'd kept with him after the troll, who didn't care about the scar on his forehead. Not that Wayne did either, but he didn't seem to care about much, so the point was mute. He even went to bed with a smile, but his good humor was quickly overtaken by his dreams. They were bad dreams, dreams of green flashing lights, of dark red hair and a woman screaming. It had been a long time since he was haunted by those nightmares, but he remembered having them when he was very, very young in his cupboard. What had brought them up again? The new year, the influx of people into the castle, Neither were very compelling reasons. He couldn't really begin to guess. Saturday morning began rather groggily. Rarely had he struggled to rise in the morning, but this was one of those rare occasions. At least the dormitories were warm, he thought as he finally flopped out of bed. His cupboard had been freezing in winter. Nevertheless, he was tired showering. He was tired practicing his jiswafan. He was tired eating breakfast. And he was tired skipping stones on the narrow channel of liquid water that'd been cut out of the Black Lake. He was tired until the appointed hour for the self-defense club was looming, and his friends suddenly drew silent by his side. Something seemed to change in the already frigid air. He lowered the stone in his hand, which he'd just been about to skip, and turned. Gabriel was approaching, striding through the new-settled snow. Her face was flushed from the cold, her breath visible, her steel-grey eyes glinting in the faint sunlight. He couldn't decipher her mood, and that worried him. That made his stomach clench awfully like it was a closed fist straining. He dropped the stone, it splashed in the water, and it was like the first sound he'd heard all day. Alan and Susan smiled sheepishly and excused themselves a little way away. "Harry," Gabriel said, stulted. She seemed to chew over the words in her mouth. "Gabriel." There was a long, long pause. Her voice cracked, as though wobbling on a knife edge, ready to fall either way. "I'm sorry. Sorry I've been distant. I've not been nice to anyone, even my friends, especially you." Harry let out a long breath of relief, whose swirling condensation evaporated into nothing. Christmas had proven a lovely distraction, but at the back of his mind, always nagging, was the worry. What if Gabriel drifted further away from him? What if she decided to cut her losses and eject him from the self-defense club and her life? Now relief washed over him. Or maybe he'd been speaking too soon. Gabriel made to continue, but the words didn't seem to want to come. "Ah, Merlin," she shook her head, her brown hair whipping. "You shouldn't have to deal with this, just wish. I just wish you didn't have to kill it, Harry." There were smelling salts on the table, enough to knock out a fully grown giant if used properly, and it was carrying a club that'd be heavy enough to knock it out. And how long did it take you to think of those tactics? Harry cut in shortly. I know. It's just frustrating. Why did it have to die? We're doing good here, giving people an education they wouldn't get with Hogwarts' apparating act of defense teachers. The kind of education only a well-stocked pureblood library could provide. The kind of library you have. Gabriel's face twisted into something very conflicted. Knowledge. Knowledge should be shared, Harry. Purebloods hoard it. We hurt our fellow witches and wizards. Despite himself, Harry smiled. That was the Gabriel he knew, always doing what was right. "I think we're a little off topic here," Harry said, his smile shifting to a grin. "I think you were just apologizing to me." Her cheeks flushing scarlet, Gabriel gaped for a moment, then laughed. "You little rascal," she said, ruffling his hair. Harry leaned away, pouting. "I'm sorry, kid, really." Now it seemed to be Gabriel's turn to grin. "But you know, your little adventure actually stirred up more interest than any posters we ever put up." Harry felt his brow furrow. What? After the troll incident, he distinctly remembered the self-defense club losing a lot of members. "Oh, yes," Gabriel continued knowingly. "So many girls wanted to join, all hoping to be saved by the great Harry Potter, slayer of trolls and boy who lived." Harry flushed down to his neck, turning his eyes away. But why didn't they all show up to the club?" Her steely eyes darkened. "That's part of the problem the troll trouble caused. So many people were suddenly interested. Some of the teachers were worried they were only interested for the wrong reasons. The club is about defending yourself, your friends, and your fellow witches and wizards, not about killing magical creatures. We had to turn them away." Harry bit his lip in thought. That made sense, he had to admit. There seemed to be a great aversion to violence in the wizarding world, a lot of it stemming from the ministry. And the corridor duels were something of a nuisance already. Adding a bunch of combative students to the club and teaching them to duel would have only made matters worse. "So," he eventually said, "the club's on." "It is," Gabriel agreed brightly. "And we're admitting new members again. Now the teachers aren't telling me not to admit new members. We can't exactly say no, can we?" And they, Harry knew, would definitely include students whose interest came from the troll's death. "Sounds like trouble," Harry said, then smiled. "But we can work on it." They walked up to the first floor together, where an unusually large crowd was waiting for them. A lot of them were looking at Harry, who did his best to set himself behind Gabriel. Unfortunately abandoned him for the lectern, leaving Harry to surround himself with Alan and Susan. "I think there might be more people here than the first meeting," he whispered. "And they're all looking at you," Alan teased. Susan flicked him on the ear. "Sorry. Let's just get to our seats," Harry said. But their customary seats were filled already, so they retreated to the back of the hall, where new desks had been found to meet the new demand. Though new was not the operative word, web-strewn dust still coated patches, and the wood itself was dull and marked. "Don't let a house elf see this," Harry said, smiling at Susan, who was looking at her dust-covered finger in feminine disgust. "They might keel over." Then his smile slipped, as he remembered that he'd only ever properly met one house elf, and Mander had been blind. Fortunately, Gabriel was there to distract him. "Find your seats," she said. Her voice was louder than natural, a byproduct of the enchantment cast on the lectern. The students shuffled around, jockeying for seats next to their friends, bumping into each other. A few of them had to sit on the edge of the dueling platform. "Are we all ready?" Gabriel took the lack of answer as a positive. "Thank you," she said. "Now bums are on seats. Afternoon witchlings and wizardlings, and an especial welcome to those just joining us today. As we've got so many new people, I'll reiterate what this club is about. We're not a dueling club. This is called the Self-Defense Club for a reason. We stand against honorist culture and support all attempts for the most vulnerable to emancipate themselves through the medium of defense. People should be able to defend themselves. Did you know a quarter of British wizards can't cast a high-quality shield charm, and that a disproportionate percentage of that number are muggle-borns? Beside him, Harry heard Susan's chair creak. She was shifting around uncomfortably. This is what we seek to change through education and through friendship. We're starting small because we are small. We're Hogwarts students, but everything we do to learn skills here will impact our futures and the future of the country. Susan, Harry noticed, wasn't the only one who looked uncomfortable. Alan seemed mesmerized by his cousin. "Speaking of skills," she continued, "we have to figure out where we all are relative to each other, as we've got so many new members. To that end, we'll split up in groups by myself and led by our tutors." She gestured to the usual group. Standing off to the side, Blishwick, McDougal, Hayes, Smiles. Kevin Sterndale, the troubadour, seemed to be readying himself too. It made sense, Harry judged. There were a lot of new people. "This will also serve as a recap after the Christmas holidays." She clapped smartly, startling some of her listeners out of their inertia. "Happy New Year, everyone, and enjoy yourselves." Then she stood down from the lectern, signaling that it was time for the club to start. People started shuffling around again. The new members rose slowly, unsure, while the veterans raced toward their preferred tutor. Except Harry, he turned to Susan. "What's wrong?" he said. "Is your chair too cold?" Susan scowled. "No," she said softly. "Haven't you noticed? Gabriel's speeches have become more and more F-fiery lately. The break made me notice. This one eye in particular." "I thought it was bloody brilliant," Alan gushed. Harry paused, his lips turning down to a frown. Susan only really stuttered that much when she was uneasy. "I can't really judge," he said, making sure not to be overheard. "I don't know anything about Muggle politics, never mind wizarding politics." "And neither do I," Susan said. Worry bloomed in her blue eyes. But I've heard some of the L language before." Alan shrugged. "What does it matter?" he said casually. "Do you disagree with anything she said?" Susan shook her head, and that was that. Harry made his way towards Sterndale. His presence as a tutor was curious. As a troubadour, he rarely spoke, only officiating, and never showed his skills. "Sterndale," he greeted when he arrived. Hartin, fortunately, was with Blishwick. "Potter," Sterndale said. It was strange to hear him speaking conversationally. Unfortunately, the session turned out to be excruciatingly boring. The tutors recounted everything they'd learned so far at the club, everything Harry already knew, and checked it against the knowledge of the newcomers. "We'll split you into groups in the next session," Sterndale explained. "From most advanced to least. We'll make sure everyone is making the same potion before we continue." "And what will the more advanced groups be doing while everyone is catching up?" one of the other long-time members asked. "Dueling practice, mostly," Sterndale replied. That made no few ears perk up. Harry smothered his smirk. Not a dueling club, indeed. But it certainly wasn't a dueling club that day. By the end of the session, Harry hadn't cast a spell. Many of the new members were filing out slowly, chattering to each other on the way. They seemed a little bemused. Harry watched them impatiently. The lightspeed felt like it was burning a hole in his pocket, eager to be used. Wayne had kept him busy through Christmas. Eventually, only Harry, Alan, and Susan remained. Gabriel was last to leave, warning them with an irritating ruffle of Harry's hair not to overwork themselves. "Finally," Harry said, once Susan had finished her locking spells on the door. "How many of them do you think will be back?" Alan said. "Half of them, perhaps," Susan guessed. As it turned out, about 3/4 of the new members turned up for the next session. This time there were even more tutors. Some of them were only third years roped in to teach the less advanced students, who were usually younger anyway. While the new members were playing catch-up, the veterans were dueling, and dueling. Little else could be done without widening the gap between the new students and the old even further. And for Harry, dueling was bliss. The tension before the troubadour's shout, the explosion of movement, the snap as adrenaline coursed through his veins when time seemed to slow to a crawl. After 11 years shoved in the Dursleys' cupboard, tormented by Harry hunting, the ability to fight back it was indescribable, and he relived it every time he stepped on a dueling platform. He still couldn't beat McConnell, though, the prodigious second year. Nor did he, Susan, and Alan grow any closer to figuring out the mystery of the third-floor corridor. None of the other students were likely to know anything, and the teachers remained tight-lipped. The particular mystery of the giant dog was easier to unravel. It was a Cerberus, a species native to Greece said to guard the gates of the underworld. They were as scary as they appeared. Their skin was resistant to most spells. Their jaws, all three of them, bit thrice as strongly as a saltwater crocodile asterisk. Aside from those terrifying facts, creatures of land, deep, and sky also revealed that Cerberus loved music. Fast music would enchant them. Calming music would send them to sleep, which, Harry had mused one day during a particularly boring history of magic class, would be pretty helpful for anyone wanting to get past one. Some sort of sound-suppressing enchantment could counter that, which wasn't present on Hogwarts' third floor. It was almost like the Cerberus was Harry searched for the word, a deterrent rather than a real danger. Distantly, he wondered if the Cerberus was actually violent, if it could actually hurt anything. He wasn't willing to find out. February arrived with a blizzard, which kept the denizens of the castle locked in for nearly 3 days. Harry had no trouble entertaining himself with games of push-pull with Wayne, but Alan was irate. Apparently, he spent half his free hours glaring out the window of Ravenclaw Tower, wishing the snow would stop. The Whiteout had postponed the third Quidditch game of the year, Ravenclaw versus Gryffindor. But eventually, the snow did slow, then stop, and the game was played on a blustery Valentine's Day under a pregnant grey sky. And then Ravenclaw lost, and Alan drooped like a wilting flower. Harry could only laugh, and even Susan hid a giggle behind her hand. "Come on," Harry said, putting an arm around his Ravenclaw friend. "Let's go back to the Great Hall. Madam Hooch has arranged some pies to warm us all up." And who knows," Susan added with a befuddling mixture of shyness and slyness, "maybe you'll have a Valentine note waiting." She went very red, and Harry almost burst out laughing. But Alan only sighed. "Fine," he said. "Pie it is." They made their way down the viewing platform at speed, trying to beat the rush. Susan almost slipped on a narrow step. She would have, if not for Harry's quick reaction. "This thing's a death trap," he said. "It needs more warming charms." During a Hogwarts winter, almost everything outside the common rooms seemed to need more warming charms. Back across the ground they trudged, doing their best to follow the path that Professor Quirrell had made with some sort of snow-melting charm. Their teeth were chattering by the time they entered the Great Hall, where it was pleasantly warm. Harry felt his muscles relax as the heat washed over him, and he thanked the founders for the 4 vast fireplaces they'd ensconced down the flanks of the hall. And then all his attention was diverted from the heat to his nose. The smell of hundreds of steak and ale, and steak and kidney pies was wafting from the tables, where they were set in beautiful golden crusts and steaming beside boats of rich gravy. Almost like a character from a cartoon, Alan seemed to regain his strength, his back straightening, his house's loss forgot. "Thank God for house elves," he salivated. Literally, Harry swore he saw the glint of spit as he spoke. They sat at the Hufflepuff table and attacked the nearest pies. Well, Alan massacred his, while Susan ate quickly but daintily. Hundreds of students and at least half the teachers soon filtered in until it was like a second dinner. Owls would fly in eventually from the rafters, delivering what could only be Valentine's notes. Half a dozen must have landed by a haughty-looking Slytherin seventh year whose name Harry thought was Selwyn. Cedric Diggory was practically bombarded at the Hufflepuff table, and Gabriel was blushing scarlet as yet another dropped right into her lap. Harry swallowed. This was a little uncomfortable. He hoped he didn't get any. And just then, a single brown owl swooped right down beside him with a bright pink envelope sealed with a heart. Harry's heart sank. He watched it draw closer and closer, almost in slow motion. It landed right between Harry and Susan, skittering off on its sharp corners straight at Susan's pie. She grabbed it before the envelope could meet a gravy-based end. Her blue eyes looked up at Harry, then down at the pink envelope. It read only, "To my dearest love." Her cheeks were dusted red. "Must be yours," Harry said hopefully to her silent communication. "It was delivered to you." That was possibly not true, but he dearly wanted it to be. Susan shrugged, flipped it over, and tore the seal, and thick brown sludge gushed out of the envelope, hitting Susan right in the face, covering her in filth and ooze and grime. She shrieked, dropping the assaulting object, which proceeded to stop its attack. But it was too late. Her robes were soaked, her vibrant red hair was soiled brown, her pale skin a mess, and half of Hogwarts was watching. Only her eyes, bluest of blue, were untouched, and Harry saw a rictus of humiliation flash through them before she sprinted off toward the door, the rest of the student body observing in charged silence. Harry himself felt like the world was a blur. That prank had been so sudden, so mean-spirited. As Susan left, the great hall erupted into whispers and occasional cackling laughter. Harry felt his face burning, not in shared embarrassment, but anger. His head spun. His eyes flew from face to face, searching for focus. And then they stopped. He saw what he'd been looking for, who he'd been looking for. Matthew Houghton was staring at him from the Ravenclaw table, his expression torn between triumph and dismay. He was triumphant, Harry knew, because his plan had embarrassed his friend, but it had been meant for him. It was pure chance that the owl had seemed to deliver it to Susan, and a minutiae of tradition that Valentine's cards weren't usually named in the wizarding world. Harry's eyes sharpened. "I'll get you," he swore under his breath. "I'll get you." Glossary. Wand holsters in Fanon usually work in a way that entirely impossible. They are based around the forearm, under the sleeve so that the wand can flick into the palm with a small motion. Firstly, most wands would sit awkwardly on the forearm. They are, after all, quite rigid. Secondly, let's say that the average forearm is 10 inches, about 25 cm. The average wand is about that size too. The only way it would work is if the forearm holster was also charmed with an expansion enchantment. Expansion charms are interesting and troublesome. They must be limited, or the wizarding economy and way of life doesn't make any sense. I'll go into this at more length when the issue pops up again. Also, I like to think Harry's holster is a Dirty Harry reference. In the book, the wearer of the invisibility cloak doesn't seem to be able to see themselves. In the film, they can. I'm following the film canon, which is unusual for me, just because it seems more sensible. I'm following J.K. Rowling's capitalization rules as best I can, which is why wizarding isn't capitalized, but muggle is. For some reason, she also capitalizes invisibility cloak, and cloak when it refers to said cloak. A saltwater crocodile has the strongest bite force recorded of any creature alive today, but a Cerberus resembles in size something from deep prehistory. Certain dinosaurs could muster a bite force many times more than that of a saltwater crocodile. I could have said Fluffy has the bite force of a T-Rex, but I thought I'd walk on the side of caution. So Harry wasn't able to get back at Harton at Christmas, but now the Ravenclaw has basically declared war. The question is, how will Harry, inexperienced and non-political, neutralize him? I've also changed the dividing line from HP to which I've shamelessly stolen from Us Explorers' great series of stories. Keep safe and enjoy spring. Jousting Alchemy. 13. The Faction and the Stone V. The Faction and the Stone V, not for lack of trying. Harry and Alan couldn't find Susan for the rest of the day. Eventually, they turned to Megan Jones, who duly reported that she was down in the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory, crying in her bed, her curtains shut. Megan had tried to talk to her, then Hannah, both to no avail. None of the girls could coax her out. The rule against boys in the girls' dormitories had never been more frustrating. It's pride, Ernie explained by the unorthodox Hufflepuff hearth, with Justin nodding along as if he knew what his friend was talking about. To the manor-born, a prank is more than just embarrassment. Harry twirled the white bishop in between his fingers, frowning at the board. He was already going to lose this game, he knew. The pieces were all wrong already, and Wayne was no help. Instead, he tried to imagine what Bones Manor might look like. Turrets and stone. No, red brick. Perhaps marble. Yes, he thought, it would be nothing so dark as Holt End. Is Susan's family really that important? Wayne snorted. She hasn't told you about her family. Justin took the opportunity to chime in. Susan isn't exactly a rabbiter. Harry turned his scowl Justin's way, holding his position until the other boy dropped his gaze to his feet. He took a pawn with his bishop. The former head-butted the latter. In Wizard's chess, all the figures were enchanted, animated to move and given the intelligence to give advice. She doesn't like to boast. The beneficent Bones, Wayne smirked. Not a large family, not anymore. A few cousins scattered around, but they've got a seat in the Wisengamot, a fortune and the headship of the DMLE, that's most important. It wasn't difficult to see why money would be important, or leadership of Britain's magical police. But the Wisengamot remained a matter of confusion to Harry. And though he hated admitting he didn't know something, this was too convenient a moment not to ask. Oh, he said with a careful lightness. What's the use of the Wisengamot seat? It's hereditary, for one, Ernie said immediately, quite forcefully in fact. Was that envy, dislike, or something else? The Wisengamot proposes new law and hears important trials. Not that it matters as much as it did with the new seats watering down the vote. From wine to water, my father sometimes mutters, Wayne added. He was still smirking. In fact, his eyes were glinting knowingly. He knew exactly what Harry was doing. New seats, Harry prodded. He moved his knight, who shouted up at him angrily. New in wizarding terms, Ernie qualified. The Wisengamot is supposed to be the collection of all the peoples of Britain, so over the years we've given seats to guildsmen, elected sheriffs, that sort of thing. And they love taxes, Wayne said, with the same sort of bearing as one throwing a golden apple between the guards. Ernie pursed his lips. It was needed after the war. He moved one of his own knights in turn. It was cackling. Checkmate. Harry blinked. That knight was checking, but couldn't he? No, he realized, gritting his teeth. It was mate. Sighing, he relaxed into his chair as Wayne, Ernie and Justin started arguing about taxation. Well, mostly it was Ernie and Justin. Wayne was simply being Wayne, adding fuel to the fire whenever he felt the spark was dying. Harry let the noise wash over him. The board was more to his interest. He was outmatched without Susan's help. Wizards loved chess, and all board games, really, which he supposed was a consequence of the lack of television. Ernie had been practicing with his father since he was able to speak. With so much experience, how could Harry compete? It wasn't even clear how Ernie had maneuvered him into the loss in the first place, which was baffling. Just like the Harton problem, he decided, disgruntled. What was he to do? Any retaliation would land him straight in the teacher's sights, whether it was his own corridor ambush or a prank. He wasn't even sure why Harton disliked him so much. Jealousy struck him as an incomplete answer. Harry sighed. Why couldn't Harton have just approached him? If he'd only talked to him instead of spreading all those rumors about the troll, he was sure they could have sorted it out. Now it was too late to talk, so how could he find? Oh, his eyes darted to his dormitory where, at the bottom of his trunk, the invisibility cloak was hidden. Oh. But by that time, Harton would have been in the Ravenclaw Tower, so Harry retired to bed instead and dreamed of revenge. The next morning, he awoke full of ideas, full of possibilities. His mind almost felt like it was running away with itself, like his brain might pop out and dash off the other way. He was daydreaming through the day. Susan, meanwhile, had not left the girls' dormitories. The thought drove his mind to yet more elaborate schemes, the designs of which were only halted by herbology, the last lesson of the day. This was especially unusual, as Harry generally couldn't care less about plants. He'd had enough of them at the Dursleys. Quieten down today, children, Professor Sprout said, once they'd all filed into Greenhouse 1. The Arboretum seemed especially earthy today, particularly smelly, and Professor Sprout's voice was unusually sharp, and even primmer than normal. Today I want you all on your best behavior, understand? Taking the time to look them all in the eye, she continued. This lesson is intended to give you a peek at future herbology lessons in the coming years and demonstrate the potential dangers of plants. Try saying that 5 times fast, Harry heard one of the Slytherins whisper to another. Not, perhaps. Professor Sprout's gaze shifted straight to him. Do you have something to teach the class, Mr. Nott? Nott froze up like he'd been chucked in a freezer and left. No, Professor Sprout, he eventually said. Sorry, Professor. Thank you for your lack of input, Mr. Nott. Turning back to the class at large, the professor re-engaged with her lecture. Now, this is a school for magic, is it not? You've been taught from your first lesson that magic can be dangerous, and it is obvious in what ways the other disciplines may be dangerous. Today, we will be examining a very dangerous plant to give you some idea of what you may come across in the field and the challenges of the owl and newt herbology tests. This way. She led them past beds of sprouting dittany to a box the size of a shipping container. Glimmering metal bars reinforced the pale timber. Whatever this plant was, Harry thought, it was big and dangerous. Professor Sprout tapped her wand against the strange metal. Lux, she said. A terrible cry arose from within, a piercing scream that seemed to shake the air. Harry winced. Whatever it was, the box did begin to shake. The entire edifice was moving, tipping like left and right as though it were trying to walk. Harry, along with the rest of the class, was staring. Whatever plant was within was strong, unearthly strong. And then from the box came a wet, sickly sound. It's moving, he heard someone whisper uneasily. Suddenly, the rocking stopped, and the greenhouse was silent. But whatever was in that box seemed somehow to loom before them, only more present now it was torpid. The professor tapped the box once more and stepped back. Apiary. With a frightening series of clicks, a dozen bands of metal withdrew, revealing a pair of doors. They began to swing open. Harry felt his muscles tense as fight-or-flight overtook him. A crack of light was first revealed. Then the crack became a ball, floating in the foreground, blinding the class to anything beyond. Whatever it is, Harry thought restively, that's in there. Keep calm, Professor Sprout commanded. It's unpleasant, but it can't hurt you. Obscura. The light dimmed at once, revealing a deep blackness in the bowels of the box. For a moment there was a long pause, then slowly something shifted. Something in the darkness. Something was slithering, shifting in the shadows. Beside him, he heard Megan gasp, while Justin shivered. The thing or things, he wasn't quite sure, started to expand, to slide and squirm toward them in the still faltering light. Harry felt his breath catch. The black mass was drawing close and closer, and it squealed horribly as it approached the dimmed ball of floating light. The thing withdrew slightly before coming to a restless pause. Professor Sprout let it simmer for a moment. This, she said in her usual prompt way, is Devil's Snare, a vine of moderate danger for the unknowing or ill-educated. It expands to fill space, but is halted by its fear and hatred of light. It is not clever nor compassionate. It cannot be reasoned with, so don't try. If you're caught by it, it's imperative you don't panic. Just recall the children's rhyme, Devil's Snare, Devil's Snare. It's deadly fun, but sulks in the sun. Light and fire are its foe. Harry heard Megan gulp. Understood her reaction perfectly. Devil's Snare was frankly disgusting. There was something vile about it, something slimy, unclean. It was unnerving. He didn't want to imagine what would happen if the faint ball of light went out. Professor Sprout's continued narration only stirred up further unease. Apparently, Devil's Snare didn't appear in any known ancient sources. It was unknown to Zeno of Citium, the Chinese Yingxi the god, nor could it be found in the Indian writings of Mahinda the mage. None of the great herbologists of the Old World knew of it. The first recorded account of Devil's Snare dated from the early 17th century. That left two prevalent theories as to its origin. A New World origin likely in the depths of the Amazon, where it could prowl through the deepest forest floor, or an alchemical origin. The professor herself preferred the latter explanation, owing to the plant's resemblance to the domestic flitterbottom. Researchers were still searching for evidence of chimerization. More inventive theorists had pointed out the proximity between the appearance of Devil's Snare and the Buzo meteor event, during which it had, apparently, rained black cubes. Harry didn't really care or want to know. He was just glad that Lumos was a simple spell. Alan, though, was all too keen to discuss the devil's snare with Susan the next day. She'd finally left the girls' dormitories at breakfast, looking haggard and unhappy. The sight had made Harry's temper flare, especially when Alan reported that Hartin and his friends had been laughing about the prank in the Ravenclaw common room. Owing to his sister, Alan was a far better comfort to Susan than Harry, who'd patted her awkwardly on the shoulder. Later, recalling his ineptitude made him grimace, but there was something he could do. He'd promised himself that he'd follow Harton, so, when the day was over, he made his excuses to Alan and Sue and dashed to his dormitory. The cloak was just where he'd left it. Harry would chuck himself off Ravenclaw Tower if he ever lost it. And throwing it on, he was immediately reminded of the strange sensation it induced in the wearer. There was nothing like knowing you were invisible. He didn't have time to ruminate, though. Harry weaved through crowds of Hufflepuffs returning to the common room, only once grazing the side of a third year, who thankfully brushed it off, before making his way out through the massive barrel door. Out in the basement, Justin and Ernie were arguing gamely over something. Their wands, the timber of the barrels. Harry couldn't quite tell. He had more pressing questions to consider. Chief among them, where would Harton and his friends be? Harton himself was a Ravenclaw, but he was a popular student. Many of his friends were Gryffindors, so they needed other places to meet. Harry searched his memory. Why hadn't he planned this earlier? Eventually, a picture did arrive in his thoughts, a courtyard somewhere near Hogwarts Bridge, where a brazier warmed a series of fluted benches. It wasn't dissimilar to the brazier in the Hufflepuff common room, and it wasn't far from Gabriel's preferred haunt, now that he thought about it. He'd spied them there a few times, usually after herbology classes. There wasn't any guarantee they'd be around, of course. Better to try, Harry murmured to himself. A few feet away, Justin glanced up. Did you say something, Ernie? Ernie shook his head. Maybe it was a ghost. Justin looked around the basement. I can't see anything. No, Harry thought wryly, you can't. He left them to their next argument. Up and up he climbed, up from the basement, past the great hall, and into the labyrinth that was Hogwarts' ground floor sprawl of courtyards, quadrangles, and galleries. Even after nearly 6 months, Harry still found himself getting lost occasionally. The temptation to eavesdrop only made it worse. He couldn't help but follow a couple of fifth-year Slytherins discussing their transfiguration homework. They didn't say anything interesting, but they did make him lose his bearings. After a dizzying search, Harry finally found Harton and his friends, some of whom he did not recognize, sitting by the brazier. He glanced at his watch. It had been half an hour since he set off. He leaned on a nearby wall and listened. Nate wants that in by Tuesday, Moon said. Borhill scowled. I'll bat, he said. Or at least that's what Harry thought he said. Borhill's Scottish accent was almost incomprehensible. Apparently he was the third son of a Highland aristocrat, a Highland hoveler, as Wayne had cruelly put it, so named because they lived in a decaying stone tower and never had any money. Ernie had added that they communed with fairies, but Harry didn't believe that, though now that he thought about it, Susan, ever sensible, hadn't contradicted him. No matter the truth, their conversation didn't wind the way Harry wanted. They didn't mention Susan, or the prank, or anything relevant at all. Harton mostly wanted to talk about Quidditch, particularly the Appleby arrows. Soon Harry's legs were beginning to ache. Thus he was both glad and disappointed when they stood to leave. Now, finally, he could stretch his calves out without worrying that they'd hear his footsteps in the lull between conversation, but he'd also wasted over an hour listening to them prattle on about sport. It was a total failure, or so he first thought, because Harton was heading away from Ravenclaw Tower. They weren't departing to their own common rooms at all. Instead, Harton stopped before a tapestry on the third floor. Pushing it aside, he revealed a door, which he unlocked with a bulky brass key. Harry followed the group inside and was greeted by a hidden study, perhaps a quarter the size of a classroom. 6 desks stood against each other in the center of the room, and the walls were lined with bulging bookcases. But the riches of literature were overshadowed by the posters. Dozens of them were displayed above the books, and all of them were political. He spied the amicable face of Herbert Campbell in no few, while Headmaster Dumbledore was portrayed rather more grumpily. One in particular caught his eye. The headmaster's face was staring out at the reader, scowling with was that a sponge, in his hands. He seemed to be wringing it. Not enough, the title roared. What Harry wondered was the purpose of the sponge. As he surveyed all the posters, a certain disquiet began to settle in his stomach. None of it seemed normal. His mind was made up when his eyes were caught by a banner that had been tied to the top of the central bookcase. It read, "The Faction." His concentration was broken with a stomach-flipping thud. Archibald Smithson had shut the door behind him. Now he couldn't leave until one of them opened the door, and if he were discovered, Merlin, Harry cursed. While he couldn't be seen, he could still be felt or heard. All it would take was one slip, or for one of them to walk into him, and he was in trouble. He retreated to the corner of the room on his tiptoes and waited, fighting past his anxiety to focus on their conversation, which proved to be something of a disappointment. Despite the posters, Hartin still wanted to talk about Quidditch. It wasn't that Harry particularly wanted to listen to their political opinions. He didn't care about politics, and after all, the oldest present was no older than 14. What would any of them know about the subject? But some political discussion might have given him an idea of their motives. At the moment, he was in danger of leaving the room with no more understanding than he entered. At least, he could snitch the room to the teachers. Perhaps Professor Snape, Harry thought, imagining the scene, a ghost of a smile spreading across his lips. He was so distracted by his daydream he almost missed something interesting. "Nor closer to Slafe," Borhill was saying. "Potter's in with him." "Slafe?" Harton frowned darkly, flexing his grip. "No, I hate to admit that you're right, but you're right," he said bitterly. "Perhaps we could slip Potter a truth serum, make him admit that the troll was a setup." Harry saw Smithson and Moon glance at each other as if to say to Harry's mind, at least, "What is this guy talking about? Does he still think the troll incident was faked?" It might have just been wishful thinking, though. But it gave Harry an idea. He'd never heard of truth serums before, and that put a new, terrifying slant on his experience at Holt End. But if Harton wanted to drug him, why couldn't he drug Harton? After all, if Harton admitted he'd pranked Susan, Harry had all the justification he needed for. He bit his lip. For a duel of honor. Yes, he thought, a duel of honor in front of all the self-defense club. Loser leaves the club in disgrace. Now he just had to get out of the room. Eventually, the members of the faction did leave, and Harry crept out right behind Pritchard Moon. He was so close to the older boy he feared he'd trip on his heels. That would have been a catastrophe, but he didn't. In fact, in the moment they were leaving, Harry had even snatched up a book from a shelf. Conjuring Courage was the title, a compendium for the common good. Harry put it in his trunk and settled down for an evening of exploding snap. He lost more than he won. His mind was wandering, wondering how he might complete his revenge. After sleeping on it and an afternoon of research, he was no longer so sure about his plan. Oh, he was certain he could beat Hartin. Though he was a second year, he was also an entirely unexceptional duelist, too slow on his feet. Harry chuckled to himself, drumming his fingers on the library table. Half a dozen potions reference books surrounded him, but getting Harton to drink a truth serum wouldn't be so easy. For one, Harry had no idea how to brew one. Variants were on order from Potions' monthly magazine. Lancaster's Triumph was the strongest, yet it wasn't strong enough. Harton might be able to resist it. Then there was actually arranging for him to drink it, and the consequences of the duel. How often had Gabriel warned against honorist culture among witches and wizards? He still recalled her first speech, recounting how many had died in a year at the height of dueling culture. There wasn't any danger of that between him and Hartin, but any ordained duel would go against the image the self-defense club was trying to project. At worst, it would result in it being shut down. Was he willing to risk it? Harry barely had to think. Yes, Susan was his first friend. He wouldn't be satisfied until Harton walked out the club's door, his head bent in disgrace. And that wouldn't happen without a duel. If he only managed to feed him the truth serum, Harton would deny everything afterwards. Now he just had to figure out how to get one, and how to get Harton to drink it. Harry groaned, rubbing his eyes. All this reading had taken a toll on them, and he opened his eyes to a solution. Right across from him, the Weasley twins, two lanky, red-headed third-years, were bent over a thick tome. Whispering, chuckling to themselves, they were surely scheming as to how the spells therein might be applied to pranking. Yes, Harry thought, his eyes lighting up. The Weasley twins were reputed to be the best pranksters of Hogwarts. They'd surely have an idea or two. But his delight deflated like a tire on a bed of nails. he'd never spoken to the Weasley twins. He didn't really know anything about them. How was he supposed to convince them? So instead he watched them surreptitiously from his spot in the library until the librarian, Madame Pince, ushered them all out. It was another day before he finally mustered the courage to approach. The twins spent a lot of time by the lake. He knew their preferred spot. He'd seen it on his walks. Squaring his shoulders, Harry approached alone. He'd not told Alan his plan, and certainly not Susan. Both would try and dissuade him, if for different reasons. But when the twins turned to him, he almost lost his nerve. Harry was short for a first year, and both of them dwarfed him, and both of them were smiling with all the innocence of a crafty fox, as though their eyes saw right through him. And that wasn't discounting their reputation as a pair of comedians pranksters who sometimes took their jokes too far. It reminded Harry uncomfortably of a few of his primary school bullies. Not Dudley, obviously, but there were others who he tried to avoid. They were arguably worse, people who could smile at you, pretend to be your friend, then mock you behind your back, but it was too late to back out now. "Oh ho," said the one on the left. "By George, George, we've got a firstie, a famous firstie Fred." "Yes, George, famous, a pleasure, Harry Potter." Fred bowed theatrically, never taking his mocking blue eyes off him. "And nice to meet you too," Harry said, wincing at his stutter. "I know we haven't spoken, but—" The other one, George, raised a very red eyebrow. "Boot, but I was wondering if you could help me." The twins blinked. "What?" they said together. "Could," said Fred. "You," said George. "Repeat that again for us." Now it was Harry's turn to blink. "What?" Then his brain caught up. "Oh, right. I was wondering if you could help me. You see, there's this Ravenclaw, Matthew Harton, and he doesn't like me very much. And he tried to prank me, but he got my friend Susan instead. And she's been embarrassed, and I want to get back at them. And I have an idea, but I'm not so out on it. Could you help?" Harry blushed as he took in deep gulps of air. He kept his composure through the mess that was Holt End. Why couldn't he do it now? Meanwhile, Fred and George glanced at each other, as if in silent communication. For all Harry knew, they were waited with bated breath. "Susan Bones right," said Fred. "The ginger. The classic gunk fountain from the envelope prank." Harry scowled. Their levity was wearing his apprehension thin. Yes, that one. There was no stutter this time. Fred, or Harry, though he was Fred, it was all rather confusing, made a superior sound like a purring lion. "Hartingham, Ravenclaw, bit stuck up, cleft chin. That's the one." The twins shrugged with eerie symmetry. "Sure," said George. "Gingers gotta stick together." Harry wasn't sure if he'd call the scarlet-haired Susan Ginger, but he wasn't going to argue. He let out a deep, relieved breath instead. "So what's the plan to avenge our fair maiden, Troll Slayer?" When his flush finally began to subside, Harry described his problem in detail. Fred and George listened intently, nodding, chuckling, and glancing at each other inscrutably. He stumbled around the method of smuggling the serum into Harton's drink a little, but arrived at what he thought was a viable plan. He just needed the twins' help to brew the potion in the first place. Fred was stroking his chin like an imaginary beard. "A duel? How romantic." Harry felt his face heat up again, this time from his forehead to the tips of his ears all the way to his neck. What were they implying? The twins just grinned. "Okay, we can work with that." The twins turned out to be a great deal less intimidating than they appeared. They weren't bullies at all. In fact, they didn't seem to have a bad bone between them. They were also full of ideas, some of which were so outlandish they sometimes made Harry wonder if they were all there. He had to talk them down from hanging Harton upside down from the floating chandeliers in the Great Hall. They'd pouted at that. It was a prank they'd wanted to pull off for ages. Eventually, they came to a simple solution. The twins would set up a lemonade stall in the dueling hall, presenting it as an act of an overly enthusiastic house elf. One of the glasses, already filled, would be keyed, and the idea that magic could be specified for an individual like that was news to Harry, to compel Harton to drink from it. That would contain Lancaster's Triumph, the strongest legal, non-controlled truth serum available. The Weasley twins, suspiciously, already owned a vial. All Harry had to do was walk up to him and start asking questions. "Did you prank Susan last week?" Which he already was. It had only been a day since that last conversation. When Harry asked how the twins would arrange all that in a night, George had simply tapped his long nose. But Harry couldn't be thinking about that now. He was watching Harton's face twitch, fighting against the serum. A hush had settled upon the hall like a spell. The flickering of the torches cast long, laughing shadows. What? Did you prank Susan last week? Harry felt himself sweating. It was now or never. It would work, or it wouldn't. Harton ground his jaw, trying to swallow the words before he was forced to say them. Why, yes. Harry felt the beginnings of a smile slip across his lips. Why? And now the serum had forced him open. Harton couldn't stop. It was meant for you. W, we wanted to get back at you, F, for F faking the fight with the troll. His eyes were burning with rage. He looked around the dueling hall for support. Harry followed his gaze. He saw tense faces, amazement, too, and disbelief. But Harton's friends didn't seem prepared to come to his rescue. Borhill looked like he'd swallowed a gobstopper, while Moon was staring at the floor. Have you drugged me? You can't do this. Panic seemed to be setting in now. They'll kick you out the club for this. Funny you should mention that, Harry crowed. It was strange, he thought distantly, how his enjoyment of this crowning moment seemed so proportional to Harton's panic. I challenge you to do a duel. The loser leaves the self-defense club. The surrounding crowd erupted in a cacophony of muttering. Harton seemed frozen in place, while Harry let the whispers wash over him. Most of the other students, from what he gathered, were excited. He recalled what Gabriel said about the new members. That would work to his advantage. But slowly, almost in slow motion in fact, a disconcerting smile began to spread across Harton's face. It made Harry's stomach turn. He never hated the Ravenclaw more. How on earth did he think he was going to get out of this? I accept, Harton said quietly, continuing with building confidence. Though honor duels are against the spirit of this club. We are here to learn how to defend ourselves and others, not indulge in violence for violence's sake, using honor as an excuse. Those were Gabriel's words. He even glanced at her as he spoke to them, and Harry couldn't help but follow his gaze. Gabriel did not look happy. Harry was expecting no less. He knew this would only cause more trouble. It was why he hadn't told Alan or Susan about his plan. This is not an honor duel, Harry replied, trying his best to project an aura of confidence. The crowd was unsettled. Harton's words had struck a nerve. Was this a bad idea? He had to fight back regardless. This duel will be about, he searched for the word, dignity. You humiliated my friend who had done nothing to you, and during the Christmas holidays you ambushed me in the corridor for no reason at all. You don't belong in the self-defense club, which is about protecting others. On that we agree. That's not true, Harton said, aghast, a picture of indigence. He was trying his best to look innocent, and worst of all, it seemed to be working. But if you want something as barbaric as an honor duel, fine, name the time and your second. Now he seemed almost calm. Harry studied him carefully. What was going on? Had he walked into a trap? A frown marred his lips. But if it was a trap, there was nothing to do but spring it. Tomorrow, when we share the sun asterisk then. I name Alan Jorkins as my second. Harton's smirk was triumphant. To the time, I agree. I choose Luther McConnell as my second. Harry's stomach felt like it dropped through the floor. The hall seemed to spin around him. Harton obviously had no intention of fighting the duel. Instead, he'd be facing McConnell. McConnell, who was better than some fourth years. McConnell, who he'd never beat. McConnell, who he had to beat, unless he wanted to give up the club he'd helped found. Glossary. This is a reference to the golden apple of discord, which Eris, Discord, threw at the feet of Hera, Aphrodite, and Athena during the wedding of Peleus and Thetis, whose son would become Achilles. This sparked a dispute that would become a cause of the Trojan War. Sharing the sun involves fighting perpendicular to the sun, so that neither party has an advantage. This is easiest at noon, and though most duels are fought indoors, it's become a tradition in the wizarding world to fight honor duels at noon. And so Harry meets the twins and has perhaps bitten off more than he can chew in his duel of dignity. Will he come out victorious? How will the school react to his challenge? What is Slafe? At least some of those questions will be answered in the next chapter, the climax of the Harry Harton conflict. There is actually not much of first year left. I'm glad to read all your reviews and to see the Discord slowly begin to fill up. Take care. JoustingAlchemy. 14. The Faction and the Stone Roman 6. Faction and the Stone Roman 6. Previous chapter. Harry tails Harton and his friends with his invisibility cloak, then arranges for Harton to drink a truth serum that he uses to question him. Harton admits he intended the prank that embarrassed Susan was meant for Harry, and that he believes the troll incident was faked. Harry challenges him to a duel. Harton names Luther McConnell as his second, who Harry had never beaten. He obviously intends to have McConnell fight the duel for him. In the wake of the challenge, Gabriel had quickly closed the session. "That's all for today, witchlings and wizardlings," she'd called out, enhancing her voice with a sonorous charm. They'd only been practicing an hour, but Harry couldn't blame her. A nervous, excited energy was running through the session. Dueling and distraction were a recipe for disaster. Harry smiled to himself at his inventive turn of phrase. "I should remember that," he noted, watching the rest of the students trickle out the hall. Alan and Susan were waiting too. Gabriel would want to talk to them. To him, he corrected, and when he said talk, he meant complain. Not that Harry could blame her for that either. He gripped his wand tighter. He made trouble for himself too, falling right into Harton's trap. If it was a trap at all, and not just quick thinking on the Ravenclaw's part. Did he intend to bait the challenge? Harry supposed it didn't matter. He was going to duel McConnell for his place in the club. The thought made his insides knot tightly, as though they were turning to stone. McConnell was better than him. He forced himself to exhale. "No," he thought, "McConnell is slightly better than you. You can still win." Glancing up, he met Gabriel's steel-grey eyes. Slightly better, right. Everyone else had left. Harry braced himself. "Is this the part where I bemoan your troublemaking?" He let out another long breath. Resignation, not anger, tinted Gabriel's voice. "I suppose this is the part where I ignore you," he replied cheekily. She let out a genteel snort. "I'll skip the lecture. You already know that this club can't be seen to be a haven for dueling. The fight itself can be your punishment." Her grey eyes seemed to grow yet colder. "But personally, you better damn win for Susan." Gabriel swept away, her long brown hair whipping after her. Harry watched her leave, relieved. "That could have gone woe, Harry," Susan said. He blinked, turning Susan's hand whipped straight into his cheek. Bright pain burned his cheek. His face was stinging, while Susan looked at him tearfully, something strange glimmering in her red-rimmed eyes. "That's for being an idiot." Then she closed the distance, throwing her arms around him, crushing him in a hug. "And this is for defending me." As quickly as she darted in, Susan retreated, following Gabriel out the dueling hall. Only Harry and Alan remained. They looked at each other for a long moment. In the genetic sense, Alan's eyes were a mirror of his cousin's, but right then they were filled with something totally foreign. He burst out laughing. Harry couldn't help but join in. Fears of McConnell momentarily lifted. Together they laughed and laughed and laughed, until their smiles hurt and they had to lean on each other lest they collapse to the floor. Eventually Harry restrained himself to a dizzy giggle. "What are we laughing about?" Alan choked on his laughter. "I dunno, really," he managed to wheeze out. "The slap." Thwack, he proceeded to burst into another fit of laughter. But Harry was already sobering, flexing his aching face and rubbing his cheeks. His worries were slowly flooding back. "The club, Harton, McConnell, we've got to win," he said quietly. The humor was sucked from his voice, leaving a strange, vacuous hole, an unsettling silence in his soul. "We've got to win." Alan's smile had slipped by then too, his laughter retreated. "You've got to win. It's really you against McConnell. I've got no chance." Harry didn't want that to be true, but it was. Alan was better than average for a first year, but unless McConnell made a mistake, tripped, for instance, or dropped his wand, he'd lose. Alan against Harton would be a different matter, but Harton would never fight. No, between now and the duel he'd have an accident, which would require McConnell, the far superior duelist, to step in. Besides, Alan was right in more ways than one. This was his fight. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Alan slapped him on the back. "No worries, mate. Who else could you name your second? You couldn't name Susan. She's the subject of the duel, after all." That was also true. The only other he'd trust to name his second would be Wayne, and he wasn't part of the self-defense club. Harry had never seen him duel. They sank into a comfortable silence. Harry glanced around, noting the dimming sconces. They were enchanted to recognize the number of people in the room. He saw their glimmer of the ceremonial swords in their strange candelabra. His eyes passed over the comedic Slef poster with barely a thought. "Any idea how you're going to beat McConnell?" Alan prodded into the quiet. The knot in Harry's stomach returned, tightening unpleasantly. "No idea," he said, as breezily as he could manage. "I'll just have to fly a foot closer." In Quidditch, the standard professional tight formation involved flying no more than 3 feet away from each other. Squeezing even closer was extremely difficult, But even the reference to his favorite sport couldn't make Alan smile again. It was dawning on him, just as it had dawned on Harry, just how poor their position had become. They left together for Transfiguration. It'll have to be more than a foot, Harry thought morosely. Alan, he knew, was thinking the same. Harry turned his encounter with Harton over in his mind for the rest of the day. He struggled to engage with Hermeric's laws in Transfiguration and almost blew up his potion in potions. It didn't help that word had spread through the castle like a wildfire. Suddenly, everyone seemed to recall that he was famous. Whispers followed him in the corridors. He saw stares every time he looked up from his textbooks. Even the teachers seemed to have an opinion. Deadly nightshade, for instance, Professor Snape had said during his lecture on Gilbert's third law. Lethal by all standards, but when mixed properly with its Gilbertine opposite, hemlock, each poison is neutralized. His eyes settled on Harry, forming the basis for many powerful curatives, usually of the protective kind. Harry thought he saw a glint of approval in the professor's dark eyes. He couldn't be sure and would later second-guess himself. He'd always had the distinct feeling Professor Snape disliked him. Potions was the last lesson of the day. He filed out afterwards, feeling dreadfully tired. Both the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws were watching him as they departed. Harry kept his eyes on his friends. "We'll meet you by the bridge later," he told Alan before they went their separate ways. There was no point practicing. Nothing Alan, Susan, or the Lightspeed could do would prepare him for McConnell in a night. Dinner was awkward. Not so bad as the dinner after the troll incident, but strange in its own way. After that, people had looked at him as though he might combust in his seat. Now there was more. Excitement, anticipation. He could tell there was some mocking, especially from the Ravenclaw table. It wasn't hard to tell what they were anticipating. Susan tried to keep him talking, keep him distracted. It didn't really work. As fond as Harry was of Sue, she was too quiet to imitate a chatterbox. Sometimes it made him wonder about her upbringing. Why did she never speak of it? Then again, he was far from an expert on wizarding parenting. He could only really speculate off the Rosiers and their Lyle servants. Holt End was an isolating place, and Harry had never heard of a wizarding primary school. Did the children of wizarding aristocrats all grow up in massive castles or sprawling manors, alone except for their families? Harry absently swallowed a mouthful of chicken. The plate, finally, was empty. He could leave the attention behind. Susan had finished a few minutes before. "Let's go," he said. He was very careful to ignore the Ravenclaw table. Alan was waiting for them at the gallery bridge, leaning against one of the wooden posts that supported the canopy. He was fiddling with a model of a broom Harry recognized as a Nimbus 2000. The sun still hung heavily above the water. Nowadays it was setting later and later. April was upon them. Soon exams would peek over the horizon, and beyond that, second year. Harry closed his eyes as a wave of nausea overtook him. He put it all in doubt. His whole purpose in pushing for the self-defense club, unlike Gabriel, wasn't self-defense. It wasn't to help others. It was to improve his own dueling. He'd had it all planned out. He'd improved so much since the club started. How much better would he be in seventh year, when it was really his club? Another wave of lightness hit him, knocking his balance in sickly pulses. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. He'd even used his fame to help start the club, and now he'd be exiled if he didn't beat McConnell. What if the self-defense club lasted another 6 years, and he had to watch from afar? Watch as his fellow students improved, as Harton surpassed him, while he could do nothing. Harry really felt sick now. He could feel his stomach turning, threatening to bring his chicken dinner back up. "Harry," he heard Susan say softly. Her small hand took a gentle grip on his arm. "Harry, breathe deeply, okay? Slow, right? Slow and steady, that's what they always said." Harry breathed in, emptied his mind, and breathed out. The imminent fear of vomiting immediately receded. In, out, in, out, in, out. Slowly, Harry dared to crack open his eyes. Alan was in front of him, watching worriedly. "You okay, mate?" Harry breathed in the sweet, fresh air of the Highlands. Now that was over, his thoughts felt strangely clearer. The anxiety remained, hidden in the corner of his mind, but no longer did it control him. "Yes," he said, "I'm okay." The sun was glimmering with mystery in the reflection on the water. Harry leaned over the bridge's edge, resting his elbows on the balustrade, and watched. It was a warm afternoon. The breeze was mild, tugging gently at the trees on the shore. Their swaying was like the breathing of the earth. Harry breathed with them. I'm okay, he said, almost to himself. I'm okay. They watched the sunset together, then went to bed. Harry flicked his wand out of a flipendo and into a stunner, then fumbled into a sloppy, disarming charm. Damn it, he said to himself, flinging his wand onto his bed. It was 6:30. He hadn't been able to sleep, and now he apparently couldn't hold a wand properly. Merlin, it was pointless. What was he doing? He wasn't going to win any. Calm, he told himself, glad for the enchanted curtains of his four-poster bed. He would have surely woken the whole dormitory otherwise. Calm. He picked his wand back up. 11 inches, he heard old Mr. Ollivander's voice in his mind, reverberating like the creaking of old oak, holly, and phoenix feather. He twirled it in his fingers. Just one other feather, he whispered to himself. Did that give his wand some extra power? Was that how it worked? Harry shook his head. Even if it did work that way, it didn't matter, not one bit. He was working his Jiswiffen movements too quickly, straining his wrist too hard. Sloppiness would lose him the duel no less than power might win it. Intellectually, he knew pushing himself was pointless. He didn't have enough time to improve before the duel. Emotionally, he felt his anxiety subsumed by a burgeoning anger, building like a crackling, poisonous fire. He wanted to scream into his pillow, mostly at himself. It was the same rage that landed him in this mess to begin with. If only he'd let the prank go, Susan's red-rimmed eyes flashed through his mind. No, he thought darkly, no. He shoved his wand back in his holster, straightening himself, ready for the day. I'm going to win, he said to nobody. I'm going to win. Up in the common room, bright light was dappling through the small, round windows, and the brazier at the room's center had turned itself down. It was like the first day of spring. It did not match Harry's mood, nor was his mood improved by breakfast. Not only was the whole of Hogwarts student body staring at him, he was in the paper. Really in for something he'd done, not like the prophet announcing he'd officially become a Hogwarts student. Page 5 on the second day of school. This time it was not The Boy Who Studied, but Potter's Duel of Dignity, a far more sensational title, bound to draw the eyes of the nation. It was on page 3. Susan's face had turned ashen when she saw the title. I thought Roon would keep it out the prophet, she muttered to herself. Harry was too busy craning his neck to read to immediately process her words. The writer, Greiseldegarian, was rather positive about him. At least, he thought wryly, she was fair, even if she'd spread his private business all over the Daily Prophet as though it were genuine news. It was Justin who broke him from his reverie. What's Rune? R-O-N, Susan corrected, in that stern but quiet tone that was hers alone. It stands for Reasonable Oversight of Newspapers. The old minister declared an emergency during the last war. Rune controlled what the papers can print. It's never been repealed. Aunt says they only really use it to bury bad news about Hogwarts nowadays. Justin raised one of his unusually thick eyebrows. Bad news about Hogwarts? Why? Susan shrugged and went back to trying to burn a hole in the paper with her eyes. My uncle, Wayne interjected teasingly, said that a lot of people want to shut Hogwarts down. Harry saw Justin's face twist into a rictus of disgust and disbelief. Shut Hogwarts down, he squeaked, his voice breaking. That's mad. Whatever for. Harry agreed. Hogwarts was amazing. This castle, Wayne replied in a snotty, impressionistic tone, is an edifice to privilege, that's what they say anyway. But I know for a fact neither Dumbledore or Malfoy's men want the school shut down, so when something unflattering happens, they keep it hush. Harry was listening intently. When he first arrived in the wizarding world, he'd been given the impression that aristocrats ruled. It had been all Lord Rosier this, and Lord Rosier that. Now he wasn't so sure. It all seemed a great deal more complicated than he'd first assumed. And this duel is unflattering, he prodded. Gabriel wasn't joking about the dueling epidemic, Harry, Susan said timidly. A lot of people died. It nearly crippled the country, Wayne added. Many of our best wands died fighting each other rather than fighting the French or the Dutch. The suppression has been good for us. Anti-honorism, Harry recalled, but his knowledge didn't take the sting out of Susan's words. He was doing this for her, Wayne's addendum he could ignore. Well, I'm not one of Britain's best duelists, and neither is Macaulay Houghton, he said heatedly, and we're not going to kill each other either. Susan shrunk back. Harry felt like he'd kicked a kitten. Sorry, he said. Susan shook her head, scarlet hair swaying. It's okay. I appreciate it. Further in the paper, Harry discovered, was a disparaging piece by Wayland Mokesword, head of the Anti-Honorist League. Apparently, Harry Potter was a stuck-up snob, obsessed with the false glories of times thankfully past. Reading it through made his blood boil. He threw the paper down on the table where it made a satisfying thud. "Who is that idiot?" Wayne peered over. "Oh, the Anti-Honorist League. I'm surprised they're still running." "So nobody important then. How's he got his rubbish in the paper?" Wayne flicked his hand dismissively. "Relevancy to the subject, I suppose." Wayne had a point. Harry returned to his breakfast, still smouldering, picking over the remains of his bacon. The article wasn't so bad. The writer seemed more interested in the boar who lived, instead of the barbarity of organized dueling. Did that reflect the prophet's readership? Was the average wizard unbothered by dueling? But the comment by Mokesword was galling, and unfortunately relevant, as Wayne had noted. Something clicked in Harry's mind. Slowly he got out of his seat and made his way to the upper years, to Danish Falkirk specifically. "Falkirk," he said, dropping his voice to a whisper. "You know when you offered your help at the start of the year? Well, could you help me draft a letter?" Falkirk looked like he'd simultaneously hit the jackpot and swallowed a lemon. Oh, yes, of course. But Melissa isn't going to like this, is she?" No, Harry thought, grinning to himself as he explained his intentions. She wasn't. Drafting and redrafting his letter to the Daily Prophet kept him and Falkirk busy until 10. Susan and Alan had joined about halfway through, and together they left the castle for Hagrid's hut away from the interests of the student body. A bright sun bathed the winding path down the valley in brilliant light, drawing attention to new-bloomed wildflowers that dotted the rolling grasses that surrounded Hogwarts. In the distance, the forbidden forest appeared just a little less foreboding, and whose trees were leaning in harsh gusts of wind. If the day had a fault, it would be the wind. It blew cold, straight through the bones. Harry knew his hair would be an unsalvageable mess by the time they reached Hagrid. Alan knocked on the door. Strangely, the curtains were shut tight. "Maybe he's not in," Harry said. Just then, Hagrid's voice boomed through the door. "Who's that?" he said gruffly. Harry, Susan, and Alan exchanged puzzled glances. What was going on? After answering, Harry found himself being bundled inside, and Hagrid shut the door behind them with a slam. The first thing he noticed was the heat. Despite the warmth outside, the fire inside was stoked hot in the grate. Too hot, especially for Hagrid, with his size and the big coat he always seemed to wear. When they were all sat, tea was swiftly thrust into their hands, and stoat sandwiches offered. Susan made a face. "I've read about ye duel in the papers. Awry, Anna can't blame ye for being angry." His kind, dark eyes settled on Susan for a moment, who was clutching her teacup tightly. "'Twas a cruel prank. Dumbledore'll be proud of ye for standing up for ye friends." Harry wouldn't keep the smile off his lips even if he could. "Thanks, Hagrid. I'll do my best." "Ye do that, Harry, and I'm sure you'll win. Your dad was a great duelist." Hagrid's beard twitched in what Harry assumed was a smile. He patted Harry's shoulder with a dinner-plate-sized hand. An image of the Mirror of Erist flashed through Harry's mind, one of Harry himself garbed in an Aura's cloak, his parents standing over his shoulder. A well of emotion sprung from his chest. For the first time, he felt like he could really win. But Harry's reverie had built up an awkward silence, which was eventually broken by Susan blurting out, "We were shown Devil's Snare last week." Hagrid grunted. "Nasty stuff," he said. "Enough teascare yer I'd wear. Can be tamed, though, good for guard duty." Guard duty, something struck that as odd to Harry. "Like the Cerberus," he found himself saying. Hagrid's eyes widened. "Fluffy, you've seen I am." That dog had a name. Harry recalled its massive teeth, glaring eyes, and stinking breath. "Yes," he began to explain. "Hartin ambushed me at Christmas, and I stumbled across Fluffy while running away." "Little bugger," Hagrid muttered under his breath, though he spoke so loudly they all heard it anyway. He cleared his throat. "Anyway, you should stay away from Fluffy. Leave I am to his duty. Big softy, really, musical send I am tease leap, but still, he's got his job, so you leave I am well enough alone." Harry, Susan, and Alan shared a look. With their focus on schoolwork, then Hartin, the mystery of the third-floor corridor had almost been forgotten. But whatever it was that Hagrid had taken from Gringotts Vault 713, whatever he had delivered to Dumbledore, it was being guarded by Fluffy. The name, Harry decided, would never become less ridiculous, and probably Devil's Snare. That seemed like Professor Sprout's idea. Had all the teachers assisted in guarding the whatever it was? Blimey, Harry, Hagrid suddenly said. Look at the time. You should be getting going, I think. It was 11:30. He'd duel McConnell in half an hour. Harry suddenly felt sick again. They said their goodbyes to Hagrid and made their way back to the castle in silence. Harry spent his time trying to keep his breathing under control, while his mind, having a life of its own, jumped to the worst potentialities. Aside from anything else, losing would be embarrassing. He was the one who issued the challenge, after all. Exile from the self-defense club would stunt his progress too. But knowing it was there, knowing people were practicing, joking, learning, while he was barred from joining in, the idea sent shudders of nausea through him. It would be like St. Gregory's all over again. Eventually, they reached the dueling hall at 10 to noon. The doors were wide open, and the hallway packed. People looked at him as he passed by, sometimes whispering, sometimes not even bothering to lower their voices. Harry kept his eyes ahead and felt Susan squeeze his hand. Despite it all, he smiled. He was going to win. He had to. The hall was as crowded as the corridor. Students of every house, pureblood, half-blood, and muggle-born, lined the room. Some sat, but 3 times more stood for lack of chairs. Yet it wasn't their number that hit Harry the most. It was the noise. People were shouting over each other to be heard, and as he entered, they all were looking at him. The dueling platform was raised a foot off the ground. Harry stepped up swiftly, and as his feet touched the circle that wasn't a circle, a strange calm washed over him. The shouting of the crowd seemed to dampen, his worries seemed to fade. None of it mattered. Only him, his wand, and his foe. Speaking of, at the hall's far end, a gap in the crowd had appeared. He could see Harton's friends Borhill, Moon, and a few others, all stepping aside to allow Harton by. His arm was in a sling. Harry ground his teeth. Cowardly, but no less than he expected. Luther McConnell prowled beside him, leaping up the dueling platform like some feline predator. A hush fell over the hall. A potions accident has burned Matthew's wand hand. It'll be 2 more days until he recovers, McConnell said. Do you accept the interceding of the second, or would you rather wait? Harry knew how waiting would be viewed, and he was sure McConnell knew he knew. The obviousness of it all was galling. I do, but I don't think it was an accident. McConnell's smile was sharp. I don't think it was an accident that you challenged someone you know from experience is a lesser duelist than you. Those were harsh words, for Harton as well as Harry. They touched on something in the back of Harry's mind. Why was McConnell even helping Harton? From what he could tell, the two were barely friends. More like acquaintances, really. Did McConnell have some hidden motive too? Did he know about Slafe, whatever it was? Harry quickly dismissed his errant thoughts. Now was not the time. His wand hand twitched. Sterndale, the troubadour, stepped up between them. He gave Harry a brief, tight smile as the platform was raised. Melinda Blishwick will provide medical aid if necessary. The dueling shield will prevent injury to spectators. The duel is to first blood, unconsciousness, or until the opponent is out of bounds. He said, Are you satisfied with the preparations? His words were ritual, passed down for hundreds of years. Harry drew his wand and slipped into the basic gyre stance. McConnell mirrored him. I am, Harry said. The hall itself seemed to hold its breath. I am, McConnell said. Very well, Sterndale checked his pocket watch. It is noon. There was at least 30 long, horrible seconds pause. Now, begin. Harry felt a sudden lurch in his stomach as McConnell's first spell launched toward him. Harry sidestepped the grey-blue disarming charm and all his fears with it. Now there was only the duel. He returned with his favored relatio, twisting his wand into a hail of similar hexes and jinxes. From previous experience, this was his advantage. McConnell was a slower caster than him. The older boy evaded with neat footwork better than Harry could manage, pivoting, twisting, darting by Harry's spells. Worse still, McConnell's stance was so strong, so practiced, he could return fire with an impressive barrage of his own. Multicolored lights began to flash by them both, and Harry felt himself begin to sweat. This was where it always went wrong. Their previous duels were repeating themselves. McConnell's spells were somehow quicker, more accurate. Harry felt himself being forced back. Just one step, then another. McConnell, older and stronger, didn't even look tired. Soon Harry was back-pedaling every few seconds, and he was beginning to lose his own stance. A disarming charm forced him back, then 2 impedimentures, but Harry knew he couldn't raise a shield. The concentration required for a Pratigo charm would anchor him to a point and prevent him casting back. McConnell would be free to grind his shield to ether. Still, he retreated. McConnell was just too strong. He employed spells Harry had never seen, jinxes and hexes that hurtled at him at an uncanny speed. And with every step he withdrew, the edge of the dueling circle drew closer and closer and closer, until, after jumping, almost slipping, even away from a Jellylegs jinx, he sensed the end of the platform right behind him. Harry ground his teeth, forcing himself to breathe. No, he thought, almost teetering on the edge. I'm not going to lose, Merlin, damn it. He redoubled his efforts, digging deep, firing 2 stunning spells in lightning-fast succession, one aimed at his opponent's chest, the other a foot to his right. McConnell stepped left, and Harry was waiting with a relatio searing straight where McConnell would be. Harry saw McConnell's eyes widen, and the charm was going to hit, and then his scant hope was shattered. Phantom Scootum, McConnell cast, creating a long, flat shield that absorbed Harry's spell, then shattered. Harry braced himself. This unknown charm had ended the fight last time. This time he was ready. The glimmering shards of the shield suddenly flew at him. McConnell hadn't even waved his wand. In fact, he was still casting. Harry ducked flat, almost touching the dueling platform. Now immobile, he could only cast. Incendio. A great gout of hot flame launched from his wand, obscuring McConnell from sight, and vice versa. Harry fired 2 quick relatios through the fire, hoping surprise would win the day. A gasp went up from the crowd, and Harry felt a moment of triumph. Had one of the spells hit? Had he forced McConnell to drop his wand? Beyond the rapidly dissipating fire, he could hear the thud of feet pounding against the wooden platform. Was McConnell running to his wand? The fire finally burned away. McConnell wasn't running to his wand. He was running to him. The larger, taller boy was running straight at him. Harry almost fell off the end of the platform in panic before he began to fire shaking spells at the advancing McConnell. They splashed against a wavering shield the other boy was holding. He was only 10 feet away when Harry realized he wasn't going to penetrate McConnell's shield in time, but that wouldn't stop McConnell trying to stun him when he got close enough. Pratigo, Harry cast. A dull silver shield surrounded him, and the 2 boys converged, their respective shields phasing through each other. Then McConnell dropped his wand and reared his fist back. Harry gaped, disbelieving. He fell back and McConnell's swing missed. It was a wild thing, really, an unskilled haymaker, but he couldn't allow himself to be hit. Harry reached up, grabbed a hold of McConnell's collar and held on tight. McConnell pulled back, and together they went a-tumbling. Harry's world spun. They were head over heels, propelled by their own momentum, and then there was a sudden, horrible drop. They were both on the floor of the hall, and therefore both out of bounds. But Harry had landed atop McConnell. "Potter wins!" Sterndale called out to the silent hall. The crowd erupted in cheers, applause, jeers, everything under the sun. McConnell was grimacing up at him, irritated but strangely composed, completive rather than furious. Harry dragged himself off the older boy and breathed a deep, soul-searing breath. He never felt so bone-tired in his life. He let himself lay on the cold stone floor of the hall, only standing when Alan hauled him up overjoyed. "You did it, Harry, you did it," he cried. Susan stood nearby, smiling shyly. Her face was flushed red. Slowly, Harry began to take it all in. The crowd was still cheering. Sterndale and Blishwick came over to give congratulations. It was all so much. His head felt light, free. A great weight was lifted from his shoulders. It would all be okay. Gabriel kept a politically appropriate distance, but smiled and nodded. "Well done," he saw her mouth. Harry beamed back. It was better than okay, it was amazing. He'd done it. He'd really done it. He wasn't going to have to leave the club. That afternoon, just one moment tempered his delight. He caught Hutton himself, who, in the excitement of the fight, had almost been forgotten, storming out the hall, tears in his eyes. He looked very young in that moment, and Harry felt a momentary pang of doubt. Then haze ruffled his hair, and all his doubts were forgotten. Glossary. Phantom Scootum literally is the present active imperative for Flat Shield. Control of the flow of information is incredibly important in warfare, muggle, or wizarding. In fact, because of the sheer quantity of news in the modern world, in this case, beyond the 1920s, but especially past the Second World War, government guidance over the news is keener in the modern world than the old world of kings and emperors. Aside from being a sensible lore addition, the existence of Rune can also explain a great deal of canon Harry Potter's, much maligned in fanfiction, plot holes. And so Harry wins. Woo woo woo. I mean, you all knew that was going to happen, right? It was just a matter of how and of the consequences thereof. In other news, isn't spring brilliant? Feeling the warmth of the sun on my skin is such a relief after the cold. As usual, the next chapter will arrive in a few weeks, as Harry approaches the end of first year in the stone. Either way, see you then, or there, jousting alchemy. 15. The Stone. Harry Potter in. The stone Harton is beaten, but the ramifications of Harry's choices linger on. New problems arise as the school year reaches its crescendo, and the mystery of the third-floor corridor thickens and becomes a terrible dilemma for Harry. How will our hero deal with this new quandary? And will it aid his journey as he attempts to become the duelist? Previous chapter. Harry deals with the problems that arise from his challenge, including writing his own article for the Daily Prophet. He duels McConnell, Harton's second, and proves victorious just. Harton storms out the hall, upset, as Harry and his friends celebrate. Just 10 minutes after the duel's conclusion, the rush of victory had already vanished like a gust of wind on a summer's day, leaving boneache and exhaustion behind. Harry's knees hurt from when they'd hit the floor, and his wand arm throbbed painfully. He struggled to restrain a yawn, very aware, even as his eyelids began to droop, that he was surrounded. He was being congratulated, celebrated. People were shaking his hand, slapping him on the back, but Harry just wanted to flop into his comfy gold-black bed. It was all very loud, he thought blearily. Couldn't they leave him alone? Where was Susan? Where was Alan? Faces were spinning around him, one smile morphing into another. He felt like he was in a whirlwind, slowly losing touch with the floor beneath his feet. Just when he thought he couldn't stand anymore, a larger hand clasped his own, grounding him. All the faces became Gabriel, whose expression was reassuring. Harry felt himself relax. He allowed himself to be led away. He heard Gabriel speaking, pushing through the crowd, but he couldn't hear much at all. It was as though he was submerged in a deep, dark tank of water. She led him down the corridor, down the grand staircase, until they stopped at a faintly familiar quadrangle. The silence of the walk, the cool spring air, had begun to clear Harry's mind. "I thought you were keeping your distance," he said as they sat. The metal bench was pleasantly warm beneath them, as regulated by an enchantment. Gabriel smiled and shrugged. "I didn't go to you straight away, did I? Besides, the crowd was overwhelming you." The reminder suddenly made Harry feel tired again. He yawned into his hand, letting himself relax. He watched a pair of large white butterflies frolic above the grass. His eyes began to droop, and this time he let them close. "I didn't expect all that. We were just a first and S." Another yawn interrupted him. "Second year's dueling. If you weren't so short, you could have fooled us for fourth years," Gabriel quipped. Harry's lips dropped into a pout. Did she really need to remind him that he was the shortest boy in his year, and therefore the school? "Thanks for the reminder, Gabby." He'd only recently discovered she hated the nickname, which was why precisely no one else used it. Harry felt her tap him on the head. He still didn't open his eyes. "That's what I get for saving you from that crowd," she said. He could hear her own pout, so she tousled his hair in a way he found particularly annoying. "Relax, kid, you're exhausted. No talking." Harry was too tired to disobey. He put his head back and enjoyed the shared moment, the silence, the warm spring wind blowing through the Gothic quadrangle, but soon even Gabriel's presence receded, and his mind began to drift. The duel replayed in his mind. He recalled every twist and turn. The opening volley, losing ground, matching McConnell blow for blow, and especially the finale. That single moment of victory was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. The Dursleys hadn't even let him take part in school sports days. Approaching sleep, Harry took a deep, pleased breath of pleasant spring air. Out in the north, atop Hogwarts' stocky mountain, the air seemed bright in his lungs, pure as though he were inhaling something searing, joyful, and stern all at once. An Essentia, he thought vaguely, drifting ever further off, smiling slightly to himself. He felt Gabriel's shoulder move against him, and he hadn't realized he'd been leaning into her until then, and he practically sensed her tense. "What are you doing here?" he heard her say. There was warning in her words. A jolt of adrenaline forced Harry's eyes open. Lother McConnell was just 10 feet away, standing on the grass of the quadrangle, squinting as the sun streamed over the gallery and directly into his eyes. His hands were raised in the universal symbol of surrender. "I mean no harm," he said. His accent was softer than Borhill's. He gestured to his wand holster. "May I?" Harry's vision of McConnell was blocked as Gabriel stepped in front of him, her wand clutched tight in her grip. Unless this were some sort of genius ambush, McConnell had no chance. He might have been good for a second year, but Gabriel was exceptional for a fourth year. Sometimes Harry wondered how she'd fare against an aura. "You may," he heard her say. McConnell withdrew his wand slowly and gave it to Gabriel without hesitation. "I only wish to talk to Harry alone, though you can watch out of earshot if you wish." Gabriel snorted. "Harry," she said. She hadn't taken her eyes off McConnell. What was going on? Why did McConnell want to talk to him? What was there to say? Now very awake, Harry peered around Gabriel and met McConnell's eyes. They were blue and shadowed, but without malice, without much of much, really. He met Harry's gaze with a singular indifference. Harry pursed his lips. He didn't really want to speak to McConnell, but what was the point of antagonizing him? He shrugged. We can talk." Finally, Gabriel turned, giving a pointed look. She strode over to the far end of the quadrangle and leant against the wall. She was twirling her wand through her long fingers all the while, making graceful, cautionary loops. McConnell watched her for a long moment before taking her place on the bench. It was then up close that Harry really realized how lucky he'd been. McConnell was large for a second year. If he'd actually managed to get a proper hold of him, which was a question in and of itself. As far as Harry knew, wizards weren't partial to brawling. Why would they be? So why had McConnell tried it? "Hello, Harry," he said, leaning back with a casual air. "I truly mean you no harm. And if I did," he nodded toward the hovering form of Gabriel, "your mentor would have me upside down before I could so much as touch you." Dark-haired and dark-eyed, there was a maturity in McConnell's tone, a trait to which Harry had never really paid attention before. Lother McConnell had always been that guy, the duelist to beat, never really a person. Now a new version of McConnell seemed to appear before him. It was a bizarre feeling, and Harry found himself off balance. I'm not sure I'd call Gabriel my mentor," he said, and as soon as he said it, he knew he'd fallen into some sort of verbal trap. McConnell smiled indecipherably. "No, I'm not sure I would either. Perhaps I misspoke." Harry shuffled uncomfortably on the bench. McConnell's dark eyes watched him. "I suppose you're wondering why I want to talk to you," he led. Harry replied in the affirmative. "It's simple," the older boy said, shrugging lightly. His movements reminded Harry somehow of a big cat or a lean wolf. He swallowed and listened. "I want to explain the other sides of the story. I know about your altercation with Harton in the halls, and I'm sure you're wondering why he's so hostile to you in the first place. You've also probably wondered why I stepped in as his second." It was as if McConnell could peer into his mind. "I have," Harry said, equal parts curious and unnerved. There was no point in lying. McConnell nodded. "I'll start with Harton then. I'm not his friend, in fact. I think he's pathetic," he added, as though they were discussing the weather or the new cauldron alloy regulations. "But I knew his reasons before he volunteered me and made him explain them in detail thereafter. In fact, knowing his reasons, while you were ignorant, was half the reason itself." Harry felt his brow furrow. What was he talking about? Then McConnell seemed to pause before continuing, as if savoring the confusion he had sown. "Harton is a reflection of your friend. What's his name, Alex? Ian. Alan, that's it. Harton's parents were murdered by the Dark Lord's men. Harton was given to Muggles. And when Harton was introduced to the legend of the boy who lived, last year your arrival was all he talked about. He wanted to meet with you, talk to you, to be your friend. He built you up 10 feet tall, but last September, the real Harry Potter arrived at Hogwarts, short, reserved, and shy. He was so disappointed." Harry felt his jaw clench. "He did try and approach you, so he says," but McConnell shrugged. "You're a quiet person, isolated. You have 2 real friends. Harton has a dozen." I think he began to replace that figure in his mind, that figure of the boy who lived, with himself. You became an obstacle. Harry had long ago gone cold. He wasn't sure what was worse, McConnell's story or the way he was telling it. He listened with a sort of detached horror. "That's it, really. Matthew Harton burns with hatred for Death Eaters, for the Dark Lord, for chance that failed to place him with a wizarding family. It all built up, and then there was the troll. And doesn't that sound ridiculous when you really think about it? An 11-year-old heroically slays a troll, saving his friend and who knows who else. And that 11-year-old just happens to be the great Harry Potter, Britain's premier child celebrity, who is also totally unassuming, if a decent duelist. That was the last ingredient, hence the corridor ambush and the prank. Hartman was taking out his frustrations, trying to make him bigger and you smaller. But you can't beat talent. Talent always wins, just as you've won now. That was a lot to digest. The euphoria of victory mixed uncomfortably with a bleak repulsion whose target he couldn't quite place. McConnell, Hartin, himself. He recalled Hartin's devastated, tear-stained face in the wake of McConnell's loss. Would it have all been avoided if he'd just been a little more social, if he'd only been a little more normal? But on the other hand, how could he solve Harton's problems if Harton didn't tell him? Was this going to repeat in the future? Was this what it meant to be the boy who lived? There's one thing you haven't explained, Harry said tonelessly. Why did you accept Harton's offer to be his second? Why did Harton even offer it? How did he know you'd accept? I was the one who challenged him. McConnell shrugged. Luck, he said. Fate. Harton and I are acquaintances through Bernard. Bernard being Bernard Borhill, Harry knew. We were discussing ways to improve our reputations, apprenticeships and such like. He steered the conversation your way, and what a laurel victory over the boy who lived would be, not a meaningless practice, no, a real duel in a real tournament. And just a week later the opportunity appeared, McConnell smirked. As if by magic, as the Muggles say. You challenged him to a duel, and I was present. Hartin might not be our equal with a wand, but he's a quick thinker. Victory over the boy who lived. That's what it was all about, really. Victory over an imaginary figure. Not even me, Harry, though numbly. Susan was just caught in the crossfire. Why are you telling me this? Because you deserve the truth, McConnell said. Because you can learn from the truth. I want the boy who beat me to become the man to beat them all. Then Luther McConnell clapped Harry playfully on the shoulder, smiled a strange, cold smile, and walked away. Harry watched him leave, frozen, but his mind was spinning. Emotions swirled within him like a stormy sea, his thoughts caught between a Scylla of black, oily repulsion and a Charybdis of sweet, bright victory. What did it all mean? What was the point? Did McConnell really want him to feel sorry for Hartin? And why, on some level, was it working? Gabriel's arm threaded around his shoulder as she sat back down. Harry leaned gratefully into her. McConnell might be clever, but he's got a lot to learn. She flicked her wand. Finite. Nothing seemed to happen beyond the faint blue light rippling from the tip of her wand. I've cancelled the listening charm. Harry filed the existence of the listening charm in the back of his mind. He watched Gabriel's face harden as she met his eyes. Listen to me, Harry. Stay away from McConnell. He's stable. Don't think too hard about what he said. Harton picked a fight with you and he bit off more than he could chew. She leant forward, as if to emphasize her point. You did the right thing, understand? Her voice was iron, unyielding. Harry nodded, happy to convince himself. Yes, he thought she was right. Harton didn't have to react the way he had. He'd chosen to take issue. He'd chosen to ambush him. He'd chosen to try a stupid prank. The storm in his soul abated, soothed by Gabriel's reassurance. I do, after all. I almost got ate by a giant dog because of him. He regretted saying that as soon as the words left his mouth and could blame it only on fatigue. What? Gabriel's eyes widened. What dog? Was this after that ambush? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Because the fewer people who know about the third-floor corridor, the better, Harry thought. Because I didn't want to worry you, he said instead. And it never came up, and I don't think the dog would really hurt me. Explain. Her command left no room to argue. Sighing, Harry turned his gaze to the cloudless sky and retold the story of that day over Christmas. Restraining the urge to watch her reactions, he relayed the ambush first, speaking concisely, recalling what was said as best he could. But when he arrived at the encounter with the Cerberus, he sensed Gabriel tense. Harry finally turned to her. She did not look happy. Her grey eyes were as steel, her jaw clenched tight. You shouldn't have gone through that, Harry. It must have been terrifying. She snorted lightly. But then again, you seem to have a thing for stumbling across dangerous beasts. Her thin lips pursed. Do you want me to ban Harton's friends too? Harry's heart warmed, but he shook his head. No, he said. Harton's faction will leave by themselves. You don't need to make yourself look more, Harry searched for the word, biased on my behalf. I'd rather just put it all behind me. Fair enough, Gabriel smiled warmly. You're too nice for your own good. Still, you're right. We've all got exams to take after all. Best to forget about Hartin, McConnell, and the third floor. I think you're right about the Cerberus. It's probably trained to scare, not to kill. Thereon the conversation simmered down. Harry sat and watched the little world of the quadrangle pass by. Smatterings of students were walking down the gallery. The sun was shining pleasantly, casting soft light through stained glass windows. Harry felt his eyes begin to droop once more, but something shook him away once more. "Oh," Gabriel said lightly. "Before you do forget, did you see anything strange about the Cerberus, perhaps in the room?" Harry blinked. His vision was swimming with exhaustion, and he struggled to cast his mind back. "No," he eventually said. "Not that I can remember." Then he yawned again and closed his eyes and didn't think any more of it. When he woke about 20 minutes later, Gabriel was gone and his friends were in her place. Susan gave him a large, unexpected hug, and Alan a friendly slap on the back. "When he was running at you, I was so scared," Susan cried. "I thought he was going to tackle you." "It was a strange move," Alan added. "McConnell must have wanted the fight to look brutal." That was Harry's thought, and they discussed it for a while. Was McConnell trying to give the anti-honorists ammunition? What's ammunition? Susan asked. Or was he just trying to be controversial? Or perhaps, did he think close fighting was the only way to win? In the end, they decided it didn't really matter. They left the quadrangle, knowing the school would be buzzing with gossip, and went down to the Black Lake, where they spent the afternoon skimming stones and playing. They only retired when Alan tripped himself over and fell in the water. After some panicked splashing, a red-faced Alan was guided to shore by the giant squid. Harry and Susan were practically rolling around on the floor with laughter. Alan had to traipse back to Ravenclaw Tower dripping wet, leaving a trail of water behind him like a massive snail. His boots made horrid squelching noises with every step he took. Harry and Susan waved him a cheery goodbye and departed for the Hufflepuff common room, where Harry's presence was greeted with a cheer. Now it was his turn to be red-faced. For the next half hour he was mobbed with well-wishers. He went to bed exhausted and slept like a log. And if logs could wake, Harry imagined he woke up like one too. Slowly, gradually, painfully even. His whole body ached, his eyes were heavy, and his head felt like it was stuffed with cotton wool. Even his nose was blocked. It was, he knew, the aftermath of pushing himself so hard. But Harry had woken from worse and dragged himself up at his usual early hour. By the time he arrived at breakfast, his mind was still focused on yesterday, had almost forgotten about the letter Falkirk had written on his behalf. He was, therefore, nearly as surprised as the rest of the school when, on page 6 of the Sunday Prophet, not for honor, for friendship, Harry Potter in his own words appeared. The article was practically verboten from Falkirk's letter. Falkirk was credited as the author, and he was receiving nearly as much attention as Harry himself. He'd gone as scarlet as one of Professor Sprout's strangling tomatoes, while Melissa Lovell, his fellow prefect and seeming female clone, looked incensed. "I can't believe," Justin said, his eyes bulging at his own prophet, "you actually got yourself in the paper, Harry." "The boy who lived could get himself in the paper every day," Ernie said archly. Harry bristled. Then Ernie winked, but Harry Potter would only speak when pushed. "See, cheeky," Susan reprimanded in a familiar, soft, whispery tone. But Ernie was right, Harry thought. The article stirred a strange feeling in his chest. He'd used his fame reluctantly before, but always on a minor scale. This time, however, he'd done something, really done something. Something everyone could see. Was it unease he was feeling? Had the article been a mistake? It was Wayne who snapped him out of his reverie. "This is the final spark for the potion," he said. "Now nobody can moan about barbaric honor dueling, setting a bad example." "You've won, Harry, checkmate." The longer Wayne spoke, the more Harry digested his words, the more they made sense. He had won. He'd won the duel, after all, and Hartin looked like a coward who couldn't fight his own battles. "Yes," he said, "you're right. Time to put all this nonsense behind us." Wayne smirked back. "And start thinking about exams," he said slyly. Justin shuddered theatrically. "Don't say the word, they're still a few months away." Ernie, predictably, disagreed, and Harry backed away from the conversation, listening rather than talking. He let his mind wander to the only question that remained: what to do about Harton's unimaginatively named faction. One word to a teacher, he was sure, and the club would be broken up. Not necessarily for doing anything wrong, but using an abandoned classroom as a hideaway was technically against the rules. not a rule teachers would actively enforce, but if it was brought to their attention. Professor Snape would take pleasure in dismantling the faction, Harry knew for sure. On the other hand, he'd already won. Hartin was humiliated, banned from the dueling club in perpetuity, as Gabriel had said. Did he need another punishment? Did his friends, not all of whom had ambushed him, really deserve his revenge too? The thought of anonymously informing Professor Snape of the faction's existence was scuppered by his potions lesson. It was the worst since his first day, when the terse, caustic professor had interrogated him with textbook questions. This time he watched Harry's bubbling potion, brewed to induce belching, like a goblin counting coins, waiting eagerly for any mistake, while spitting acidic remarks at every possible interval. Harry had always got the sensation that Professor Snape didn't like him very much. After that first lesson, they'd come to a sort of truce, and now, as Harry handed a somewhat suboptimal bubbling potion to him, who snatched it with a sneer, he knew the truce was off. "What's wrong with him?" Harry said angrily, as they made their way to defense against the dark arts. He barely managed to stop himself snapping back in class, and then he would be in trouble. "It's either the duel," Alan said airily, "or the article. Pick your poison or potion." Harry considered what he knew. "The article," he ventured. "Professor Snape seems to like dueling." "He should," Alan added. "He's been after the defense job for years." Susan hid her smiling lips behind her hand. "Why, you don't have to call him Professor Snape if you're really annoyed with him, Harry?" Harry blinked. "What do you mean?" Were his observations about wizarding formality wrong? Susan paused in the middle of her stride, seemingly unsure what she meant herself. She began slowly, her old stutter returning. I know you're new sort of to the wizarding world," she eventually said. But calling everyone Pete Professor even when you don't like them sounds off." Harry didn't know what to say to that. "Oh," he said. Alan sniggered. "Isn't politeness insulting when it's fake?" Harry felt himself flushing in real time. Had he been giving the wrong impression? No, he didn't think so. He hadn't made a habit of getting into disagreements with teachers. "Snape," he said, testing the word on his tongue. It seemed to sound about right. Defense against the dark arts was much better. While Snape had shown his distaste, Professor Quirrell was overwhelmingly complimentary about the duel. He even said he'd watched it, though Harry had never spotted his turban in the crowd. Unfortunately, Quirrell's praise did not distract from the terrible, garlic-infused stuffiness of his classroom. The damp and dingy room still reeked, but Harry had, in the second half of the school year, grown used to it. He only hoped his tolerance didn't fade over the summer. At first, the headaches had been awful. Days passed thusly, with students and teachers both gradually forgetting the duel between Harry and McConnell. Harton's friends, as predicted, did not return to the self-defense club, except Pritchard Moon, who it was generally assumed had fallen out with the rest of the group. Harry suspected differently. He was there, he suspected, to report back to the faction. For what purpose, he couldn't be sure. Slafe, whatever it was, likely had something to do with it. The answer could lie in the book he had borrowed, but with exams looming on the horizon, Harry had more pressing concerns to look into. Not that it really mattered. Moon had little to tell the rest of the faction. The club had returned to its usual schedule of meetings. Only two developments might have been of interest: the increasing use of conjuration in dueling among the upper years, and Gabriel's escalated rhetoric. Regarding the former, a few 6th and 7th years, and a single exceptionally talented 4th year, had begun employing stone slabs, rocks, slates, and similar objects mostly to block spells, but also to fling at their opponents. It was a marvel to behold. Harry had watched, amazed, when David Hayes had blocked a nasty hex with a tiny stone slab, which he then transfigured into an equally small net, which he then banished at his opponent's wand hand. "Merlin," Alan had said beside him, wide-eyed. But conjuration was so far beyond Harry's understanding that he didn't even try to read the theory, never mind attempt the execution. Watching them battle was a humbling experience. Simultaneously, Gabriel had resumed embellishing her teaching with exhortations toward justice, fairness, and so on and so forth. It was not the first time. The same rhetoric had been employed after the troll incident to help ease tensions between the club and Hogwarts, less agreeable students and staff. It was certainly not the first time he'd heard about 1635 and the destructive height of dueling culture. and he knew it wouldn't be the last. Harry ignored it all, uncaring either way. The self-defense club was, to him, a dueling club. Gabriel could say what she wanted to trick the idiots. About 2 weeks after the duel, everything had returned to normal, mostly. The weather continued to improve. It seemed an unusually warm spring. Harry and Alan asked Madame Hooch if they could borrow the school brooms, to which, after promising to muck the broom shed out once a week, she acquiesced. Harry became particularly fond of a Comet 220, which was slow but blessed with an impressive dive curve. Outside the Quidditch pitch, as exams drew closer, the school's pace quickened. To Susan, it all seemed intensely overwhelming. But for Harry and Alan, Hogwarts was only just beginning to match the intensity of a Muggle school day. Watching their classmates, especially the pure-blooded ones, succumb to cycles of anxiety was particularly odd. They usually panicked over trivialities, especially during the Easter holidays. About 3 weeks after the duel, Harry received a message scrawled in Hagrid's untidy handwriting. "Come to my hut this afternoon. We'll have scones, Hagrid." Harry showed it to Alan and Susan. "Any ideas?" he asked. Alan shrugged, but Susan looked thoughtful. "Perhaps it's something to do with the heat, remember?" Harry bit his lip. It had been stiflingly hot the last time they had visited. After class, they took up Hagrid's invitation. When Hagrid opened the door at Harry's knock, a great rush of hot air burst from the hut. Before, it had been overly warm. Now it must have been sweltering in there. What was Hagrid up to, trying to burn down his own house? "Awry," Hagrid boomed, looking a little less pleased to see Susan and Alan. Come in, come in." It was, as expected, blisteringly hot inside. A blazing fire burned in the grate. Hagrid brewed them tea and offered them scones, which Harry and Alan accepted. The bread was pleasantly soft, but Hagrid's currants were as usual teeth-shatteringly hard. They were best eaten with plenty of butter and jam, but carefully. They all sat around his tiny little table and began to eat. Hagrid loomed wider than all three of them combined. He was sweating even more than might be expected and smelled strongly of apples. No, Harry realized, cider. Alan was picking the currants from his scone, which was big enough to hold like a hamburger, while Hagrid kept glancing nervously beneath the fire. Harry followed his gaze, and his breath caught in his throat. In the heart of the hearth lay a great black egg. Hagrid," Harry began falteringly. Is that what I think it is?" Alan dropped the currants he'd been holding. They fell upon the table, pinging and bouncing like dark, misshapen marbles. "That's," he whispered, awed, "a dragon egg." "It can't be anything else. Merlin Hagrid, how'd you get it?" "Won it," said Hagrid. "Few weeks ago. I was down in the village having a few drinks and got into a game of cards with a stranger. Think he was quite glad to get rid of it, to be honest." The egg was almost glittering in the flickering firelight. Harry could barely take his eyes off it, though he did notice Susan seemed, though no less impressed, a touch more skeptical. "What will you do with it?" she said. I mean, when it's hatched." Hagrid pulled a weighty book from under his pillow well, he began brightly. "I've been doing some reading. Got this out of the library, Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit. It's a bit out of date, o' course, but it's all in here. Keep the egg in the fire, 'cause their mothers breathe on IM, and when it hatches, feed it on a bucket of brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. And see here how to recognize different eggs. What I got there's a Norwegian Ridgeback. They're rare, them." At that moment, Harry had never been more aware of the flammability of Hagrid's hut. Even Alan looked a little less amazed and a little more alarmed. "Hagrid," he said, "your hut is made of wood." But Hagrid wasn't listening. He was staring into the fire. "There's gonna be a crack soon, there will. I called you here to watch it hatch. I wasn't sure if tease how you, but how many witches and wizards can say they've seen a dragon hatch, especially so young? It's be special." Then he took a pair of vast black tongs, pulled the egg from the grate, and placed it steaming gently on the table. Harry and his friends watched with wide eyes. The egg seemed to glow red gold for a brief moment. Then the color faded to a deep, dark black which seemed to suck in the light. Nothing, however, immediately happened. Nor was there any change after a long, tense minute. Susan finally found the courage to speak. Hagrid, breeding D, Dragon's Eye, is against the law. The W Warlock C Convention B back in 17-something. Why you'll G get in trouble and it's dangerous. A crack suddenly appeared and Susan's warning was ignored. Everyone leaned forward. Time seemed to slow as they all examined the smooth surface of the egg. Less than a minute later, that initial crack splintered into a dozen. A strange clicking noise was coming from inside. That must be, Harry thought with wide eyes. Then there was a scrape, and the egg split in twain. A tiny, ugly thing fell onto the table with a pathetic flop. The baby dragon was decidedly unimpressive. Its spiky wings were massive compared to its skinny, snake-like body. If it and Mrs. Norris came to blows, Harry would bet on Mrs. Norris. "Awesome," he heard Alan whisper. The dragon turned its bulging, orange eyes to him and sneezed. Sparks flew from its nose. "Isn't he beautiful?" Hagrid murmured. He reached out his massive fingers to stroke its head. It snapped at them like an angry feline. Bless him, he knows his mummy. The aggression drained the last of Harry's awe. Awkward questions were appearing in his mind. Could a dragon be tamed? How fast would it grow? Could it be taught to recognize Hogwarts students as anything except a snack, even if it accepted Hagrid himself? Unfortunately, the answers to those questions were not encouraging. Even more unfortunately, Hagrid couldn't be convinced to find a way to get rid of the dragon. The next week was torture. Harry was constantly worrying about the dragon, or Norbit, as Hagrid had named him. He feared waking to see Hagrid's hut turned into a vast bonfire, or to hear that Hagrid had been sacked for breaking the Warlock's convention of 17-something. He hadn't bothered finding out the actual year. He worried so much that the green light dreams returned. They were strangling his sleep. Unsightly bags were beginning to appear beneath his eyes. He was so tired that by Thursday he snapped at Gabriel when she tried to prod him about Hutton's ambush for possibly the 12th time. "Stop it," he snarled. "Why do you even care, anyway? Hutton was a bullying idiot who tried to drive me out of the club." Gabriel recoiled and didn't speak to him until the next meeting. In the meantime, Harry tried not to think about McConnell's poisoned words, the faction, or the fact that it was him who'd driven Hutton out. By Saturday, Harry was dead on his feet, and the dragon had grown by 3 feet. Hagrid was beginning to slip in his gamekeeping duties. Harry sat in the dueling hall, hearing but not listening to one of Gabriel's lectures. Everything was swimming around his head like a swarm of snapping piranhas, threatening to feast on his sanity. The dragon, McConnell, exams, Gabriel, the third-floor corridor, the faction, Slafe, whatever that was. Slafe, another acronym. Harry smiled in a slightly unbalanced way, his expression tinged by exhaustion. What even was that? He vividly recalled Borhill saying it with such admiration. In that stupid accent of his, he added uncharitably. Slafe. Harry sighed at the ceiling. Gabriel was saying something about goblins. Slafe. Was that his neck aching? He rolled it left and right, and something caught his attention in the corner of his eye. Slafe. It was the comedic poster from the beginning of the year, the Slef poster. Slafe. Wait. Harry's sleep-deprived mind stalled like an ill-loved mini-metro asterisk. Mentally, he placed the two acronyms beside each other. Slafe, Slef, Slafe, Slef. Surely not. They weren't the same acronym at all. Harry released a breath he hadn't known he was holding. It was nonsense, right? Just the lack of sleep playing with his mind. Tiredness made everything worse. Soon he'd be slurring his words like Borhill, Slafe, Slef. Harry suddenly felt very ill. A black dawn was rising, a sun of viscous, putrid pitch, slowly and unwillingly in the mess that was his mind. A hidden message, his mind whispered. Everything was going dark. He stood, uncaring that he was the center of attention, and dashed out the hall. He practically sprinted to the Hufflepuff common room. Ignoring the curious eyes of his housemates, he dug into his trunk. It was at the bottom, conjuring courage, a compendium for the common good. It hadn't mattered before. The book was just a curiosity, a trophy more than anything else. He flicked through it, his mind sharpening into terrible clarity as he read. Direct action, read one subtitle. Apply pressure, another. Avoid the talents of the foe, Harry swallowed. Carry out your threats if necessary. That was page 50. He found it quickly. A shiver of ice ran down his spine. Threats in this book included attacks, the violent kind. He slammed the book shut and threw it back in the trunk, not wanting it even near him. Gabriel, he thought desperately, what have you gotten yourself into? If the faction was interested in that sort of thing, and was keen to be accepted into whatever Slef was, how bad was Slef, and how involved was Gabriel? One final, horrible thought seized him then, as he began to reevaluate everything he ever knew about his mentor. Why was she so interested in Hutton's Christmas ambush? No, why was she so interested in the third-floor corridor? Glossary. Yes, Hagrid does refer to his own dwellings as his hut in canon. And of course, in canon, Hagrid doesn't decide to reveal Norbert to Harry and company. They stumble upon the hatching. Here, Harry has visited Hagrid more often and therefore gained his trust. Thus the invitation. The Mini Metro is an iconic British motorcar, usually for the wrong reasons. It came to symbolize the ambition and the failures of the declining British auto industry. Launched in 1980, it aimed to revive the ailing car manufacturer and compete internationally, specifically to aid Britain's semi-constant balance of payments crisis. Britain was developing a terrible trade deficit after the Second World War. Like many post-war British engineering projects, the Metro was innovative. It employed new materials and a unique design, among others novelties. And like much of Britain's post-war industrial goods, it was made, for the most part, abominably. Quality control issues, labor disputes, financial mismanagement, the Metro's life had it all and reflected the broader struggles of British industry after WW2. And spring has sprung at Hogwarts, and not all is at peace. Has Harry discovered a horrible secret, or is there some misunderstanding here? He is, of course, drawn closer to uncovering the Philosopher's Stone, which Ken and Harry had been aware of for months now. Our duelist has been preoccupied with other things. Also, I'm probably going to combine the last two chapters of the faction and the stone in keeping with my longer last chapters policy. Remember, always take a moment to breathe. Jousting Alchemy. 16. The Stone Roman 2. Stone Roman 2 previous chapter. Harry struggles with the fallout from his successful duel. McConnell reveals Harton's motivations. Hagrid hatches a dragon, and Harry makes a connection between Gabriel, Slef, and the faction. Slef might be Slef, and Slef is perhaps a radical organization. The book remained locked at the bottom of Harry's trunk for the next 2 days, and his inner turmoil festered with it. He didn't want to confront what he discovered, if he discovered anything at all. What if he was wrong? What if he was connecting dots that didn't exist? All the suspicion was making him feel ill. Gabriel and he had, on occasion, disagreed, but when it came down to it, she'd backed him up. Now he was suspecting her of what? Involvement with an illegal group, based on a possibly accidental spelling error and a Scottish accent. But Harton seemed to believe she was involved. Harry's gaze flicked over to Alan, who, totally innocent of Harry's wretched thoughts, was trying to turn a small pebble into a button. He wasn't having much luck, but then again, transfiguration wasn't his strength. Alan must have sensed something because he looked up, caught Harry's eye, and smiled. Harry smiled back awkwardly. His guts felt like they'd turned to stone. He looked down at his own pebble, briefly considering its weight, solidity, and shape. He tapped it with his wand. "Trasmatans," he said. The pebble became a dark brown, twin-holed, perfectly concave button. If only I could wave a wand and do that to my stomach, he thought wryly, though then my stomach would be made of buttons, so maybe not. Harry already knew he couldn't tell Alan. He was having enough trouble, torn between his muggle family and his magical one. How could he say such a thing about his cousin, especially as the club had brought them so much closer? But he had to tell someone. The secret felt like something escaping his control, as though it wanted to burst free, not dissimilar to Amanda Sooth's hairpin back at Holt End, or what he thought was Amanda's hairpin. That had been stupid of him. To make that mistake again, he'd have to confront Gabriel directly. That would be foolish. Professor McGonagall, swept by just then, leaned over his desk to peer at his button, then gave him a short nod. No one else had even approached a complete transformation. But he hadn't expected more praise. After a year of success in charms, dada, and transfiguration, the professors had begun to expect excellence from him. Completing a task first became unworthy of praise. It rankled sometimes, but he'd grown used to it. Praise or no praise, he couldn't tell a teacher either. Even if some might be more inclined to believe him than others, there simply wasn't enough evidence. That left Susan. Telling Susan without telling Alan felt like a betrayal of their friendship. They had been inseparable through the year, and Susan would then have to withhold the secret from Alan too. Telling her would be unfair. It would blow up in their faces like one of Longbottom's infamous potions. He was still going to tell her, because you don't have any other friends, said an unwelcome thought in his head. It sounded uncomfortably like Luther McConnell, with that careless voice of his. Harry ground his teeth together and turned his button back into a pebble. He waited until the end of the day, as he and Susan were making their way to the Hufflepuff common room and Alan was returning to Ravenclaw Tower. It had been an agonizing day. The imminent conversation loomed over him like a darkening cloud. But now, as he led Susan into an abandoned classroom, he felt remarkably little, wooden almost, as though he wasn't inhabiting his own body. Harry locked the door while Susan found a clean desk and sat. She was nervous, he could tell. Why wouldn't she be? No one sequestered themselves in one of Hogwarts' many abandoned classrooms to discuss the weather, or their favorite color, or the new bumbling wizard's song. What's this about? She asked, when Harry had pulled a chair opposite her. It wasn't very clean, but he sat anyway. Susan, Harry said slowly. Slef was on the tip of his tongue. He just wanted to let it all out in one go, all in one breath. He knew he could not. He took a long breath instead, ordered his thoughts, and began to explain. He started with the invisibility cloak, which only Wayne previously knew of, because how could he explain how he discovered the faction otherwise? He carried on to the faction in what he thought was good time, then explained his realization about the poster and what he'd found in the faction's book. Susan sat still throughout, slowly going paler as he arrived at his conclusion. Harry, she eventually said. There was no stutter this time, only determination. Have you told a teacher? About Gabriel, he said. I can't, about the faction, not yet. Tell a teacher, she told him. Tell a teacher about Harton's group. That sort of thing is dangerous, to Hogwarts and to everyone. A vindictive part of Harry wanted to hear that. Another part knew he was just going to deepen Harton's misery. Would they be expelled? Harry wiped a layer of dust off the leg of his chair. What about Gabriel? Am I imagining things? I don't think so, Susan sighed. She looked to the ceiling, deep in thought. She seemed a lot less certain about Gabriel. I think I've heard of Slef somewhere, perhaps my aunt. That doesn't bode well, does it? I'll take a look in the library. I think I know where it'll be. We shouldn't do anything in the meantime. Harry smiled humorlessly. You mean I shouldn't tell Alan, and I shouldn't go off looking for Slef under my cloak? Susan returned his smile with a grimace. Number Gabriel isn't Harton's faction. Her friends are talented. Any classroom they're using will be well protected. And Alan, we shouldn't make Alan worry about something that might be nothing. On that, they both agreed. Harry returned to the common room alone. Susan left straight for the library. Harry was enjoying a game of push-pull with Wayne. He was now 15 without loss, and Wayne was looking into ways of handicapping him when Susan hurried through the portal. She went straight to him, struggling with a cumbersome tome under one arm. Harry excused himself and darted down the stairs to the boys' dormitory. Susan followed. The beds were empty. Well, he whispered, what have you found? Susan looked stricken. She silently handed him the book. Harry's stomach sank. It must have weighed 6 pounds at least. Magical Movements of the 20th Century, it read, by Malcolm Muggeridge Wisdom. The leather binding creaked as he pried it open. He read with an unenthusiastic eye. The introduction was laborious and mentioned a Muggle edition of the book. Twice the joy, he muttered to himself. He turned to Susan's bookmark, a yellow silk slip tucked away at the rear of the glossary. Tucked away above the letter S, Harry grimaced. It was inevitable, wasn't it? It was. SLEF, and entry read, the Sorcerers' League for Equality and Fraternity, a defunct organization originating from the Blishwick Campbellite split, briefly claimed responsibility for a series of attacks against various organs of the ministry, which caused great damage but claimed no lives. Harry sighed, turning his gaze toward the canopy of his four-poster bed. Could be worse, he said. At least they didn't kill anyone, went unsaid. Blishwick, Susan said. It's too much of a coincidence. Harry pushed the name around his mind. His curtains really needed cleaning. He said. Maybe not. Wizards have large families, lots of branches. Susan didn't reply. Harry turned his eyes back to her. She was looking at him with those eyes of hers, those eyes. I'm not convincing anyone, am I? Susan shook her head. But we don't know anything about Gabriel's Slef, she pointed out reassuringly, if it's even hers. Harry gladly latched onto the thought. What if it was Blishwick's group? What if the two organizations just shared a name but not methods? He said as much to Susan. Harton probably doesn't know that, she said. We still need to tell the teachers about the faction. After what they had learned about Slef, who the faction seemed to idolize, Harry could not disagree. How about Snape? He said, imagining the glowering look on the potions professor's face when he was told about the faction. Then he immediately felt guilty. Professor Flitwick, Susan advised. Harton's the leader and he's a Ravenclaw. Proper procedure, Susan nodded. Now the decision had been taken off his hands, Harry felt a strange calm come over him. His feelings felt like the surface of a frozen lake. We'll leave a note then. What about Sleth? We don't know anything about Sleth, and you shouldn't go looking for them, Harry, she warned. Gabriel's friends are older, cleverer students than Harton's. If they have a hideaway, I don't think an invisibility cloak will hide you. The slight against his cloak singed, but her logic was undeniable. Practical, he thought, as always. You're right, I suppose all we can do is watch. They're probably just overeager, she said. Yeah, Harry replied. Something rang a little hollow in her apparent certainty. Yeah, just overeager. Alan seemed distracted the next day. He was unusually quiet. More than once he'd lapsed into silence at lunch, staring, brows furrowed, into the distance. When pressed, he claimed nothing was wrong. Until he disappeared as they were walking through the maze of Hogwarts' winding Gothic corridors. Harry and Susan searched for a while, but to no avail. Had he stumbled upon one of Hogwarts' secrets while they weren't looking? Had he been diverted by his own troubled thoughts and found himself lost? They could do nothing but continue to their favorite spot by the Black Lake and hope he'd appear. So that was what they did. Thankfully, Alan arrived little more than half an hour later, and he was smiling widely. He had, he proclaimed, found a solution to the Norbert problem, which was certainly a growing issue, judging by his increasingly alarming size. He'd been to see, of all people, Hermione Granger. She confirmed what he had suspected. Anthony Goldstein had been moaning about Ronald Weasley's boasting about his older brother. Charlie Weasley, said older brother, was a dragon keeper in Romania. He would surely know what to do with an infant Norwegian ridgeback. The only issue was convincing Weasley to contact his brother without informing the teachers. Alan was confident that wouldn't be a problem. Harry wasn't so sure. Worse, asking for his help would unavoidably reveal Norbert's existence. But they had no other option. Together it was decided that Alan would approach Weasley after class, as he knew him best. Harry couldn't remember saying a word to him. The thought sparked the unpleasant image of Luther McConnell's cold, pale eyes staring at him as the older boy recounted the reasons for Harton's hatred. Harry grimaced as he practiced his stone-skimming technique before the Black Lake. He didn't let go of the pebble in his hand. Rather, he moved his arm back and forth, wondering if the angle of release should be totally flat or slightly upwards. Deciding on the latter, he let fly. The stone skipped thrice on the dark, still waters, pinging each time before plop, into the water. That was still two fewer than Alan managed at his worst. Harry frowned. How could he outduel a talented second-year Boo? Susan stood with a rustle of fabric. Alan's here. Alan was making his way around the lakeshore. Harry couldn't tell if he was pleased or not. What did he say? He asked when the Ravenclaw came within earshot. Good news, Alan said, and bad news. The cryptic reply sent tremors of unease through Harry's gut. Susan looked like she was going to be sick. Well, have we found a way out? The word implied, or landed Hagrid in big trouble. Alan winked, and Harry could have punched him then. He'll do it. Susan sighed a long, happy sigh and flopped back down onto the grass. But Harry hadn't forgotten the promise of bad news. And Weasley will contact his brother in return for seeing Norbert first. There was a particular glint in Alan's eye, the same glint his cousin developed when she really wanted to push the club. He hadn't finished. And if we do his homework for him for the rest of the year? Harry felt his shoulders droop. Great, he thought morosely, and we can't say no, can we? He almost wanted to lay the extra homework on Alan. He made the bargain after all. Fine, said Susan, in her most prim, pure-blooded voice. That, he knew from experience, meant she was very, very mad. We'll split it between the three of us. If Weasley wants to fail his exams, that's on him. A week later, Norbert was gone, and Hagrid was inconsolable. Charlie Weasley and his dragon-keeping friends had arrived one night during the witching hour, flying modified broomsticks. They'd flown there in a tight square formation, and between them, suspended on steel-linked chains, was a box big enough for a juvenile Norwegian ridgeback. They touched down atop the astronomy tower, where Hagrid was waiting for them. He'd hefted an anesthetized Norbert over one vast shoulder and carried him all the way from his hut, over the grounds, through the silent hallways, and up the hundreds of steps of the tower. He left a literal trail of tears in his wake as he quietly wept along his journey. His and Norbert's final only journey together. Harry watched under his cloak, his heart clenching all the while. Hagrid's gentle, fatherly love for Norbert, indeed, for all animals, had never been more achingly evident. Harry wished he could reach out and comfort him, but he was breaking curfew as it was, and Hagrid didn't know about the cloak. He watched Hagrid and Charlie Weasley, a tall, dashing man whose hair was as red as all his brothers, exchange a few words. Weasley reached up and patted the older man on the shoulder. Soon after, Hagrid tenderly placed Norbert in the box, and Charlie and his colleagues ascended gracefully into the star-strewn night. Hagrid wept openly as they vanished into the night. Suddenly Harry remembered something Hagrid had said, as vividly as if he was hearing it right then. But what if he don't like it there? What if the other dragons are mean to him? He's only a baby. To a big un he'd be like a mouse to an elephant. Even at his most ridiculous, Hagrid cared. He really did. It was a parental love, the kind that seemed to make fathers dote and mothers turn anxious. And as Harry watched Hagrid weep, kind, gentle Hagrid, on that balmy spring night atop the astronomy tower, Harry wondered what love really felt like. He never felt familial love, nor, as far as he could remember, had any been directed towards him. Lily, his mind conjured Potter, James Potter, his parents. Had they loved him? No one had a bad word to say about them, so he supposed they did. He left Hagrid to his mourning and returned to his bed. There he dreamed, for the first time in months, of a flash of green light and high, cold laughter. They visited Hagrid the next evening. Alan was feeling especially guilty, having organized Norbert's removal himself. He'd asked the house elves for extra sticky toffee pudding and was smuggling half a dozen small trays in his satchel. But when Hagrid opened the door and beckoned them in, Harry knew the groundskeeper wouldn't be very interested in dessert. The hut stank of drink. Strong drink, the kind most people would use to remove stains rather than drink. From his seat at the table, he eyed Hagrid's massive stomach. He wasn't fat, he just was. How much could he put away? Uncle Vernon had always said that big men could hold their ale, and Uncle Vernon had never met anyone as large as Hagrid. Well, until he had. Sometimes, Harry still broke into laughter at the memory of his uncle's face as his shotgun was twisted like a pretzel. Susan was glancing at him meaningfully, and Harry realized he was smiling. He managed to smother it just as Hagrid returned with tea. As Harry struggled to fit his hands around the massive pewter mug, Hagrid fiddled with his robes. He looked like he hadn't slept a wink. Harry bit his lip. Norbert's absence had really hit him. What could he even say? Whatever it would have been, Alan beat him to the punch. "How are you feeling, Hagrid?" "Sore about it, you know." Norbert was well. He's been a big part of my life these past few weeks, he has. Hagrid shook his head. "Still, thanks for coming, TC me. I've been wanting some company. Now tell me, is Harton giving you any more trouble?" "No," Harry replied. He's kept his distance. As they begun to visit Hagrid frequently, Harry couldn't help but notice how keen the groundskeeper was to listen to them talk about Hogwarts, about their teachers and their classes. His kind, dark eyes shone with a sort of wistfulness as Susan related Professor Sprout's demonstration of the Dittany plant, or how Gregory Goyle somehow managed to untie his own shoes with a spell. He proceeded to fall over. Hagrid was looking better as she finished, so Alan picked up where Susan left off. He talked about Professor Quirrell's latest ineptitude. He'd managed to drop a crystal ball mid-lecture as he discussed the object's special uses to detect danger. It had smashed to 1,000 pieces. From its remains had emanated a sinister waft of white, curling smoke. That made Hagrid chuckle, which sounded to Harry rather like two large rocks grinding together. But Alan's second topic soured the mood, the last Quidditch game of the school year. "Norbert never got to fly at Hogwarts," Hagrid cried, and almost burst into tears. Harry shared a long look with Alan and Susan. The man was clearly on his way to intoxication. What on earth could they do? Eventually, Susan reached across the table and patted him awkwardly on the hand. Tea there, Hagrid. He's better off in Romania," she said soothingly, gaining confidence as she spoke. "Perhaps he can come back once they've trained him up a bit. He can help protect the third-floor corridor with Fluffy." Considering how large a Norwegian ridgeback was liable to grow, Harry didn't think that was very likely. Still, he wisely kept silent. Hagrid shook his head. "Nah," he slurred. "Flamel wouldn't like that," he said. "What if he ate it?" Harry's heart seemed to skip a beat. Flamel. It. In his brief attempts at learning wizarding history, just before he'd given up, in fact, the name Flamel had appeared more than once. Nicholas Flamel, he recalled, a legendary alchemist, the only creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry and Susan shared another look, while Alan just looked confused. Meanwhile, Hagrid was very annoyed with himself. He drew a massive hand across his face. "Oh, Merlin," he groaned. "I should not have said that. I should not have said that." Alan and Susan started talking, probably about the identity of Flamel, but Harry wasn't listening. He was busy piecing together all that he'd learned about the third-floor corridor, driven to new understanding by the presence of the stone. The Philosopher's Stone, which could produce the elixir of life, the font of immortality, and gold without end, the break in it, Gringotts, Fluffy, Sleth. Gabriel's questions about Harton's ambush, an ambush that ended with him stumbling over the corridor. Was it a coincidence? For his friendship with Gabriel, Harry wanted to say yes. His heart told him he was making a mountain from a molehill, but his head and his gut told him otherwise. It wasn't a coincidence. Sleth, whoever Sleth really were after the Philosopher's Stone. That brought him to the incident with the troll. At the time he thought it was an attempt to kill him. Now he wasn't sure. Was the troll's presence some sort of distraction? Had his likely death just been a bonus to obtaining immortality and infinite wealth? The thought made Harry feel sick. But beyond his emotions, new questions arose. Sleth, surely, wouldn't let a troll loose in Hogwarts. Sure, the original Sleth were extreme, but they were gone. This Sleth was probably just a group of students taking up the name, one of whom was Gabriel. She wouldn't try to kill him, would she? No. His train of thought moved to only one conclusion. Gabriel was after the Philosopher's Stone, but so was someone else. He returned to the conversation just in time for Alan to turn to him. "So that was the package you mentioned, Harry, that one from the Prophet." It was his voice dropped to an awed whisper. "The Philosopher's Stone." Hagrid coughed loudly. "I'd, appreciate if you kids didn't tell anyone about this. By all rights, I shouldn't let anyone know." "Of course, Hagrid," Harry promised. "But you do know someone is trying to steal it." Hagrid looked somehow even more uncomfortable. "Yes, well, you know how it is. Dumbledore has it in hand." That was almost certainly true. Harry couldn't imagine Dumbledore being wrong-footed by anything. But did he know about Sleth? Would he let Gabriel run the self-defense club if he did? Maybe he didn't, or maybe Sleth was nothing to worry about. They hadn't actually done anything after all. Harry felt another headache developing, draining thought by draining thought. Either way, he did need to inform the professors about Harton's faction, just as Susan had advised him. She knew more about the wizarding world than him. If the book was that worrying, he had no other choice. But whispering in the very terrible corners of his mind, deep and dark, was the thought that Harton and his group hadn't done anything either, no less or more than Gabriel Sleth. His headache only grew worse as he gave his final commiserations to Hagrid and left the hut, Alan and Susan in tow. The sun was still shining outside. Harry grimaced as the light met his eyes. "Let's get it over with," he muttered to himself. His voice carried. "Get what over with?" said Alan. "Oh, nothing." But Harry couldn't bear to tell the professors that day. Only after a troubled sleep did he put together a note, unsigned and written in printed letters. It described only the location of Harton's hideout. The teachers could judge the books therein for themselves. Harry left it beneath the door to Professor McGonagall's office. He wasn't going to give Snape the pleasure, and walked away feeling quite bad about it. As he hurried back to the Hufflepuff common room, he had to remind himself, more than once, of Harton's prank and subsequent cowardice. But that only directed his mind to Lother McConnell and his troublesome explanation. He was glad to reach the common room, where Susan was reading a book on alchemy. She peered over the edging of alchemy, mysteries within the minerals and other assorted materials, and said, "It's fascinating, you know, alchemy, like potions, but more, and we know so little about it." Susan blushed red and peered around the common room. No one seemed to notice the way she'd raised her voice. She leaned forward conspiratorially. "I've been thinking," she whispered. "What if Sleth go for the stone?" "They can't have it, Harry, but none of the teachers would believe us if we told them what's happening." It was an inevitable conclusion. Harry had arrived at the same place. "But they are guarding the stone," he countered. "They expect someone to try and steal it." Susan gripped her book so tightly her knuckles whitened. "Yes," she said fearfully. And if whoever else is after the stone tries to steal it, they might run into Slef or probably Gabriel. She's their best member as far as we know. They'll only try on the final days of school. What if they try on the same night? Harry paused. He hadn't really thought about the identity of the other group or person trying to steal the stone. Why did you think they'd only TR? You think it's a teacher? He ducked his head. That'd been too loud. Susan nodded, biting her lip. Or a prodigious seventh year. There are a couple of Slytherins and a Ravenclaw who might be capable, perhaps. One of them is even interested in alchemy. That changed things. Harry leaned back into his squishy yellow armchair and let himself think. So, it's a trap, then, set up after the vault was raided. Yes, Susan agreed. And I think I have a way of knowing when it's sprung, or at least, preventing Gabriel from doing anything stupid. The catalyst of Susan's idea arrived 3 days later. She'd mail-ordered it from the child-rearing section of Smithson's contrivances for all occasions, one of a legion of popular wizarding catalogues. Harry couldn't even imagine how difficult it would be to explain why Susan was ordering nursery items to Hogwarts, or at all, really. The mere thought made him blush tomato red. But they weren't caught, and that afternoon, when they were alone again by the Black Lake, Alan had managed to land himself in detention, the first of his Hogwarts career. Susan handed him a small, thin cylinder about the size of his thumb. Harry peered at it, trying to feel the enchantments. Disappointingly, if not unexpectedly, he felt nothing. He weighed it in his hand. It was light. So this is it. Susan fished something else out of her robe pocket. That she held up a delicately sculpted bronze device, which resembled a meridian ring, the circle within which a model globe might be kept. And this. Harry observed the second object. It was shaped like a pair of grasping hands, one sizable and masculine, the other dainty and feminine. They were holding the ring, which was just about Harry placed the cylinder in the ring. There was a strange pulling sensation. He let go, and the cylinder floated in the meridian, only rotating on its axis. That's how it's stored when it's not being used, Susan said. So all we've got to do is find a way to stick the puck thing in the heel of one of Gabriel's shoes, and whenever she moves, the hands will vibrate. And the vibration will get stronger and stronger unless the hands are touched. My auntie's house elf had won for me. Not, Harry noted dimly, her aunt herself, but he filed that information away for later. Will the battery last long enough? Hopefully we'll figure out a way to install it this week. We need it to work until at least the end of the year. I bought the most expensive one. It should last 6 months. Harry nodded, feeling rather strange. It was all rather strange. They were plotting against their own mentor, on the assumption she was part of a reformed terrorist group that perhaps weren't so extreme anymore if they existed. And if they were interested in the Philosopher's Stone, which, if it fell into the wrong hands, could cause untold chaos. And they couldn't tell Alan without threatening their friendship. Harry sighed. The last few months of the school year were going to be long, especially with that thing by his bedside, ever threatening to go off in the night. Even so, they had to be there. They discovered all this. It was too late to back out now. If that alarm did sound, if Gabriel made her move, they'd be ready. For her sake, as much as anyone's. And this is obviously not the same quote as in the films or books, because in that context Norbert, is already gone, and he's talking to Filch. So Harry discovers the nature of Slef, or the old Slef. Obviously, this is modelled on a number of Muggle radical groups from a similar period, most of them German, strangely enough. Anyone aware of them? No need for a glossary this time, though there is a large one in the next chapter, which is the last chapter of the Stone Arc, and runs to about 10,000 words. It's already available on the Discord associated with this story, and as you can imagine, brings everything to a close. That'll be posted here in about 2 weeks. Until then, enjoy summer. JoustingAlchemy. 17. The Stone Roman 3. The Stone Roman 3 previous chapter. Harry fixes the Norbert problem and devises a plan to observe Gabriel as the end of the year looms. The nursery monitor remained in Harry's trunk, unused for 2 weeks. Each day was nerve-wracking. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. By the afternoons, Harry was spending as much effort trying to distract his wayward mind, nibbling at the feather of his quill, shifting in his seat, as he was learning. Merely passing close to the third-floor corridor sent his imagination stirring. He couldn't help but imagined that Gabriel might make some mad attempt at claiming the stone before the end of the year. But apprehension gripped him most strongly in those moments of tedium in class, when Professor Quirrell was stuttering through a review of Allard's laws, or Professor Sprout decided to test their parting prowess. Moments when there was nothing to distract him, not friends, nor dueling, nor the call of sleep. Then he worried and worried and worried and thought about the monitor in his trunk. How were they going to smuggle it onto the heel of Gabriel's shoes without her noticing? More than once, he considered bringing Alan into the secret. 3 heads were better than 2, after all, and he knew more of the other students than Harry or Susan. If he couldn't come up with a plan, perhaps someone else could. But when Harry played through the conversation in his head, he could never finish it. How would Alan react if he was told his cousin might be mixed up in some sort of crazy group? It sounded mad. If Harry was told such a thing, not that he could imagine Dudley being involved in anything except a breakfast, lunch, and dinner club, he'd definitely go tell someone. And he didn't like Dudley. Alan idealized Gabriel. He'd confront her. And that couldn't happen. So instead, Harry stewed in his inactivity, growing slowly more irritated, steadily more snappy and short-tempered. Alan had absolutely no idea why he was so angry, while Susan's concern grew with his aggravation. Others began to notice, too, and his unfortunate blend of caustic anger and reserved disposition won him no favors. The apex arrived when he thoughtlessly turned a corner, bundling a first-year Slytherin over. She cried out, scrambling for her tinted glasses that clattered to the ground. Harry was so angry, so enraged with Gabriel, with Sleth, with his inability to tell Alan. With himself that he just thundered past, back to the Hufflepuff common room, but he was feeling awfully recalcitrant by the time he reached the Hufflepuff barrels. He practically slinked to his customary armchair, as though everyone in the room had seen what had happened. "Susan," he whispered as he sat. "Who's that girl, that Slytherin girl, who wears those strange glasses?" Susan lowered her book into her lap. You mean Greengrass, right? Daphne Greengrass. She wears dark glasses." "Right, we, had a bit of a run-in." Susan just stared at him. Literally." This now seemed like a bad idea. Harry ducked his head. "Might have, accidentally, knocked her over. And did you apologize?" "No." Susan's sigh stung like nails on a chalkboard. That familiar blue-eyed disappointment hurt even more. "Harry, you've got to stop thinking about it. We'll find a way to get it on her shoe eventually." It. They only spoke about Gabriel and the Sleth as it nowadays, another painful reminder of their shared secret. Harry was tired of keeping secrets. He'd hoped the Rosier debacle would be the end of it. It was infuriating. "I know," he whispered back harshly. Susan flinched and Harry winced. "Sorry," he said guiltily. I know, but haven't you ever heard of that whole thing? Don't try and think about pink elephants." Pink elephants. Asterisk, yes, you know. Hadn't everyone had that said to them at least once? "Perhaps it's a muggle thing. What do you think about when I tell you not to think about pink elephants?" For a long moment Susan looked at him like he was mad. "Pink allow, you're talking about the Bogart's riddle, right?" Now it was Harry's turn to look confused. "What's a Bogart?" "A creature that hides in dark places," she said, beginning to play with the end of her braided hair. "If you look at it, it turns into your greatest fear. The way to defeat a Bogart is to change that scary thought into something funny. But as your worst fear appears in front of you, how can you think of anything else?" That sounded terrifying. Oh, Harry cast his mind back. What would his own greatest fear be? Voldemort. But he was dead. He knew he was dead. Have you ever met a Bogart? Susan's eyes shimmered. Her hands fell away from her hair to her lap. Yes. Harry thought it best to drop the subject. He did his best to think instead about pink elephants, but paradoxically could only think of Gabriel, or occasionally an elephant with Gabriel's face, which was terrifying. Sleep came late, as usual, but the next morning proved glorious, and not because of the fresh Scottish sun. The subject dropped straight into their lap with a prank. The Weasley twins had seemingly decided that it would be a good idea to trap the entrance to the Great Hall. Anyone who walked through had their footwear turned into clown shoes. Gabriel was one of them, and no standard dispelling charm would work. The shoes had to be left with Professor Flitwick to return them to their original state. It wasn't too difficult to distract the diminutive professor and sticky charm the monitor into the heel of Gabriel's shoe. Relief crashed upon him then like a wave. One overwhelming splash, then a series of lesser impacts as the water withdrew. Quietly, he worried Gabriel might somehow find it, though the monitor was the same black as the heel, but she gave no indication she had. He slept like a broken light and awoke at dawn refreshed. But that wasn't quite the end of it. After the next day's lessons, he returned to the dormitory to see his trunk jumping. Harry blinked. The trunk was hopping. Like one of those pogo sticks that Dudley never let him ride, it was jumping up and down, leaving scuff marks on the yellow-gold rug. Thank Merlin he'd walked in rather than his dorm mates. Now what was it? Harry watched it for a moment. He listened. For a moment he heard nothing, then droning, buzzing, no vibrations. Oh, he thought, the nursery monitor. He wrestled his trunk to the floor, opened the lid, and fished out the sculpture. The entwined hands stopped moving as he touched them, but they continued to flash, glimmering as if to shout in warning. Your baby has been moving for the past 5 hours. Harry tapped it with his wand. The flashing stopped. Well, that was troublesome, but at least Susan had the instruction manual. It was only a hiccup. They could stop the vibrations during the day, retain them during the night, and he could sleep soundly in the knowledge that if anything did happen, if Gabriel was foolish enough to go after the stone, he would be there to stop her, or at least tell a teacher. Now he could finally focus on the oncoming exams and dueling practice, so he thought. He'd totally forgotten about the onslaught of Quidditch. 2 games were scheduled in as many weeks, Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw and Ravenclaw versus Slytherin. Alan was practically vibrating with excitement, kind of like his trunk. It was bizarre, especially as most of the school mirrored him. Exams. Witches and wizards didn't seem to care, even the older Muggleborns. Hermione Granger, on the other hand, was rarely seen outside of lessons or the library. She was often joined by a couple of Ravenclaws and a Gryffindor Longbottom, Harry recalled. He was glad to see she'd finally made some friends. Recently, she'd even begun to greet him in the corridor. Perhaps the trauma of the troll incident was receding into the past. Harry hoped so. Granger was as sharp as an aura's defindo. Far, far from the hush of the library, Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw was loud, raucous, and pretty boring, at least in Harry's opinion. Maybe Alan's love of Quidditch had rubbed off on him, because he saw 3 Ravenclaw chasers who played like they'd never exchanged a pass before, while Hufflepuff's beaters Stephen Longcraft and Marcus Moody seemed as liable to hit their own players as the opposition. Apparently one of the chasers was a substitute, but for the beater's poor play, he had no explanation. The game finally ended when Hufflepuff's Cedric Diggory dived for the snitch. Harry applauded with the rest of the house, whose cheers seemed to shake the timber frame of their watchtower. That was duller than Quirrell reading an encyclopedia, Wayne said over his shoulder. Harry snickered. What a frightening image. A Hardvock, Wayne stuttered mockingly. Ow! Harry twisted in his seat. Wayne was rubbing his ribs. Don't be mean, Hannah Abbott said. The sun glinted off her blonde pigtails in a way that made her slightly difficult to look at. He is right, though, Megan Jones said. Even if he is a sard, Ravenclaw need to put up a better fight if they're going to have a chance against Slytherin. Or else, Harry knew, Slytherin would win the Quidditch Cup, and through the 50 points gained by winning a match, would draw closer to winning their 7th House Cup in a row. As it turned out, Ravenclaw versus Slytherin was a better game. Ravenclaw had all 3 first-team chasers on the pitch, and each of them gave their all. After an hour, they were tied 100-100. Then the quality of Slytherin's beaters, matched only by the Gryffindor's Weasley twins, began to show. They were brutal. First, they knocked down a Ravenclaw beater with a clever 1-2. One of the Slytherin beaters ghosted into their counterpart's blind side. So when the other beater rocketed the bludger at said Ravenclaw, he had no chance at all to dodge when the blindside beater smashed the bludger at his back. He dropped like a stone. Susan gasped while Wayne winced. Thereafter the Slytherin beaters were free to harry the Ravenclaws as much as they liked. In half and Slytherin built up a solid 60-point lead, then the beaters began targeting Diggory himself. He was agile and kept them busy, but they were keeping him busy too. The Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, soon had a free run at the snitch. It was over quickly. Hufflepuff Watchtower groaned. The Interhouse Quidditch Cup belonged to Slytherin again. Morgana, Harry heard Susan mutter angrily. Few outside Slytherin wanted them to win. Their questionable tactics and dark reputation followed them like a cloud. Harry thought it was a bit unfair, but could also admit to himself he didn't know enough to judge. The Hufflepuff stamped down the watchtower in a huff. Harry followed the crowd, a little bemused by their reaction. Were Slytherin really that bad? Malfoy had been somewhat helpful at times. As he touched solid ground, his thoughts quickly drifted. Dueling practice was cancelled for the day, but that didn't mean he and Susan couldn't go on anyway. Alan would meet them there. "Come on," he said, striding toward the castle. He felt the familiar thrill building, the giddiness that never seemed to fade when he thought about dueling. Alan indeed met them at the dueling hall, which was blessedly empty, and they spent the best part of an hour practicing. Alan and Susan tried to improve their casting speed by pelting spells at Harry. Harry worked on his avoidance tactics by dodging those same spells. He felt like a ball of sweat by the hour's end, and never more satisfied. But that satisfaction did not endure through the final weeks leading up to the exams. He felt as though he wasn't hitting the heights he had against McConnell. In fact, he began to feel as if he wasn't progressing at all. Improvement in his Jiswiffen movements had slowed to a crawl. His casting speed seemed to stall too. He didn't feel any quicker or lighter on his feet than during his duel with McConnell. Was he wondered, hitting a natural physical barrier because of his age? Or was this just it? Was this the apex of his potential? Obviously, he'd get stronger as he grew, but would he get quicker? Or would training for the rest of his life just amount to maintaining what he already had? It was a worrying thought. Moreover, Gabriel had stopped teaching anything new for the year. "My plans have run out," she had said when he asked. "I didn't expect the club to be this popular." She was right. They'd never expected so many, though no few were dropping out in preparation for their examinations. Still, Harry wanted to throw up his hands in frustration, but openly said, "It's okay. I can wait until the second-year curriculum." If there was going to be a second year of the Self-Defense Club, knew what would happen if Gabriel really went for the stone, and as the exams rapidly approached, his fears about the Philosopher's Stone began to return, first only as errant thoughts, then as a steady stream of worry. It didn't help that he had to turn the nursery monitor back on each night. Then, suddenly, the exams were not approaching anymore. They were upon him. The day was scorchingly hot. The examination room they were led to felt like a furnace. Harry swore he saw steam rising off the chalkboard. They were given special quills enchanted with an anti-cheating charm. Wishfully, he did his best to feel for the magic of the spell, searching for the sensations simulated by the push-pull game. Nothing. Harry sulked for a moment, then listened to the proctor as he explained the rules of the examinations. Apparently, the first-year exams were spread over 2 days. 6 subjects, 6 theoretical exams, and 5 practical exams. Charms, potions, and transfiguration one day, herbology, defense against the dark arts, and history of magic the next. Harry groaned to himself. Now they were actually happening, he no longer felt anxious. "This is going to be boring," he murmured to himself. Beside him, Wayne chuffed. He didn't have to be a wizard to make that prediction, though he indeed was. The examinations were boring. Mostly because they were easy. Even subjects which Harry had found little to interest him, like potions, didn't confront him with anything particularly mind-bending. The practicals were better, but unfortunately shorter. Professor McGonagall asked them to turn a mouse into a snuffle box, an advanced skill for a first year, while Professor Flitwick requested that they make a pineapple tap dance across his desk. It was all very simple. The most challenging practical exam was Snape's, though only because it was easy to forget the ingredients to the forgetfulness potion when he was practically breathing down Harry's neck. When he lowered his quill on the second day, finally finishing his essay on the Third Goblin Rebellion, the so-called Quartering Rebellion, named for very unfortunate reasons, Harry let himself relax, flopping into his chair. It was over. It was over, he'd done well, he thought, and his wrist ached like he'd been holding a heavy weight over his head for a week straight. Soon after, the proctor called time. Harry rolled up his parchment and passed it to the front, then scampered out the door. "Thank Merlin that's," a yawn interrupted him. "Over," he said to Susan. Susan looked at him silently. She looked even less impressed than she usually did when he or Alan said something stupid. In fact, Harry thought she might fall asleep on her feet. Now that was over for a year. They only had to worry about the stone. Harry suppressed another yawn. His tired mind passed the thought around. Surely they were being paranoid, right? Nothing was really going to happen. Who would try and steal from Hogwarts, one of Europe's most secure places? BZZZ. BZZZ. Groggily, Harry opened his eyes. It was very dark behind the curtains of his four-poster bed. His thoughts slid around his head like marbles on a countertop. What was happening? BZZZ, BZZZ, he blinked. Was that? He turned left on his pillow, shocked disbelief spreading through his thoughts. It couldn't be right. The entwined hands of the nursery monitor were flashing gold dimly right now, but Harry knew the light would grow stronger. Soon it would be visible through the curtains. Numbly, he reached for his wand on his bedside table, grasping the holly handle in an unsteady hand. Finite, he muttered flatly. The flashing ceased. So did the buzzing. And Harry Potter suddenly felt very awake. He sat up abruptly. Was this really happening, or had he dreamt it? Gabriel wasn't really going for the stone, was she? He looked back at the monitor with accusatory eyes. He wished it wasn't there. It wasn't a dream. A minute later he was up and dressed, if extraordinarily scruffy, not that he could really see himself too well beyond the lumos he'd lit. He grabbed for a charmed paper plane he and Susan had bought for this very moment and threw it out the window. It vanished from view. He knew it wouldn't hit the ground below. It was charmed to guise itself to its target, in this case Susan in the girls' dormitory. He knew she always left a window just slightly ajar for that very reason. He weighted invisibility cloak under one arm on the dormitory landing, where the first-year boys and girls separated out. For a long moment there was only silence and the shadows cast by Harry's silver lumos. Then there was the creaking of a door, and from the darkness Susan's pale face appeared. She was bleary-eyed and wan. Is it?" she murmured, stumbling up the girl's flight of stairs. "Is it really happening?" Harry still couldn't believe it either. "Yes," he said softly. The monitor went off. If possible, Susan's face grew paler still. I suppose we have to go then." They did. They talked this through before. No teacher, not even Professor Flitwick, would believe them, and it wasn't as though they were walking into certain doom. The obstacles behind Fluffy, whatever they were, likely weren't lethal, so that was that. Harry threw his coat over his shoulders, offering a space. "Come on," he said. "There's no time. Gabriel has longer legs than us." The joke fell flat, but Susan tucked herself under the cloak. Leaving the Hufflepuff dormitory was slow going, but out in the corridors they could power walk under the cloak. They'd practiced, just in case. It was a fond memory. They fell over each other 24 times, giggling like invisible idiots that afternoon. The muscle memory remained, but none of the emotion. Harry's guts felt like ice. It was all unraveling. How would they even stop Gabriel if they caught her? On they went, through shadowed corridors, silent and still, unearthly like a midsummer night's dream. They saw no one, heard nothing except the breathing of the other. The grand staircase was mercifully direct, leading straight to the third floor. Harry and Susan had just reached the crown of the staircase when they spotted Peeves the poltergeist floating aimlessly behind them. Susan's breath hitched. Harry winced, but Peeves gave no hint of recognition. "What shall we do to scare the blighters, eh?" Peeves muttered to himself. A hidden pastry, perhaps, to step in. A secret step, maybe, to miss. "Ooh, looks here, a carpet, methinks, to slip on." Just a few feet away, Peeves began to tug at the carpet by the stairs. Harry and Susan had frozen. Peeves couldn't see them, but their footsteps still made noise. Slowly, Harry began to crouch, nodding at Susan to follow. He pointed toward the third-floor corridor. Susan grimaced. Up close, Harry could see the fear flash across her face. They continued stiffly, breathing only when they turned a corner. One more corner, and they were at the entrance to Fluffley's lair. The door was already ajar. "Someone's been here," Susan whispered, alarmed. "Gabriel," Harry said, worried. What did she think she was doing? What did she think an organization like Slef would do with the Philosopher's Stone? Susan took something small and silver from her robe pocket. It was a box. Inlaid with a golden bee, she opened it, revealing a delicate elven figure who shimmered a pure and soothing silver. Music began to emanate from the box, a classical muggle tune Harry had heard but couldn't place. The little elf began to dance. The music box was Susan's idea. Harry had never seen it before. He wasn't expecting such ornate craftsmanship. Wizarding attention to detail always surprised him. The music quickened. Harry straightened himself. Fluffy the Cerberus was just beyond the door, and who knew what else? He felt his hands trembling. "Ready," he croaked. Susan nodded shakily. Harry pushed the door open. Deep, thrumming growling rumbled over them like thunder. Fluffy was there, towering over them, sniffing for an intruder he couldn't see with all three of his noses. Could he smell them? He had a lot of nose to smell with. He glanced down at the music box, half amazed that such a small thing could defeat such a vast monster, half afraid it wouldn't. And slowly, slowly, Fluffy began to totter. His head began to roll, until he flopped to the ground, fast asleep. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and threw off the cloak. Susan squeaked in fright, but Fluffy was unmoved. Warn me next time, she whispered vexatiously. But Harry was too busy examining the chamber to take notice. It was tall obvious, else Fluffy would always be hunching over and classically oriented. Twin columns framed the Cerberus as though the creature were a sculptured nightmare. Frescoes decorated the walls. Angels stared down from the ceiling. They were all beautiful, yet the floor drew his interest most. A broken harp lay before Fluffy, its strings snapped, and beyond that, just before the monster's vast paw, was a trapdoor. A trapdoor, Harry murmured, by the harp. Susan winced. This is a bad idea, she said quietly and crept toward it. Her hair swayed with Fluffy's hot, odorous breath as she drew near. Harry gritted his teeth and followed. Susan pulled the right of the trapdoor, which lifted easily. Darkness greeted them below. They leant over and peered down into the nothingness. No stairs, Harry said. What do you suppose is down there? Susan looked up and met his eyes. Nothing good. A long drop, maybe, long enough to break something. Harry ground his teeth and fingered his wand. I think I have a way. He lowered himself to the floor carefully, positioning himself by the trapdoor so that his wand arm could reach as far into the dark as possible. He didn't want to risk Fluffy waking when he cast Lumos Maxima. His wand sputtered for a moment, and Harry grimaced. He'd seen this charm in the same textbook as Lumos, but he'd rarely attempted it. But slowly, almost lazily, a white light emerged from the tip of his wand and floated off into the darkness. It illuminated very little by way of its light. It was what was uncovered by way of sound that was worrying. Faint squealing, then a horrible scuttling, like 1,000 spiders chittering across a stone floor. Light faded, and another ill-fortuned sound reverberated up from the trapdoor. Harry frowned. Hadn't he heard that before? Devil's snare, Susan said. He thought back to Professor Sprout's lecture, recalling that horrid black-green mass of vines, and found that she was correct. Thank you, Professor Sprout, he muttered wryly, who expected herbology to be useful here. Quickly he refocused. Laying beside a giant three-headed dog would do that. The drop isn't far, and the devil's snare will cushion our fall. We just have to cast Lumos once we hit the plant, whatever it really is. Fancy going first. Susan hit him with a familiar look. No. Harry took a deep breath, then regretted it, because it was really Fluffy's exhalation he was inhaling, and jumped. He felt a moment of weightlessness, of cold, frigid air rushing by him faster and faster and fast, and he landed with a muffled thump, rolling immediately to ensure Susan didn't land on him. He heard another thump nearby. Lumos. The devil's snare screeched a high, horrid cry and began to retreat. It writhed beneath him, nauseating in its snake-like movement, undulating all over his body. Harry could have retched. Harry, I'm fine. He climbed to his feet, lighting the way with his wand. Susan stood, looking ill, just a few feet away. It's still here, she said, in the corners of the room. Harry peered into the darkness. It was there, somewhere, waiting. I know. Just then, Fluffy began to bark above them, and the trapdoor slammed shut lightly by itself. We're sealed in, Susan murmured fearfully. Her wide blue eyes were staring mournfully at the blackness of the ceiling. There must be a way out, Harry said. Let's have a look around. Fortunately, there was a narrow stone passageway not far distant, which soon began to slope down. Harry heard water dripping down the walls, and he couldn't help but be reminded of the catacombs below Holt End and the deep earth. And Adelita Land's stories of the Eurobrunner and the things that might spawn there. Harry swallowed heavily. Hogwarts was one of the most magical places in Europe. What sort of creature might it attract? If they were to run into one of those, the sound of fluttering distracted him from his maudlin thoughts. Susan paused mid-step. Are those wings? Maybe. Harry strained his ears. It sounded like 10,000 moths, but not. There was, beneath the sound of wings, clinking too. They reached the end of the passageway, which opened into a bright-lit chamber whose Gothic ceiling arched high above them. The air was swarming with shining birds, flying aimlessly in chaotic circles. The rest of the room was empty. A heavy wooden door waited at the opposite end of the chamber. Susan stared up. Those birds, they don't look right. Will they attack us if we try for the door? Harry was looking too, squinting, a strange feeling in his gut. They were strange, strange in a way he couldn't quite place. Maybe, he repeated. He took a single, cautious step, half expecting the strange birds to dive at him. Nothing. He took another and another. Eventually, he just walked over to the other side, and Susan followed. Harry pointed his wand at the door. Alohomora. The door wouldn't budge. Perhaps a more advanced unlocking charm would work. Harry didn't know any. Outside of dueling, he didn't know many spells. Really, Susan was still watching the birds while Harry tried, in vain, to force the door open. "They're keys," she said suddenly. "One of them must open the door." She was right. The bodies of the birds were, in fact, keys of many colors and shapes. Harry examined the keyhole carefully. He got the distinct feeling that the correct key was keenly enchanted against magical tampering. That ruled out a keo. But there must, he thought, be a way. Ah, look, broomsticks. Susan pointed to a corner of the room. They seized a pair and kicked into the air. Harry spun, testing the broom, then frowned. These were school brooms, slow and old. He only hoped that nothing bad happened when they caught the correct key asterisk. They began to fly in long circles, searching for a key. It was difficult going. They would fly away from them as one, more like flocking sheep than swarming birds. And even if they did catch one, how were they supposed to know it'd work? Something glittered in Harry's peripheral vision. A silver key, slightly larger than average, with a bent wing, as though it had already been caught before. There. Harry called, pointing toward it. Susan started, then swerved quickly toward the key. It would take lighting reflexes to catch it, if only they were sheep. "Wait," Harry called. "Don't go straight for it, heard it. I'll come around from the left, you come around from the right, and we'll trap it in a corner." Susan nodded and adjusted her trajectory. Harry did the same, and slowly, slowly pushed the keys toward the far corner of the room. If they began to drop, they dropped. If they rose, they rose. This would be a lot easier if Alan were here, he grumbled to himself, wincing at the errant thought. Soon the wall was drawing closer and closer, and Harry felt sweat drip from his brow. He was gripping his broom hard, tense, ready, rigid like the wood beneath him. What would happen when the key had nowhere to go? Would it div suddenly the key burst upwards, almost scraping the roof? Susan jolted on her broom, but Harry was ready. He sprung upwards, rotating too, so that when he pinned the key to the ceiling he was upside down. Harry grinned. "You should be a seeker," Susan said, sidling up beside him. "Don't tell Diggory," Harry joked. "Think this is the right key." Up close, the metal appeared lighter than the lock. He wasn't so sure anymore. But when they returned to the ground, they discovered it was the correct key after all. The key flew away once they'd turned the lock, looking even more worse for wear. The chamber beyond was disorientingly dark until they stepped into it. Candlelight flickered from glittering chandeliers, revealing an astounding sight. A huge chessboard was laid out before them in traditional black and white checkers. They were on the side of the blacks, whose pieces towered above them, imposing and stern. Facing them were the white pieces, but not all was in order. The whites and the blacks had moved, in fact. The whites seemed to be Harry's breath caught in his throat, gathered around something on the other side of the board. No, he corrected grimly, gathered around someone. He shared a long look with Susan, then ever so cautiously stepped onto the board. The pieces didn't react. Perhaps they weren't enchanted to understand interlopers in their game. Because that's all this could be, a terrible game. If Harry had counted correctly, a black knight was missing from the board. That must have been Gar the person playing. What would happen if they were taken? The stone-faced chess pieces loomed above him like the statues of ancient kings as he crept closer to the circle of whites, his heart hammering in his chest. He already knew what was coming. He didn't want to see it, didn't want to believe it, but he peeked under a bishop's pale stone arm. His stomach sank. He broke out in a cold sweat. His heart felt like it might explode. Gabriel sat huddled in the center of the deathly circle, her head resting miserably against her knees. She had wrapped her arms around herself protectively. The strong-willed, ambitious young woman he knew suddenly looked shrunken, small. Harry sighed. His anxiety bled away all at once and was replaced by something else, something he couldn't quite name. Was this pity? Harry hadn't had much reason to pity anyone before, at least not after the mess at Holt End. Gabriel must have heard him because her head suddenly shot up, revealing bloodshot grey eyes. "Harry," she gasped. What must have been new hope blossomed on her face. It made Harry feel ill. "Harry, never mind. You've got to get me out of here." Her words were like a dagger through his tortured heart. What would she do if he managed to free her? It was a rhetorical question, he knew. She'd go after the stone, and Sleth couldn't be allowed to gain the stone. Aye, the refusal was on the tip of his tongue, but he just couldn't bear to say it. Why are you here, Gabby? What do you want with the philosopher's stone? Something strange passed across her fair features then, as quick as a flash. It was impossible to read, but she was definitely unsurprised that he knew about the stone. Someone is trying to steal it. Why else would Professor Dumbledore hide it here? The break-in, remember, at Gringotts? Harry nodded mournfully. His head felt like it was full of cotton wool, so did his mouth. He tried to speak, but nothing came out. Now she was here, so close, so vulnerable, how could he accuse her, even if she was guilty? You're right, he eventually stuttered out. His hammering heart had returned. He could see the fear in Gabriel's eyes, could sense Susan by his shoulder, watching expectantly. Gabriel was pleading with him, pleading without saying a word. Harry fought back the need to vomit. Someone is trying to steal the stone. So are the Sorcerers' League for Equality and Fraternity. Gabriel's face dropped into a visage of despair, a group who used to bomb ministry buildings. Gabriel turned her gaze to the checkerboard floor. She whispered, her voice pitching high, so close to tears. It's not like that anymore, it's just a name. For the first time, Susan intervened. We can't take your word for it. Gabriel stiffened, then shuddered, breaking out into whimpers. Harry saw the glimmer of tears as she finally began to lose her renowned composure. Harry had never felt more wretched, more evil, making her cry. Dumbledore, Gabriel sobbed. Streaming tears splashed against the checkerboard floor. If only, this is it then. If only I was be better at chess, I'm not, it won't. She took a deep, long, steadying breath and finally looked back up at him. Her eyes were glistening like silver. Someone's been here before me, give them hell. And run, because I don't know what these chess pieces will do once, you know. Harry gave her a shaky smile. He raised his wand. Stupefy. A familiar red bolt hit Gabriel and she crumpled, but neither Harry nor Susan were there to see it. They were already sprinting to the other side of the board before the chess pieces could reset, or worse, stop them with their bludgeoning weight. They didn't look back until they were through the next door, where they were hit with a terrible smell. Merlin, Susan grimaced. She took a deep breath and held it. Harry followed her example. The smell was awful, like rotten eggs, and familiar, evoking particularly unpleasant memories. Harry shivered. A massive troll, possibly a field troll, was laid out in the center of the chamber, a large bump on its head. Professor Quirrell, Susan whispered. Harry started. What? They shuffled toward the door. What's Professor Quirrell got to do with it? Haven't you noticed? She said. The devil's snare was Professor Sprout's. The keys Professor Flitwick's. Harry thought back. Oh, he said, feeling stupid. Hadn't he been the one who thought these were more like tests than deadly obstacles? Each teacher must have contributed their own speciality, so that left Harry pushed open the door, revealing a modest chamber populated by a table and 7 small bottles Snape. They stepped beyond the threshold, and a fire sprang up behind them, a strange, cold, purple fire. Simultaneously, a black fire blocked the door beyond. They were trapped. Harry and Susan approached the table cautiously. A roll of parchment was lying beside the bottles. It read thus: Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting bidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore, to help you in your choice. We give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end, but if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Susan made a sound of interest. A riddle. So, 7 bottles, 3 are poisoned, while 2 are wine. 1 will allow passage through the black fire, and 1 through the purple. Harry glanced up at the black fire. Only 1. Susan didn't say anything. She paced around the table, her eyes darting from bottle to bottle. Harry considered the riddle himself. The clues weren't in a useful order. The line removing the 2 outer bottles was key. After that, this one. Susan picked up the smallest bottle. Harry agreed. It'll get us through the black fire. Susan shook her head ruefully. It'll get you through the black fire. There's only enough for one. You're the better duelist. Whoever's ahead of us, you've got the better chance to slow them down. Harry took a rounded bottle and held it out. They swapped. I can't disagree. That'll get you back. You need to go back, use one of the brooms. I'm sure you can force the trapdoor open. Tell a teacher what we've seen and come back. Whoever is through that fire, I won't be their match. Susan bit her lip, glancing at the purple fire. Don't die, she said. Don't you dare die. Then she threw her arms around him. Harry blinked, looking down at Susan's red hair nestled in his chest. Embarrassment flooded through him. I won't, he said. Yet he couldn't help but think of all the real duels he'd seen, the duels between adults, Montague against Neen, the Lyle brothers facing off, and he knew he had no chance. He wasn't less than a match, he wasn't in the same league. I won't. Without another word, Susan withdrew, drank her potion, and hurried through the purple fire. Harry sighed, looking down at his own bottle. Why did I do any of this? He muttered to himself. He downed the liquid in one. A strange sensation spread through him, like ice running through his veins. The fire didn't look any more appealing. Still, he braced himself and moved. The fire washed over him. He could feel it licking at him, but felt no heat. For a long moment he could see nothing but dark flames, and then he was out the other side. It could only be the last chamber. Someone was already there, someone he had never expected. Professor Quirrell smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. Yes, me, he said wryly, without a hint of a stutter. I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here, Potter. Harry's mind was racing. Quirrell's appearance had reframed everything he thought he knew about attempted theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Gabriel wouldn't have tried to steal the stone from Gringotts after all. But aside from Gabriel, he'd been guessing, and never would he have guessed the cowardly Professor Quirrell. He said as much. Indeed, and that was the elegance of the ruse. Who would suspect P-Poor SS stuttering Professor Quirrell? Harry struggled to wrap his head around it. For a brief while he'd thought it was Snape, then his attention had turned to Professor Vector, and not for very long. Before now, one of 3 or 4 seventh years had seemed more likely, so you tried to kill me. With the troll. Yes, I tried to kill you. Instead, you killed the troll. What a spectacle. Who knew that perfect Harry Potter had it in him? Then again, I never expected you to start that dueling club either, even if it was in partnership with that disgusting muggle lover Jorkins. Something didn't add up. It took him a moment to figure it out. Either way, it was best to keep him talking. But weren't you the Muggle Studies teacher last year? Quirrell sneered. I was, and I worshipped at the altar of those filth until I truly saw them. He began to pace back and forth like a caged animal, every step betraying some terrible rage that only now could he unleash. I'd read all the journals, preaching all the wonderful advances of Muggle technology, the greatness of their society. So then, when I applied for the Muggle Studies job, I thought, why not? I should walk among these Muggles to see what age of electricity and living without wands only recounted. He spoke the journals' names as though they were disgusting, as though their paper was bound in human skin. Do you know what I found? Do you know what I found? Quirrell breathed deeply, adjusted his turban, and carried with his composure restored. I found half the population brainwashed, compliant, servile, and the other half wild, thoughtless, and vile. I don't know which group I despise more. All of them rushing through their meaningless lives like Darksies flying toward a venomous tentacula. Quirrell sighed once more. I used to wonder why Dumbledore kept his distance from Campbell and his bunch of Muggle lovers. Now I understand. Beneath his soppy exterior, even Dumbledore knows the truth. Muggles are not our equals. No antique philosophies or electrical trinkets will change that. He paused then and looked at Harry knowingly. It would aid your friend Gabriel to learn that. Harry felt like he'd been stabbed in 6 different places. Worst, some of the wounds stung with truth. Hadn't he spent the last year marveling over wizarding society and what the Dursleys, you know about Sleth? Now Quirrell's smile was sharp. The Sorcerers' League for Equality and Fraternity, an old joke told anew, and not a favorite of Dumbledore's. You've done well to avoid them, not that you know what you're doing at all, do you? Harry gripped the wand in his pocket hard, feeling very exposed. Quirrell wouldn't talk forever, and he could tell the conversation was drawing to a violent end. Yes, I've been watching you this year. Dumbledore shunted you off to some disgusting muggles, didn't he? Did they treat you well? I think not. Hot blood burst from Harry's lip where he'd bitten into it. He ignored the pain. I don't understand. You don't like muggles, so you have to steal the philosopher's stone. Not quite. I suppose I can show you. Strangely, Quirrell turned away to face was that the mirror of Erist. He began to unwrap his turban. You see, though I had discovered the truth about muggles, I was still naive as to the truth about good and evil, about the nature of power. His hands were still working, turning. There was more linen wrapped around his head than Harry ever thought possible. What was happening? I took a sojourn to Romania to research the vampires congregated there, but instead I found someone far more interesting, far more vital. I found Lord Voldemort. Harry's stomach seemed to drop through the floor, and suddenly he remembered. He remembered Hagrid before the beginning of the school year, speculating that Voldemort might still be alive. Dunno if he had enough human left in him to die. Some say he's still out there. Biding his time, too weak to carry on. He was rooted to the spot. The turban had fallen away, revealing the most terrible face Harry had ever seen. He couldn't even scream, fixed as he was by a pair of hideous red eyes surrounded by chalk-white skin. Voldemort had no eyebrows and serpentine slits for nostrils. Harry Potter, Voldemort whispered from cracked, thin lips. Harry couldn't move. See what I have become, mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body. But there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past weeks. And once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a new body of my own now, stand before the mirror, and give me the stone. Dumbledore may have warded against me, but you have his favor. It would serve you well to serve me. The thought sent Harry's features twisting. Sensation surged through his body, and the numbness was banished from his mind. Never, he said, more bravely than he felt. You killed my parents. Voldemort's smile was horrifying. Very well, Quirrell seize him. Quirrell whirled around, his wand aloft. A sickly green spell spiraled towards Harry, who ducked and returned with a flurry he'd adapted from his Giswiffen. Quirrell simply silently put up a shield. Very good, he called. Enough to defeat a second year, I think. While fortunate, your victory over McConnell was exceptional. Harry ground his teeth together and considered his next move. He couldn't beat Quirrell, that much was obvious. But Susan was going for help, who knew how close they were. Headmaster could be just 2 minutes away. All he had to do was hold his ground. Harry retreated, hoping to make himself more difficult to hit. Quirrell followed at a sedate pace. He hadn't even taken up a dueling stance. Harry stopped. If he carried on, he'd hit a wall, and then he'd struggle to maneuver at all. Quirrell smiled without humor and pointed his wand. No running, Potter. The first spell was a simple stupefy, the second grey and yellow, the third black, and the fourth was a blur. Harry dived to the right, then the left ag, then the rig, and something sailed just an inch from his left sleeve. Harry felt panic setting in. Quirrell was just too fast for him, and he didn't dare try and block. He didn't know what half the spells were. Just as he was scrambling out of the way of a nasty bone breaker, he saw, well, not a way out, but a way to extend the duel. He flicked his wand at a brass candelabra which stood just behind Quirrell. Wingardium Leviosa. He wrenched his arm back. Quirrell, he heard Voldemort rasp. Quirrell stepped, and the candelabra just grazed his elbow. The professor hissed in pain, contorting his face into an expression of terrible malice. Brat, he snarled. The bombardment began anew. Harry dodged just 3 more spells before something hidden hit him right in the chest. He crashed to the ground, his ribs on fire, his breath forced from his lungs. Even as he tumbled, he realized what happened. Quirrell had hidden a conjured rock behind the red spell he'd cast, leaving him unable to see it, until it was too late. The next few seconds were a haze of pain, hot and tight and scolding, until Harry found himself before the mirror. Give me the stone, Potter, Quirrell threatened, and I'll make it quick. Harry saw himself in the mirror, his vision swimming, and tried not to breathe. Chest hurt like he'd been hit with a sledgehammer. Instead, he tried to think. His head spun like a waltzer at a fair. He wanted, what did he want? Yes, the stone and the mirror showed him whatever he wanted most at that moment, so woo suddenly, his reflection winked at him and pulled a blood-red stone from his pocket. He put it back and smiled, and in the real world, Harry felt a heavy weight there. He struggled valiantly to marshal his expression. He had the stone. He had the stone. What do you see? Quirrell said. Harry stared at the mirror as blankly as he could manage. I see myself, wearing an aura's robe. I think I'm the head of the department. Harry swallowed heavily. "Is he lying, my lord?" he heard Quirrell whisper. Voldemort whispered something back, while Harry sat very still on his knees. He didn't want to move. He wanted this to be over. He never should have taken an interest in the third-floor corridor. He should have left it alone after he met Fluffy. He should have. A terrible thought occurred. Great wizards could sense magic. The small, unassuming stone in his pocket must have been like a lighthouse. Even so weak, how could Voldemort not notice? And when would he? All Quirrell had to do was kill him, and that be that. Voldemort would have the stone, and he'd be dead. Harry didn't much like the thought. But then, how could stop him? Harry wasn't a match. His eyes flickered over to Quirrell, measuring the distance between them. The professor was distracted, still conversing with Voldemort. Harry had no other choice. It was brutality or death. "This is going to hurt," he muttered to himself. He took a deep, agonizing breath and leapt up off his knees, barreling into the older man. He landed on his chest. He would only have a moment, he knew, before Quirrell's greater weight counted against him, so he fished the philosopher's stone from his pocket and raised it above his head. And something was burning. A horrid, charred smell was emanating from Quirrell, right where Harry's hand was sealed around his throat. "What? Master, it burns, it burns." Harry's mere touch was burning through him as though his skin were made of paper. Beneath him, Quirrell was bucking madly, desperately trying to throw him off, desperately trying to save his own life. Harry wasn't going to let him. He dropped the stone and instead forced his other hand over Quirrell's face, whose cries rapidly grew to shrill, terrible shrieks, then screams as his eyes evaporated from the heat that only he could feel, and then there was nothing. Just silence, and Harry's chest erupted in agony. He fell to the ground, breathing shallowly. His ribs were broken, he imagined, or maybe his breastbone. Still laying flat, he glanced toward the black fire. Would he live long enough to be rescued? It seemed a question that ought to have terrified him, but strangely Harry felt nothing. His vision swam as he turned towards the stone. It was glimmering, twinkling, reflecting the light of the torches darted around the room. All this, he thought, for that. He'd thrown away Gabriel's friendship, all for that. Immortal life, infinite gold. Sleth couldn't have it. Voldemort couldn't have it. His thoughts turned slowly now, like old gears of some ancient mechanism. No one could have the stone. No one but Flamel could be trusted. But it was there, right there. Harry wished for his wand and found it in his hand. Had it always been there? He didn't know. It didn't matter. He pointed it at the stone. "Defindo," he said. A slim blue light cut a thin shard off its corner. Harry reached out, each breath excruciating, and took the shard. And he placed it in his pocket. Yes, he thought, rescued. I'll be rescued. He saw something that looked like a smoky shadow, and then there was black. Gold was glinting above him, and Harry's mind lurched into a vague, blurred consciousness. "Is that guard?" he thought. "Am I dead?" He tried to move, to reach for guard, but his arms were leaden. He blinked. Guard was actually a pair of glasses. He blinked once more and saw they belonged to the gently smiling face of Albus Dumbledore. He was in the hospital wing. "Good afternoon, Harry," he said. Then Harry remembered. The stone, Gabriel, Quirrell, Voldemort, his moment of weakness. He shifted his right arm and felt a spike of terror. Madame Pomfrey had changed his shirt. Then a rush of relief. He was wearing the same trousers, and he could feel the slight weight of the stone shard still in his pocket. Now he only had to hope the headmaster didn't sense it. "I suppose," he began, pausing at the dryness of his mouth. "I suppose we have a lot to talk about." "I believe I know all I need to know," Professor Dumbledore said gently. "But considering the circumstances, I'm free to answer any questions you may have." Harry shifted uncomfortably on his hospital bed. Did he know? After a moment's thought, Harry decided it was unlikely. He would have already taken the piece of the stone if he did. Instead, last things first, what happened to Quirrell and you know who? Call him Voldemort, Harry. Always use the proper name for things. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. Dumbledore settled into the bedside chair. He was wearing a purple robe shining with stars that draped elegantly as he sat. As for the unfortunate professor, to put it kindly, he is no longer with us. Do not worry yourself, my boy, for poor Professor Quirrell erred when he made his bargain with Voldemort. His fate was sealed before you and he met. Harry didn't feel worried at all. Perhaps it was the numbness induced by the potions he'd been given, but Harry wasn't feeling much about anything. And what about Voldemort? Voldemort, as you might have gathered, is still out there, unable to truly die as he is not fully alive. His shade has been convalescing these past 11 years, and this was only his first attempt to return to power. There will be others. He is searching, always searching, for a pathway for men whom he can use and discard, just as he has discarded Quirrell. He shows as little mercy to his followers as his enemies. Nevertheless, while you may have only delayed his return to power, it will merely take someone else who is prepared to fight what seems like a losing battle next time, and if he is delayed again and again, why, he may never return to power. Harry began to nod, but stopped as he felt a twinge of pain flash across his forehead. I understand, sir. But why? Why couldn't Pro Quirrell touch me? Dumbledore's beard twitched. Harry thought he looked very pensive. Ah, he said thoughtfully. It is a difficult thing to understand. Not to perceive the effects could not be more obvious, but to uncover the reason for your protection. He paused, considering. Your mother, Dumbledore began gravely, died to save you. If there is one thing Voldemort cannot understand, it is love. He didn't realize that love as powerful as your mother's for you leaves its own mark. Not a scar, no visible sign. Have been loved so deeply, even though the person who loved us is gone, will give us some protection forever. It is in your very skin. Quirrell, full of hatred, greed, and ambition, sharing his soul with Voldemort, could not touch you for this reason. It was agony to touch a person marked by something so good. Professor Dumbledore turned his eyes towards the window, giving Harry time to dry his eyes on his bedsheets. Suddenly, he was feeling again, and feeling deeply. Most of all, he was feeling trepidation. He knew he shouldn't ask about the stone, not with a piece of it in his pocket, so that left only Harry's side. What about Gabriel? This time, the headmaster looked at a large white card on Harry's bedside table. He handed it to Harry. You should know that your sternal fracture, among other ills, has kept you bed-bound for some time on Madame Pomfrey's orders. The end-of-term feast has passed, and Hufflepuff won the House Cup, in no small part due to your efforts. The Hogwarts Express leaves today. He smiled sadly and handed Harry the card. Dear Harry, it began, I'm sorry. I kept you out. I should have better explained my thoughts to you. Because I didn't, I put you in danger. I quested for the Philosopher's Stone with only the best intentions, and I will not apologize for it. But I will apologize for how I've treated you. I treated you like the child I now know you aren't. I wish I could speak to you in person, but I don't have the courage. I will not be returning to Hogwarts. I'm sorry, Gabriel, P.S. Perhaps one day we can work it out. Fresh tears were tracking down his cheeks. That was it then, wasn't it? He'd lost Gabriel and he was going to lose Alan too. He probably already had. And then there was the self-defense club. Just then, the door flew open, revealing a flushed, hurried Susan Bones. Harry, she cried, louder than Harry had ever heard her speak before. She rushed over and almost threw her arms around him. I better not, she said, blushing, looking at the headmaster with awe. You're still hurt. I'm not sure, Harry shrugged, and that didn't hurt. Professor Dumbledore looked between them, smiled, and stood. His knees clicked awfully. Age, you know, he said, amused. I'll make my departure now. I'm sure you have much to discuss, and I fancy a lemon sherbet. Do visit my office sometime if you feel yourself peckish for Muggle sweets. Harry and Susan watched him leave. Strange, Harry thought absently, like observing a force of nature. He could almost feel the headmaster's magic retreat with him. When he was finally out of sight, he turned back to Susan. Alan, he said urgently. For a long moment there was nothing. Then Susan lowered her gaze and shook her head. He's torn. We've done Gabriel a lot of damage, Harry. She's going to another school, a lesser school. The word went unsaid. And as Alan's friends, we've done him no favors with the Jorkins family. Harry felt his jaw tremble. He looked to the ceiling and tried to lose himself in its bland off-white coloring. That's it, he whispered then. It's just us. Susan said nothing. Then slowly she reached over and took his hand in hers. Her palm was warm like her scarlet hair. It isn't perfect, she said softly. But we won, Harry, we won. Professor Dumbledore has told you, hasn't he, about, about Voldemort? Susan's grip tightened. Yes, about him. He's worse than you know. We've saved the country, even if we didn't know it when we set off. Yes, Harry thought, and he was still out there. He remembered his duel with Quirrell, how he'd been overrun by his spells, how he'd been so easily tricked, how he'd so easily lost. And that was merely Quirrell, just Voldemort's puppet. I need to get stronger, Harry thought, matching Susan's grip. I need to improve her. I need to become the duelist. Glossary. The pink elephant paradox is also called the ironic process theory and the white bear problem. When someone attempts not to think about something, they conversely become more likely to do so. This can be harmless. However, this process also covers emotions, too. It suggests that in trying not to think about something traumatic, you are more likely to revisit it. Apparently, a proctor, someone who oversees an examination, is also called an invigilator. Never heard that before, at least until researching for this chapter. I'd forgotten the word proctor. This is a film-only version of the spell, but I'll use it. This version is novel correct. The knife keys were a further dramatization for the film. Strangely, Britain is full of life-size chessboards, though it wasn't in 1992. They have become something of a painful fad. Many local authorities are trying to rid themselves of them, as vandals are free to deface the boards and steal the pieces. And that's year one wrapped up. Should Harry have taken a section of the stone when he had the chance? I'm glad year one is finished, to be honest, for a number of reasons. Firstly, because this is really all set up for greater changes I want to make further down the story. And secondly, because the stories I want to tell in the Harry Potter universe are limited when Harry is 11, by his own lack of maturity and knowledge. Things can only get more interesting and more violent from here. Writing this chapter made me reconsider a couple of things too. Why is killing Bogarts never discussed as an option, as far as I can remember? It's an interesting thought, and I have some theories already. I also visited the Harry Potter Wiki's Interhouse Cup page for the first time to release I've totally messed the Quidditch up. I had no idea J.K. Rowling had worked out a timetable for Hogwarts Quidditch games. Second year's tournament will adhere to the timetable. Whoops. Anyway, enjoy Midsummer. Roll on Derby, and the letter from a fairy lord. P.S. As I've mentioned before, I've been a little busy to bother with a certain orange-themed website beginning with P, as you can't copy-paste directly from here. It's probably better to Google my name and the word Piatrian. I'm also going to start a Bleach fanfiction sometime in the near future. Unlike the Duellist, this story won't be totally pre-planned, so I'm willing to listen to advice and ideas as to the plot, lore, and character development of that story to be. That too will be a chapter ahead for Discord users and 2 chapters ahead for those who chose to donate. A little self-shilling. This story is a chapter ahead on Discord. /MW 45M and 2 chapters ahead on Piatrian, which can be found through Googling JoustingAlchemy Piatrian, without the hyphen, of course. 18. The Letter from a Fairy Lord. The Letter from a Fairy Lord previous chapter. Harry and Susan quest for the stone, attempting to stop Gabriel and whoever else tries from stealing it. They succeed, but only after Harry nearly dies in a struggle against Voldemort. He has, however, lost Gabriel's friendship, and in a moment of weakness, takes a small section of the stone for himself. Harry sipped at his drink as he watched the comings and goings of Diagon Alley from his table outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. It was early July, and the summer was hot and humid. He'd only been back at the Leaky Cauldron a few days, having wanted to leave platform 9 3/4 straight for the alley, but circumstances had proven otherwise. Before the Hogwarts Express had departed, the headmaster had sent him an owl with an unwelcome, albeit predictable, message. "Forgive me," it had said, "I am becoming forgetful in my old age." I should have raised this topic in the hospital wing, but the concern of Miss Bones was enough of a distraction to addle my old mind. I must press upon you, Harry, the necessity of remaining with the Dursleys for the next 3 weeks. I know you have been staying at the Leaky Cauldron outside of term time, and I have no trouble with that. Tom's stews are exceptional, so long as you avoid the pea soup. But the protection we discussed, your mother's protection, is a bond of blood. When she passed, I believe that protection transferred to her sister, your aunt. The protection grows stronger when you live under the same roof, eat the same food, and share the same space. Conversely, if you remain too distant for too long, I believe that this protection will fade, then break. No matter how unpleasant, I would ask that your mother's sacrifice not be discarded in vain. Enjoy your summer, Harry. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, of various orders and awards. It has been a long day, and I am not a fan of the autoquill. P.S. There is a small curiosity shop 2 doors down from Madame Malkin's. I think you might enjoy it. The letter had not been well received. It only solidified Harry's suspicion that it was the headmaster who had sequestered him with the Dursleys. If so, had he known about his mother's protection even then? And though Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia weren't nice people, they could be civilized. Harry knew it. He'd seen them talk to people other than him. How was Professor Dumbledore to know they'd keep him in a cupboard? There must have been a reason. In fact, the protection was reason enough. It had saved him against Quirrell, hadn't it? Uncle Vernon had picked him up from King's Cross, grumbling all the while. Harry could already see where this was going, so on the way back, he had tried to convince his uncle to make a pact. He had explained his situation and promised to leave as soon as possible. In return, he asked that the Dursleys leave him alone for the 3 weeks. They'd haggled over his chores and landed on a compromise. Harry would cook breakfast and half the teas, but would otherwise be left alone. They'd even shook hands, at a traffic light, of course, which was surprising. Uncle Vernon usually disdained touching him at all. Those weeks had passed quietly at first. Harry finished his homework, did his chores, and remained mostly in his room. Dudley was still bigger than him after all, though the gap had narrowed, at least in height, and was eager to make up for lost time with a shove and a kick. Harry didn't intend to give him the satisfaction, and slowly Harry's frustration had grown. His homework had long been completed, and finding distractions was difficult. Rereading the first-year section of magical drafts and potions quickly became mind-numbing. Hogwarts, a history, was a little better. For a while he had occupied a portion of his day to correspondence with Susan and daily deliveries of the Prophet. Eventually, his uncle had grown irritated with the ingress and egress of Hedwig, and those deliveries were reduced to twice a week. Not that Harry really ever understood most of the news he was reading. He understood the words, of course, but their context was totally lost on him. Why did it matter that the Ottoman Empire's Grecian policy had changed, or that Norway was altering the regulatory standards regarding warding? Muggles didn't even have an Ottoman Empire. Worse, Susan's letters had suddenly ceased too. That had been upsetting. Alan had avoided him on Express. Susan was likely his only remaining friend. Excluding Wayne, who he wasn't sure about, and Hercules Rosier, who didn't even know his real name. Thereafter, isolation had quickly set in. The walls seemed to draw near, until he began to consider leaving the house for a walk. Even getting beaten up by Dudley was beginning to look appealing compared to the desolate loneliness of Susan's absence. Yet when his boredom had broken, it was not by way of a sudden, apologetic letter or Dudley's fist, but by an intruder. Harry had been sitting on his bed, listening to the Dursleys try their best to charm the visiting Mason family, who were, in some way, important within Grunning's drills, the company for which Uncle Vernon worked, when a small creature had popped out of his wardrobe. It had been around 3 feet tall, with large bat-like ears, and equally large, though less bat-like, eyes. They were green, and had stared up at him in undisguised awe and admiration. He recognized it as a house elf. Harry had stared down at it too, bemused. Hello," he remembered saying. Back in the present, Harry sipped his drink a little harder. He knew elves were supposed to be commanded, but he never had the confidence to dare. In response, the elf had fallen to the floor in a bow, the very end of its long, thin nose scraping the carpet. Harry had watched it closely. It had all been very strange. Only later would he note just how ragged, how frayed, the house elf's clothing, a mere pillowcase, had been. "Harry Potter," it had said in a squeaky voice. "So long has Darby wanted to meet you, sir. Such an honor it is." At the time, Harry had blinked. It had taken him a moment to realize the reason behind the creature's reverence. Some wizards, he'd thought at the time, revered the boy who lived. Why wouldn't some house elves do the same? They were just a lot more reverent in general. "Well, thank you, I suppose." After briefly checking that Hedwig hadn't been awakened by the creature's high-pitched voices, he had returned to his place on his bed. "So, what's your name?" "Darby, sir, just Darby. Darby the house elf," Darby had said. That hadn't been unusual. House elves tended to have odd names like that. "Nice to meet you," Harry had said. "Aye, nice," Darby had squealed back. "Nice. No one has said it is nice to meet Darby before." Darby's voice had definitely carried down the stairs. His own stupidity made Harry wince even now. Darby was clearly ill-treated and excitable. Uncle Vernon would not have been pleased if his charm offensive had been defeated by a magical creature. Even worse, Darby had begun to jump up and down on his skinny legs. Darby, stop that," Harry had said, trying his best to hold him in place. But Darby was stronger than he'd expected and only flailed harder his excitement. "Darby, please be quiet, or you'll get me in trouble." Thankfully, Darby had suddenly stopped and hung his head. Harry had taken that moment to gulp down a steadying breath and review everything he knew about house elves. They were used to being ordered around, and this one in particular had not been well treated. Pleasantries, he had decided, would only further excite him. "What are you doing here, Darby?" Darby's ears had twitched in response, and he'd wrung his hands. "Oh, well, sir. Darby has come to tell you, sir. It is difficult, sir." Darby wonders where to begin. At the beginning, Darby. "Oh, of course, sir. Stupid Darby, always making a mess. Darby is. Well, Darby knows, that is, Darby is aware. Darby is aware that terrible things will happen at Hogwarts." His large green eyes peered up at Harry, earnest and fearful. Terrible things. Harry Potter must not go back there. At first, Harry hadn't actually understood those words. They were so absurd, so incomprehensible, that they had in fact not been comprehended. Then when it had dawned on him what Darby was suggesting, it had taken all his restraint not to react immediately. "Why?" he eventually said. "Why shouldn't I go back to Hogwarts? There is a plot, Harry Potter, sir." Darby whispered conspiratorially. "A plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year." By then, Harry had run out of patience. "What plot? Who's plotting it?" Darby had trembled, made a strange gagging noise, then head-butted the wall. Repeatedly, loudly. "Stop!" Harry cried, pulling him back. "I command you to stop hurting yourself." That, surprisingly, had worked. Darby stood still, massaging his bruising, oversized head. "You can't tell me then, I understand." Looking back at it from the leaky cauldron, Harry now truly understood. Darby's family were involved in some form or fashion. He wouldn't have to be ordered not to discuss the plot with anyone not involved. The bond between house, elf and master would understand if Darby had betrayed his family's trust without the need for orders. He had been pushing his luck, even visiting Harry at all. It was quite brave of him. At the time, Harry had considered trying to question Darby, working around his bond in such a way that the plotters could be implicitly revealed. If not for the masons downstairs, Harry might have done it. He'd shifted his focus. "Darby," he'd said slowly, still considering his strategy. "I understand that you are worried about me, however. I don't think you've entirely thought this through. What happens if I don't go to Hogwarts this year?" Darby had opened his mouth, closed it, then squeaked. "Then Harry Potter will be safe." "Yes," Harry had replied. "Then the headmaster will wonder why I haven't arrived, and he'll arrive here and take me to Hogwarts anyway. Harry Potter cannot let that happen." Darby had cried. Harry winced. That was loud. Harry Potter must be safe. Harry had shook his head. "I can't," he'd said. "I've got no way or where to run. Even if I wanted to avoid this danger, too many people would be looking for me. Besides, I can tell the headmaster what you've told me, and all my friends' friend," his subcius contradicted spitefully, "will be there. We can protect each other." Darby had practically wilted, like a flower in a hurricane. For a moment, it had made Harry guilty. Friends who don't even write to Harry Potter. Darby had ventured, an obvious final gamble. Even weeks later, the recollection sent a shiver of anger through him. At the time, it had taken him a moment to realize what Darby had said, what it meant. "Sorry," he'd said. "What do you have you been stealing my letters?" Darby stared at the floor and shuffled his feet. Darby only did it for the right reasons. Darby is sorry. He pulled out a wad of envelopes from his ratty pillowcase and placed them on his bed. Harry could make out Susan's neat handwriting, Wayne's lazy, looping scrawl, and even Hagrid's tiny scribbling. He'd looked at them, then at Darby, then back at the letters, his jaw clenching and unclenching. He felt like he could have hit the elf right across his oversized head. "Thank you," he bit out. "Thank you for returning them. I'll tell Professor Dumbledore about your warning and my friends." Darby had nodded solemnly and popped away by elven apparition. Harry shook his head, looked to the blue summer sky, and took another sip of crisp and sparkling apple juice. He'd already sent a letter to the headmaster. He'd done all he could, so why was he still obsessing over Darby's visit? Harry hadn't met many house elves before, but Darby hadn't seemed all there. Wasn't it possible that he was overstating things, making a curse from a jinx, as wizards tended to say? On the other hand, could it be that Darby wasn't exaggerating at all, that he was just eccentric? Was his love of the boy who lived propelling him to a genuine act of bravery? And it was indeed brave. He was risking everything if the plot was real. Harry sighed and looked at his empty ice cream tub. It had been smooth and sugary, but Mr. Bellows was still superior in his mind, albeit less popular. His mind turned to his plans. He bought his new textbooks immediately. The new defense books were weird, but he still needed new robes. In fact, he wanted to have a good long chat with Madame Malkin about wizarding fashion. The various styles of robes were baffling. Muggle fashion seemed to fix itself on one type of casual wear and one type of formal wear at a time. Wizards were all over the place. What was going on there? Why his musings were interrupted by what looked like a flying ball. It was swooping on long, vulture-like wings, but its body seemed impossibly rotund. Harry squinted. It was getting closer. No, he realized it was coming to him, and it had a letter in its claws. The whole street seemed to stop as it dived by Potage's cauldron shop and arrived with a heavy thunk on Harry's table. Up close, Harry saw that it was a squirrel. Its beady eyes were looking at him curiously, its tiny nose twitching. And it did indeed possess two vast black wings set upon its back, which were a very different color to its russet-red fur. It squeaked, took Harry's glass in its paws, and with two great twisting heaves flew off, impossibly heavy. Harry sat, amazed, staring as it vanished into the distance. He didn't even care about his apple juice. The street around him went back to its normal business. Eventually, he turned his attention to the letter. "Thanks," he muttered. The envelope was strange. Cream-colored with an unusual leathery texture. Harry tried to unseal it, only to realize it had been glued shut. Rolling his eyes, he took a discreet glance around and cut it open with a severing charm. Inside was a sheaf of thick parchment. Harry began to read. "Greetinges, I hope this letter find thee in good spirits. May thine enemies suffer horrible ills, and thine friends be blessed. May thy sheep grow fat, and thy serfs find themselves merry. May thine apple trees be fruitful, and may thy well give pleasant water. I write unto thee in regard of thy valiant conduct. Not against that deadless fool, may the clouds spit upon him, and the bests, and the devils, but in the defence of the little Lord. Thou defended him ably against one of my children, and proud and spirited thou wert. I wold bestow the honour of a reward upon thee for thine efforts, Harry Potter of Belbite Holler. Meet me at Larkin Wood by the pool in 3 days, and I shall bestow a great boon upon thee. Maria Times, Tom Blue of Larkin. By the 6th reading, Harry had finally grasped its meaning, except that he really hadn't. What by Merlin's ever-growing beard was this? He didn't remember saving anyone from a child, and why would he have to? And who was Tom Blue? And how and why did he have a squirrel bird as a messenger? Tom the barman didn't have an answer, nor, as far as he could tell, any of the books in Flourish and Blots. He considered venturing into Nocturne in search of more expansive texts, but he couldn't go as Harry, and it'd take a lot of effort to become Harold Skarsgård once more. With little else to do, Harry filed it away as a problem for tomorrow. He practiced spells from his second-year textbook, struggled through the second section of magical drafts and potions, then readied himself for bed. Just as he was putting his books away, the deep beat of a knock sounded on the door. Harry paused, his breath catching, his hand darting to his wand. Perhaps the visit from the squirrel bird had unsettled him, but that didn't sound like Tom's knock, or that of Violet, the cleaning lady. It was too loud, too strong, too powerful. Harry crept toward the door. It didn't have a spy hole. "Hello," he called out warily, wand in tight-gripped hand. "Good evening to you," said a voice beyond the door. It was muffled and deep, a man's voice. "This is the abode of Harry Potter." There was no threat in the voice, only a cool, calm command. "It is," Harry replied. "What do you want?" The voice paused before answering. "We believe you received a letter today, delivered by a strange creature. You are in danger. We can help you." Now it was Harry's turn to pause. Could he trust them? This was all very suspicious, and dozens of people saw the squirrel bird. Half of Diagon Alley, he thought, could know by now. On the other hand, something did strike Harry as dangerous about the letter and its author. His messenger was unnerving and the message worse. His hand hovered above the latch but hesitated. "Who is we?" "The Hunton," the voice replied evenly. "We are associated with the ministry." The Hunton. Harry searched his memory and then slowly unlatched the door and let it swing open. 3 men in elegant, flowing robes were waiting patiently in the corridor. Their sleeves were long and wide, and reminded Harry somewhat of Muggle university gowns. One of them stepped forth, holding his wand passively in two fingers, the precise opposite, Harry recognized, of a dueling form. "Thank you, Harry Potter, for trusting us." He slid his wand into his belt, which was the origin of many of his robe's elegant folds. "If you'd really wanted to," Harry replied, "you could have broken the door down. I wouldn't be able to stop you." The wands of the other men, Harry noticed, were also tucked into their belts. Was that supposed to be a sign of peace? He'd never read that in a book before. The one to Harry's left, who wore burgundy, looked up and down the corridor. "May we speak inside?" Harry frowned, glad that he'd stowed his portion of the philosopher's stone away in Gringotts. If they wanted to hurt him, he stepped back. "I don't think I'm much of a host," he apologized, "but I can ask Tom for something if you want." "Tom has already fed us," said the one who had not already spoken. He wore a dark blue. His son and I were classmates. Tom, the barman's son, Harry knew, hadn't gone to Hogwarts. Interesting. Not the pea soup, I suppose. Their apparent leader chuckled as he sat at Harry's humble table. His co-workers followed suit. "That recipe is a dark creature unto itself, but we did not come to discuss gastronomy. I am Edric, and these are my companions Edmund." He gestured toward the blue-robed man, who was blond and proud, "and Godric." Like his likely namesake, Godric was the owner of a full head of flaming red hair. He smiled at Harry, and the expression reached his eyes. All of them were young, but not too young and healthy. They gave a grave impression, as though a great weight was borne equally on their shoulders. While Harry sat opposite them, and Edric continued, "I promised an explanation, did I not?" He placed his wand on the table, his colleagues mirroring him, then reached into his robe pocket to reveal a small book. Harry accepted it when offered. The leather was plain and black, and titled simply, "Monsters. We combat the dark," Edric explained, "defending Muggle and Wizard equally against the things that haunt the wild places of the world. We may slay no man, but give no quarter to man's foes." Harry brushed his fingers across the embossed letters on the book's cover. Edric was waiting patiently for him to respond. "Tom Blue is one of these things you fight. Cold Tom Blue is a fairy," Edmund said gently. "An old and powerful fairy, older than the stone beneath our feet, than the rivers that flow through this kingdom, than the Cambrians above our heads, or so he would boast." "Bah," Godric dismissed. "Oberon himself is not so ancient." Edric silenced him with a look. "Regardless, Cold Tom Blue is one of the most capricious fey folk to spring from English soil, and he has contacted you. We have heard tell of his chimera messenger." Harry tried to recall everything he'd learned about the true Fae, or the fairy folk as they were often called. Quirrell had mentioned them in breathy tones, though who knew what he really thought. While hiking creatures of land, sea and sky ranked them the greatest of the Phalanx, the deceivers, the tricksters. Others, the author had warned, classified them with the duly, the lesser gods. A surge of terrible dread washed over him. He felt sick. "Cold Tom Blue, he doesn't want to give me a gift, does he?" The three Huntons shared a significant look. Edmund leaned forward, his eyes sharp with interest. "Is that what his letter promised?" Realizing he was close to vomiting, Harry took a long, deep breath. "The fairy isn't here, is he?" He measured himself. "He can't hurt you." The panic withdrew like the ebbing of the tide, right there, just out of reach, but always threatening to return. "I can show you the letter if you'd like." "Please," said Edric. Cold Tom Blue's letter was in the drawer of his desk. He heard the Hunton murmuring to each other just a little out his earshot as he fetched it. He didn't understand them, though their words weren't quite foreign. They were familiar somehow, yet incomprehensible. Stopped when he returned, and Edric took the strange envelope warily, grimacing as he touched it. He read it in silence, then passed it to Edmund, who after a few moments passed it to Godric. He looked it over with a cursory eye. Godric said something to his colleagues, something unpleasant by his expression. Edmund shifted in his seat while Edric froze Harry with a stare. "Have you heard," he asked, "of Erklings?" Harry tried his best to think, but his mind felt foggy. "No," he eventually said. "They're children," Edric said. "They were human children once, stolen by Fae. To be transformed into an Erkling, a fairy takes them to fairyland and twists them, changes them body and soul, and fills them with malice. Have you come into contact with such a creature? Childlike, but not. How could he thought. Nothing at Hogwarts, nothing at Hogwarts." "Oh," he muttered to himself, as the wave of fear crashed upon him once more. He suddenly remembered the forest that surrounded Holt End, the spell path, and Hercules wandering toward its edge. If he hadn't been there, what would have become of Hercules? And what could he tell the Hunton? They were ministry officials. Could he explain that he'd pretended to be someone else to obtain a lightspeed, a restricted object? An object that no longer seemed to improve his dueling ability, he added irritably. He began, flailing for an explanation. Ah, are you interested in anything any wrong? Wrong outside Tom Blue. Harry wished he could sink into the floor. What had he just implied? This was stupid. He was going to get in trouble now, Edric said, smiling lightly. Amusement shone through his voice. Unless you've murdered someone and dug a shallow grave. Quirrell's melting face flashed through Harry's mind before he forced himself to laugh. Not as I recall. He thought back to the events at Holt End. He didn't need to explain everything right. After all, they were only interested in the creature, the Erkling, Harry corrected. So you see, he began, I was outside Mr. Bellow's ice cream parlor. You know, the one down Lance Lane, by the novelty shop. Well, I was there when you and Montague and Alexander Neen duelled, and Harry explained his journey to Holt End without pause. He didn't try to conceal his quest for a lightspeed, but did stop once they arrived at the castle. They didn't need to hear the Rosier family troubles. The red-haired one, Godric, looked at his colleagues. Well, this is most serious, he said gravely. Edmund gave a solemn nod. Indeed, a lightspeed contraband of all things. Harry's heart clenched. Godric frowned, stroking his gingery beard. The birdcage, I think, for the rest of the summer tea's the only solution. What? His lungs seemed to grasp desperately for air as his heart began to quicken. He remembered those cells, the emptiness of them. And what would Susan think? Would she even want to be his friend when she heard? She was supposed to visit him tomorrow. Then Godric burst out laughing while Edmund snickered. Edric shook his head and elbowed the red-haired man in the ribs. Ignore these two fools, he said. You've got heart, lad. We don't care about the lightspeed. They should be in every household, not just the purview of rotten auras and lickspittle ministry employees. Sorry, Godric added languidly. Edric is right, you've got Darksy. A normal wizard would have frozen, child or adult. Indeed. Edric straightened, looking Harry straight in the eye, judging. Something was coming, Harry felt, something he wasn't necessarily going to like. You have another opportunity to show that boldness Godric mentioned. We want you to help us kill Cold Tom Blue, Edric said, as if he were discussing the secondary effects of Dittany or the changes in Cauldron's shape over the late Roman Empire. We would usually leave beings like Tom be. They are capricious, but not always malicious. Honest as Holly, we do not understand them. They can sleep for eons, then appear again as though they'd taken just a nap. They have no reason we comprehend. They are almost impossible to track, and are defeated only by foolhardy bravery. It is a Herculean task, but Tom has forced our hand. You see, the Fae of England, if they are of England, do not, as a rule, create Erklings. Tom Blue has broken this tradition, and the creatures he is manufacturing are more terrible, more multitudinous than their Bavarian cousins. It is an army, it must be. He is rallying a host from the blood and bone of Muggle and wizard child alike. Harry stared at him. Of course, Edmund added, we are not asking you to kill him yourself. That would be unreasonable. A Fae is no troll, as impressive as that feat was. We ask rather that you allow yourself to be transported to Fairyland so that you can lead us to his brug asterisk. I can see you know little about the Fae, do not worry, for few do. Fairies, you see, live in another world, a world beyond our own. He inclined his head toward the cheval mirror by the dresser. A world beyond the reflections of our own. We think that time is slower there, and all the roads are wrong. North need not lead south, nor south north. The top of Nevis asterisk might be the lowest circle of fairy hell. Harry stared. But each inch of land in Britain corresponds to an inch of land in Fairy, Godric added, seemingly oblivious to Harry's astonishment. That we know, though those inches are not laid out as we might expect. We want you to accept Cold Tom Blue's invite. Then it is merely a matter of tracking you. Objects have been developed for just this purpose. We also have our ways to break the veil betwixt the worlds. A portal will open, and as we enter, you leave, and thus will end the terror of Cold Tom Blue. Harry stared. Are you all insane? Glossary, the technique of the bully, you might say. There is a great skit about this on an old episode of Chi type David Mitchell, the technique of the bully, into a certain famous video website, and it should appear. In folklore, a brug is a fairy's lair, an old Irish word which can be translated to mansion or palace. In this instance, it's referring usually to a mound or barrow. At over 4,000 feet, Ben Nevis is the tallest mountain of the British Isles. And another chapter, another arc. This time, it seems that Harry is heading to a world of irrationality, a place that is impossible for wizards to understand. What lies beyond the mirror? Who can say? What I can say is that Cold Tom Blue is a reference to a famous author's work, and a particular favorite of mine. The lore in their book resembles what's been laid out here, though they, of course, are borrowing from mythology and folklore. Anyone know the book and author? Feel free to review with your thoughts and point out any typos or grammatical mistakes. See you next time. Jousting Alchemy, P.S. This chapter is a chapter ahead on Discord. /MW-45M. Go to the plus symbol, join a server, then fill in the template with the above character string, or copy-paste it from my profile or the description of this story. On Patreon, this story is 2 chapters ahead, which is best found through Google. 19. The Letter from a Fairy Lord Roman II. The Letter from a Fairy Lord Roman II, last chapter. Harry is visited by Darby that he manages to handle more calmly than in canon. He returns to his room at the Leaky Cauldron, where he receives a letter from a strange being called Tom Blue. Soon after, 3 members of the Hunton arrive at his door. They explain that the Hunton is an organization whose purpose is to protect mankind against dark magical creatures, and that they want Harry to help them kill Cold Tom Blue. Harry Potter sat at his favorite table in the Leaky Cauldron. Leaning against the balustrade of the first-floor gallery, his seat oversaw all the traffic of the inn. Below, a French wizard was exclaiming something to Tom, who was chuckling gamely in turn, though by his expression, Tom had no idea what the Frenchman was saying. At that moment, Harry didn't care. He wasn't interested in the inn, nor in the stew slowly cooling in his bowl. Licking his lips, he instead took a great gulp of pumpkin juice, then another. He'd been speaking uninterrupted for what must have been half an hour. Susan was his only real link to wizarding society. She was the only one who could advise him. But to advise him, she had to know what she was advising him about, and for her to know what to say, he had to tell her what had happened. At first, that'd been nerve-wracking. But once he began, he couldn't stop. The words seemed to flow as if from a cracking dam. At first at a trickle, then in a pouring rush. Yet as he weaved his story, he could tell Susan wasn't taking it well. Describing how he'd sought a lightspeed, how he'd been pulled into the problems of the House of Rosier. The blood seemed to drain from Susan's face by the word, until the faint freckles that dusted her nose stood out like stars in the night sky. He'd avoided revealing the more personal details about the Rosier family, of course, but that was little relief when began to discuss Cold Tom Blue's letter, ending with the visit from the Hunton. And so called them now, I asked them if they were all mad. He licked his lips and took a big swig of his drink. Across the table, Susan rubbed her forehead. She gained a tan over the summer, which displayed her faint freckles more prominently. At that moment, Harry wasn't looking at her freckles. He was focused on the anxious frown that stretched her lips, the furrowing of her brow. She was going to give him the look. Harry looked at his stew to avoid it. I should ask you if you're mad, she scolded. What in Merlin's might were you thinking? Do you have any idea what would have happened if they'd figured out who Harold Skarsgård really was? That seemed uncharitable, though Susan had never met the Rosiers of Holt End. She could go only by reputation. On the other hand, it was true that he'd been extremely foolish, so he stayed quiet and took his reprimand. And how do you even manage to get in these situations anyway? First the Rosiers, then Quirrell, now a fairy. Harry shrugged helplessly. I never. He couldn't finish the sentence, for it didn't quite align with his thoughts. He told himself that he was being naive when he sought a lightspeed, that he knew nothing at all about the wizarding world, about the boy who lived. Had he really been so oblivious? Or had some part of him been searching for risk, for excitement? Harry sighed, mirroring his friend. It was useless to think about. And what can I do about this fairy and these Hunton people? I would like to say that you should ignore the letter and move to another inn, she said immediately. But you can't. The Hunton have a reflection on you and what? Sorry. Oh, right, a reflection, like a faux glass reflection. They've got information to hold over your head. Right. Harry had no idea what a faux glass was, but he got the message. And, Susan finally continued, the fairy probably won't leave you alone either. Working with the Hunton is probably your best bet, even if they are lunatics. That didn't sound appealing. But then again, none of his options did. What do you mean, lunatics? That one who called himself Edmund. He's Edmund Eerie. My cousin Peter went to school with him. He used to say that Eerie was so old-fashioned he'd make you-know-who blush. Having seen you-know-who in the flesh, Harry couldn't imagine him blushing. He didn't think Susan would appreciate him mentioning that, so he didn't. What do you mean, old-fashioned? In a sort of keep-the-muggle-borns down kind of way, she said. He's related to Arthur Eerie, who leads his own faction in the Wizengamot. Harry felt his brows furrow. I thought that was Draco Malfoy's father. Susan shook her head while below them, Tom laughed loudly at someone's joke. They despise each other. I can't pretend to be an expert, but I think Malfoy wants to burn Eerie out the ministry. Like the Hunton. My aunt once called them a vestigial organ. The Hunton were important about 1,000 years ago, before the ministry had even been founded. Harry snickered. Is Malfoy's father a vampire? Susan punched him playfully on the arm. Silly, we've just moved past hunting dark creatures. Lucius Malfoy, Lord Malfoy, to be formal, leads the Gampists, while Arthur Eerie, another lord, leads the Yerians. Harry already knew asking for an explanation of the differences between the two would be fruitless. Wizarding politics was a cauldron of history, feuding, and families. What each party actually believed was almost totally opaque, like wandering through midnight woods, like the dark forest or the woods that surrounded Holt End. Those had been coming to mind quite often in the last few days. Wait a moment, Harry thought, his mind lurching into a sudden connection. Are our Rosier family Gampists or Yerians? Susan paused. I'm not sure. Gampists, I think. Interesting. Harry finally remembered to take a spoon of his stew. It was still warm. Interesting, he said, because the Rosiers of Holt End seem to hate the Rosiers of Rossercourt. They complained that Rossercourt stole their Wizengamot seat. And you think one side of the family are Gampists and the other Yerians. It's possible, but to be honest, I've got no idea. My cousin's supposed to become head of the Bones family, and even he didn't start studying politics seriously until he was 14 or 15. He doesn't like it. Conversation seemed to wither away then, and the sounds of the cauldron became more prominent. Tom the barman was still laughing with a few grubby wizards at the bar. A large family was eating quietly behind them, making only occasional comments. The clink of cutlery, the scrape of chairs on the flagstone floor, the crackling of the twin fireplaces all rose to prominence. Harry closed his eyes and relaxed into the atmosphere. Then he realized, we've got a bit off topic, haven't we? Susan laughed sheepishly. I think we have, but I can't really advise anything more than I have. Unless you're willing to get into trouble, you'll have to trust the Hunton. Harry raised his brow. From what you've said, I don't think I can trust them. Are they even any good as wizards? Peter said Edmund was a great duelist other than that. Susan shrugged. Anxiety gnawed at Harry's gut. Between a malicious fairy who likely wanted to turn him into an Urkling and a bunch of maniac blood purists, what was he supposed to do? With no answer obvious, Harry and Susan spent the rest of the day enjoying Diagon Alley. First, they were attracted to the big ship's flourish and blots, where Susan ordered the year's textbooks to be sent to her, Manor. She was very excited about the new defense teacher, some guy called Lockhart, then magical menagerie. Susan wasn't intending to buy an animal, but it was fun to watch the strange creatures in their cages. For a while thereafter they went window shopping, spending particular time outside quality Quidditch supplies. Pride of place, sleek and black glossy, was the new Nimbus offering, the 2001. Harry and Susan stared at it longingly. Have you ever thought about joining the Quidditch team, Harry? You're really good at it. Harry answered without taking his eyes off the broom. It'd get in the way of the Quidditch, he said distractedly. For a moment there was no reply. Yo, you might have more time this year, with why, you know. Her voice dropped notably. No club. Harry finally turned to face her. Susan had withdrawn in on herself, her gaze to the ground. Memories of Alan and Gabriel hung over them like storm clouds. Harry shook them away. I'll still practice, he said. We still have the dueling aid, and Hogwarts has plenty of rooms. but Susan only seemed to shrink further. "I'm not good enough to give you a challenge." "We'll find a way," Harry replied, with a confidence he didn't quite feel. He knew a lot of other people from the self-defense club. Surely a few would want to practice. But then again, did he really know them, or just know of them? Over the summer, he'd been thinking through McConnell's accusations, and he was right to a degree. He had kept himself isolated. He just had to come out of his shell, and Susan suddenly took his hand, his thoughts left unfinished. "Come on," she said. "Let's go to Madame Malkin's." Harry groaned, his maudlin thoughts forgotten. He grumbled all the way, even attempting a distraction via Sugarplum's sweet shop. But Susan was resolute. They were going to Madame Malkin, even if she had to drag him, which she did. Harry couldn't help but recall every complaint he'd heard Uncle Vernon utter about women and clothes shopping. Eventually they stopped. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions had a tasteful facade, clad in golden-hued timber. A pair of mannequins inhabited the shop window, draped in expensive ermine robes, one female, the other male. Occasionally they would change pose, which was rather creepy. Susan tugged at his robe. "Come on." Harry sighed and let himself be moved. But as it turned out, clothes shopping with Susan wasn't so bad. She didn't spend too long obsessing over outfits as Harry feared, and well, wizarding clothing was still interesting. With more experience, he could see that fashion in the wizarding world was disparate. It was as though magical Britain had decided to adopt all the historical Muggle fashions, adapt them to magic, then pick and choose what they desired. Harry ended up with a new set of soft, breathable summer robes. Robes being a catch-all for wizarding clothing, he hadn't actually bought a robe, rather, a navy tunic made of an impossibly light, oddly cool wool, in combination with a pair of comfy and with puffy black breeches that drooped down to his calves. They too were cool to the touch and had very spacious pockets. Harry tucked them into his boots, but then it was Harry's turn to lead. He'd spent hours and hours exploring Diagon and was excited to show Susan everything he'd found, especially Mr. Bellow's ice cream parlor, better than Fortescue's, he constantly asserted. "That's where Montague and Neen fought," he pointed as they enjoyed their ice creams. "Right there in that yard." Of course, no remnants of the fight remained. It was just a cobblestone yard now, surrounded by a square of whitewashed timber buildings. Whose job is it to clean stuff like that up anyway? Susan paused mid-bite, swallowed, then answered. "The store owners, through insurance. We don't really have towns or cities now, but when we did, I think the owner owns the section in front of his shop. It's still like that in places like this." Harry felt his brow furrow. Now that he thought about it, it was curious that wizards didn't tend to live together in towns or cities, with a few notable exceptions. "Why don't wizards have cities?" "Too dangerous," Susan immediately answered. "Even muggles might notice thousands of wizards in one place. Magic alters everything around it. The more magic, the greater the warping, or so my aunt says." Harry thought of Hogwarts and agreed. Soon after, it was time for the parlor to close, and they realized the time. Susan pouted, but Harry felt a distinct buzz of unease in his chest, right next to his heart. Susan had to go, and he was an afternoon closer to his confrontation with Tom Blue. They made their way back to the leaky cauldron. A young woman with neat, braided hair was waiting for them. Susan was expecting her, and she introduced herself as Alison Tide, Madame Bones' aide. He supposed the Tides were as to the Bones what the Lyles were for the Rosiers. Alison was very excited to meet the boar who lived, embarrassing them both, albeit for different reasons. Susan smiled sly, biting her lip. "So this is goodbye then, at least until Hogwarts. If you survive cold Tom Blue." Harry tried to smile. He suspected it came out more like a grimace. "I'll make sure to write. Hopefully they'll reach you this time." Susan did her best to smile back. Her eyes were beginning to glisten. Bye, Harry." "Bye, Susan. And it was nice to meet you, Alison." Alison's cheeks reddened. Harry had no idea why, while Susan waved sadly. He felt empty as they departed. So much had changed so quickly. Most of what he'd built of himself had slipped away, and now his own stupidity had returned to torment him. "Susan," he called, just as she reached the door. Susan turned, her scarlet hair whipping. Has Alan sent you a letter?" Harry watched as her face fell. She shook her head silently, and he saw the heart-rending glimmer of tear tracks on her cheeks. Alison looked on, her brows furrowed in confusion. "He's chosen Gabriel over us," Harry thought glumly. But how could he not? The Jorkins were his only connection to the wizarding world. He felt his shoulders slump and the emptiness inside him grow heavier. It did not disappear over the next day. He sat in his room, aimlessly meandering between tasks, never finishing anything. It was curious. He considered then how motivated he'd felt during the quest to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, even at their lowest, when they had no obvious way of smuggling the monitor onto Gabriel's person. Now, even with a somewhat clear path to take, why did he feel so drained? He glanced at his open textbook, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2. A good quarter of its pages were still pristine, still unturned, just like they had been the day before. Harry sighed, turning his gaze to the ceiling. It was still cream. He couldn't concentrate. Everything was spinning, twisting around his head, clouding his thoughts, muffling the spark that had always driven him forward after he had found his goal. Merlin, damn it all. He didn't sleep that night, seemingly not a wink. The day dawned breezy and unexpectedly grey. It was as though a great ashen slab were hovering over London. Harry ate his usual wizarding porridge at his customary seat in the gallery of the leaky cauldron, washing it down with a goblet of willow water. The cool, soothing extract calmed his churning stomach. He'd only just finished his meal when, as planned, Tom the barman told him that a package had been delivered with his name on it. It was long and tapering. Harry took it to his room, where he unwrapped it unenthusiastically. He knew what to expect. He and the Hunton had already discussed this. But Harry, in shock, almost dropped it. The smooth, shining forehandle was black, sleek and glossy. He stared at the name embossed in the wick, the bulbous section right at the end of the handle, which read, in shining silver letters, Nimbus 2001. He couldn't believe it. Had Edric lent him his own broom? Harry unwrapped the rest very gently, taking great care not to damage the tail twig array. Around one of the center of the handle another, much smaller package had been wrapped, which he left alone for the moment. The broomstick's crossbars gleamed a brilliant silver as though they'd never been used. He could almost feel the enchantments humming in glorious harmony, ready to cut through the air. The Nimbus was built for speed. Harry had the irrational desire to mount it right then, to fly out a window and soar, to forget about it all. He restrained himself and read the letter instead. Dear Mr. Potter, it said, in neat, cramped handwriting, thank you for agreeing to aid us in our task. The Hunton has been searching for a method to defeat Cold Tom Blue since before I joined. This is our first prospect in some time. It will do this country a great deal of good if he is destroyed. Even so, you have shown yourself valiant in willingness to lend us your aid. We know what we are asking of you. It is not something we would ask lightly, especially of a child. Please do not be offended, but you are, it is a plain fact, and we are most aware of that. If we were not so desperate, we could not in good conscience ask this of you. You deserve more than we can give. As a token of our thanks, please accept this Nimbus 2001. I am told it is the fastest broomstick on the market. It is yours in perpetuity. We hope to see you at Larkinwood by noon. Edric Ascalon, third-rank commander of the Hunton Harry, didn't know what to make of it. The broomstick was an amazing gift, but why had it been given? Was it a bribe? An attempt to gain favor, to ensure he didn't go to the Auras? Harry seriously doubted the Hunton were supposed to be putting children in danger. Their plan was unhinged, even for the relaxed standards of the wizarding world. But he couldn't go to the Auras anyway, because then he'd have to explain the whole story surrounding the Rosiers, including revealing why he went to Diagon Alley in the first place. Or maybe it was just a gift. Perhaps Edric was rich and didn't know its worth. Perhaps Edmund Eerie had bought it. Even Susan did say his family was politically connected. Politicians were usually rich, right? Harry placed the broom reverently on his bed and untied the smaller package. This one fit comfortably inside his hand and weighed perhaps a little less than an apple. Inside was another letter, a cross on a chain, and a compass. The latter first drew his eye. It was a golden compass, whose needle never seemed to point north. The casing was resplendent. Tiny runes had been carved. Interlocking, Harry swore he saw them dancing on the surface, which shone with a luminescent red-gold glow. It was beautiful. Harry let it fall into the palm of his hand, then gasped. It was like the hairs on his neck had suddenly pricked, like lightning had struck through the nerves in his body. Was that magic he just felt? The feeling quickly faded, and disappointingly he couldn't bring it back. He read the second letter instead. The compass is a lumen ferrum, Harry Potter. This writing was different loopier and larger, but no less neat. Guard it well. It is your connection to our world. No matter what strange roads you travel in the lands of the Fae, we will always be able to follow your presence through this compass. When you reach Tom Blue's Brug, smash the glass, and it will open a portal through which you may leave and we may enter. Do not hesitate to do so. Do not look back. Do not consider returning. We three might not survive this battle. It is crucial that you leave the field of battle open for us. The cross is an Aegis crux, a shield cross. It has been enchanted by the deep well of Saint Colin, denier of the Fae. Wear it, and the glamour of the fairyland will be dulled to you, and cold Tom Blue's strange magic will waver with its presence. Never remove it, and never let him see it. I wish you good luck, Harry Potter. Edmund Erie, third-rank lieutenant of the Hunton. Harry briefly examined the cross. It was small and silver, and glinted as though studded with diamonds, though the metal was bare. More impossibilities. Harry quickly put it on, hiding it beneath his tunic. He didn't feel any different, but that was probably the point. Cold Tom Blue would surely sense something obvious. He stowed the lumen ferrum in his pocket beside his wand, especially glad he was wearing a belt. The instrument felt heavy in his breeches. Finally, he carefully rewrapped the nimbus. It would do no good to draw attention to himself. That left Harry searched for some other task, something to postpone the inevitable, and found nothing. It was time to go. Nerves crackled through his system. He felt himself wavering between feeling sick and being sick. He touched his brow. It was clammy, sweaty even. Harry took a long look around room 10, the leaky cauldron. His room. He saw with new intensity the four-poster bed, the wash basin, the desk he'd installed, the cream-white ceiling above and the emerald-green carpet below. It had been perfect. He said a silent goodbye, took the nimbus in hand, and left. 10 minutes later, he was airborne. He'd kicked off from the cauldron's roof, unafraid of Muggle detection. The Nimbus 2001 came with strong notice-me-not charms, among other enchantments meant to deceive CCTV cameras and the like. He had been more worried about a witch or wizard noticing a child flying alone over London, but after a few minutes, he realized that no one was interested. Edric had reassured him as much. As long as he flew high enough, the authorities wouldn't care to mind. That wasn't particularly easy advice to follow, however. Though Godric had spelled the Nimbus to nudge him in the right direction, his gaze was constantly distracted by the sights. Big Ben loomed in the distance, as did that massive skyscraper Justin had mentioned at the opening feast. It was tempting, ever so tempting, to just lean towards them, to take a closer look. He couldn't, he knew. Instead, he decided to let the broom direct him to enjoy the flight. Though the sky was grey, the air was still warm, and the wind blew pleasantly through his hair and across his cheeks. The nausea withdrew, replaced with the familiar serenity of flight. Perhaps I should join the Quidditch team, Harry thought. If there isn't a dueling club anymore, it was equally impossible not to enjoy the Nimbus. The broomstick was like lightning beneath him, twitching with his every move. At first it had seemed a little too much, a little too reactive, like a car that would swerve with the slightest touch of the wheel, but he soon became used to it. The best brooms, Harry understood, could be controlled by the shifting of weight as much as force. The 2001 was practically precognate. He could just begin to lean, and the broom would lean with him. He was disheartened to see the suburban sprawl of London trickle away beneath him, where it was replaced by the gentle green farmland of the home counties. He flew over a quilted patchwork of fields, interspersed with small villages, and to his counting, 3 modest manor houses. One of them, he swore, was a magical house. After perhaps half an hour, the broom began to lean down. The nimbus, he realized, was pointing toward a particular copse of trees. It wasn't really a wood. But then again, hadn't Cold Tom Blue been sleeping for hundreds of years? How would he know that Larkin Wood was now barely more than a ring of willow trees? Harry descended swiftly to a nearby field. He almost didn't feel the ground as he touched down. In fact, he didn't really feel anything at all, as though a barrier had been erected between him and the world. All the anxiety, the excitement, even physical sensations seemed to dim as he drew close to Larkin Wood. The sky was still grey as he approached the trees, which drooped with that sombre bearing common to all willows. Their weeping, slender branches stirred gracefully in the breeze. Melancholy, Harry thought distantly. They were melancholy. It was as though they had seen something, something they remembered through the long years to their wooden hearts, a horrible thing they could never forget. Strange sorrow was all he felt as he wandered through the willows, his focus caught by a darkling glint between the trees. Drawing near, he saw that it was a pool of clear water, reflecting perfectly the silver sky above. It was special, he knew, somehow. The pool, it scratched the corner of his mind. What was special about it? The place, no, not exactly. Leaning over, he watched his own bespectacled reflection and searched his foggy mind, the water. Yes, that's what a pool was, wasn't it? Fairies loved water. It was a passageway, a way to other worlds, to their world. They loved. What did they love about water? Harry saw his brow furrow. That was right. They loved reflections. Harry saw himself smirk, though he hadn't moved a muscle. His mind cleared suddenly like dew before the sun. "Oh," he said, too surprised to panic. A pale hand reached from the water, as quick and graceful as a serpent, and grabbed him by the face. "Then, he's not even in the land of the Fae, and already he's in trouble. Not looking good at the moment. How effective will the Hunton's protections prove to be? You'll be finding out next time, in the letter from a fairy lord Roman 3 glossary. Unless it's done really well, I dislike the tropes around child politics common in Harry Potter fanfiction. It turns characters into little calculators. The foot crossbars seen in the films aren't actually in the books, but they look awesome and make sense, so I'm keeping them. P.S. Have a great day and so some shilling. This chapter is a chapter ahead on Discord. /MW-45M, go to the plus symbol, join a server, then fill in the template with the above character string. Or copy-paste it from my profile or the description of this story. On Patreon, this story is 2 chapters ahead, which is best found on the Discord or through Google. 20. The Letter from a Fairy Lord Roman 3. The Letter from a Fairy Lord Roman 3 last chapter. Harry spends time with Susan and shares with her the problem he has found himself in. Susan explains what she knows of the Hunton, that they are unloved and suspect, but also admits that Harry has no other option now he has attracted the attention of a Fae. He is gifted a lumenferrum, a magical compass that should act as a portal when smashed, and an Aegiscrux. He travels to the human entrance to Larkin, and the Aegiscrux already seems to fail. He is pulled beneath the water of a pool. For an instant he was floating, submerged. The water was flowing around his skin, soothing. In the distance spun many lights, flickering like distant stars, lonely and awesome to behold, and then the water parted like Moses parting the sea, and he was breathing again, gasping for air he didn't know he didn't have. Distantly, beyond the burning of his lungs, he felt the warm sun on his back, the grass that was tickling his calves. His hair was damp, as were his robes. With the slow return of his breath, his mind too began to draw together. That place, Harry knew, hadn't been just a vision. Was that the world between worlds or just Fey apparition? It didn't matter. He'd caught little more than a glimpse. Instead, he turned his thoughts and his eyes to his surroundings. He saw that he was sitting in a clearing, whose encircling trees were broad thicker, he thought, than the walls of Holt End. Their bark was lush, as were the shining leaves that seemed to dance upon their arm-like branches. Beyond their reach, the slab-grey sky was gone, replaced by a blue deeper than the clearest water in the deepest sea. Below, the grass too shone, and swayed and danced to the rhythm of the wind. The very air simmered to shimmer, as though thick with ancient power. He could only be in fairyland. Ah! Harry jumped to his feet, startled. A small man was standing right in front of him, a man who hadn't been there an instant before. He'd appeared as if from nowhere, as if he'd always been there, but only then had Harry's brain chosen to notice him. Harry pushed down his worry with a smile. This could only be cold Tom Blue, who, according to the Hunton, expected friendly deference from wizards. The Lord of Larkin Wood was watching him, so Harry took the opportunity to do the same, beginning with his lack. Blue, his hair was black like an Arctic night, his face youthful, round and ruddy-cheeked. Upon his person he wore strangely familiar garments, whose silhouette tugged at his memory. It took him a long moment to recognize their form, if not their color, as a ragged periwinkle facsimile of Henry VI's most famous attire. Harry recognized them from a poster on the door of his primary school history classroom. But these were ill-fitting, hanging off his frame at some points, and lumpy with padding at others. For Tom Blue cast a gaunt figure except for his face, with wiry, thin legs and thin arms, thin fingers and thin toes, as he wore no shoes. Harry had begun to wonder why they called him Cold when their eyes finally met, and he saw the name staring back at him. If his hair was the night sky above, then his eyes were the ice below. Greetings, he cried merrily, jumping forth. I am Tom Blue. Tell me not you don't know who. Harry watched Tom askance. The tales told of Duelly, of lesser gods, of wise and wily beings of incomprehensible power, not a strange little man with rags for robes. Perhaps, he judged, this wasn't such a death trap after all, and at least he spoke in more modern English than he wrote. I am Harry Potter, he replied. You wrote me a letter, sir. Tom Blue's smile was white and bright, and his mouth was large and full. Harry Potter, a child of many names, I think. Cold Tom Blue has had many too, old and new. Would you like to wander through my wild wood, just till the moon sits in heaven above? Then might I deliver my boon, I should. Harry looked again towards the trees. Their trunks forked like arches, leading to thick canopies of startling green, through which dappled points of star-bright light. He needed to let himself be led. I will walk with you, sir. Tom Blue jumped with delight. Very well, let us frolic through path and trail and dell. The fairy lord strolled away, and Harry followed, easily keeping pace with Tom Blue's narrow stride. He must have been no taller than Harry himself, and was in no hurry. They made an even pace. Beyond the ring of trees, a quilt of verdant meadows lay, whose borders were composed of lush, thick hedgerows. Between them the flowers of the Fae grew and sang, and danced happily in the winds. Harry looked upon them in wonder. They were all the colours of the rainbow and more. Wilder than a kaleidoscope, they seemed almost to spin, impossibly chaotic, impossibly vibrant. No man had planted them with order. Red rose bloomed beside elegant bluebell, which stood by majestic foxglove, and so on and so forth, until he couldn't name the flowers he saw. Some appeared like none he had ever seen, or was like to see again. Aunt Petunia would have had a heart attack, he thought distantly. Or worse, for it was said that anyone who plucked a flower from the meadows of the Fae would perish on the spot, and they also said that a wizard's greatest fear was dying in fairyland, for there, it was also said, the dead man's soul would stay. Shivering, Harry returned to himself. He saw that Tom Blue's back was turned, and quickly slipped his hand into his pocket. His wand and the lumenferrum were still safe. He could feel the cross against his chest. He breathed a sigh of relief and followed. Down a long path Tom Blue led Harry, where the singing meadows sang abreast. Their voices he did not understand, but their song was beautiful. It brought to flower in Harry an unfamiliar sensation, something beyond even the sublimity felt when viewing Hogwarts from afar or the vista from her tall towers. Ahead, Cold Tom Blue strolled and pranced, naming and talking to the flowers in his sing-song rhyme. At first the road seemed straight and clear, but unforeseen meadows soon blocked their path, forcing them to twist and turn. And Harry's mind was twisting too, warping in hazy confusion, for the path in his eyes appeared yet unbending, even as it turned. He could do nothing except let himself be led in this hazy land of dreams. Eventually the flower song was fading, and the ground grew craggy. Trees lined the advancing hills. Bushes ringed their trunks like green-leafed skirts. Was this Larkin Wood? He thought the human wood and the fairy wood be the same, but Tom Blue must have led him a mile at least already. Just then there was rustling in the nearby rushes, and giggling. Half a dozen little creatures burst forth, flying on slender, glimmering wings. They were human-like, he saw, with long ears. Pixies of a sort. Not the ugly, unpleasant things he'd seen illustrated in creatures of land, earth, and sky, but pixies who smiled and laughed and looked like tiny people. Harry felt an uneasy stirring in his chest. He recalled something in his long conversation with Susan, something about Seelie and Unseelie, Fae good and evil Fae, really, and their hatred of one another. Weren't these pixies Seelie, and weren't Duelly Unseelie? Aha! Tom Blue cried, derailing his suspicions before they could truly form. He spread his thin arms in welcome. Little friends, gay friends, see you not the Son of Man before you? Greet him, love him, dance with him, I command, or I'm not Cold Tom Blue. Harry blinked, and before he could open his eyes once more, the pixies had flown forth and were spinning around him playfully. One bopped him gaily on the nose, while others circled him at speed, leaving shimmering silver trails in their wake. Harry's head was spinning too, and he fought to control himself. The unraveling of his senses only awoke them fully to what seemed to be happening. The Aegiscrux was insufficient, or Tom was too powerful, for his mind had been in a haze before he'd even passed into fairyland. He eyed the pixies suspiciously. They were only Tom Blue's latest trick, he was sure. He wanted to close his eyes then, to ignore the ethereal glow of their fantastical flights, but he couldn't do that either. Cold Tom Blue could not be offended. He had to continue to think Harry would be deferent, would be pliable, just as wizards had been before his long sleep. He felt a pixie tickling him behind his ear, and Harry restrained the urge to draw his wand. What might have seemed good fun 2 minutes before now appeared as a subtle, veiled danger. Eventually the pixies slowed, then stopped. He could hear their tiny chests rising and falling, their breath coming out in little puffs, like the breathing of mice. Their tiny bodies were exhausted. "What a show, my little friends," said Tom Blue. "But we must be off, WH," and his rhyming was finally interrupted by laughter, his own, as he looked Harry up and down. Following his gaze, Harry looked himself over. Nothing seemed amiss, but whatever it was, Tom Blue seemed to find it very funny, that was, until he saw the glimmer of gold on his tunic. Then he saw it all. His clothes were covered in a fine layer of pixie dust, so much so that he'd glitter in the sun like a golden disco ball. The pixies giggled their high laughter again, bowed as one, then scattered to the winds, leaving Harry looking very silly. Now embarrassed, he struggled even to muster his previous fear, for there was still no obvious peril. He frowned down at his likely ruined clothes. Near mind, Tom Blue eventually crowed. "It is the nature of their kind. Come and see what man rarely sees. Come and see the world behind." So Harry followed Tom Blue once more, now no little warier, and a great deal golder. He only hoped it wasn't in his hair. Either way, the trees grew thicker, and the air thicker with them. Harry could almost feel the magic in the place, a sensation almost like he was walking through water. More than that, it was as though he was connected to that water, and that it was all connected to him. Through it, he could feel the leaning of the trees, the swaying of the branches, all from the ripples through that invisible was like one vast presence, soothing, calming nature in purest form. But what Harry wondered darkly lurked beneath. Ahead the wood ceased suddenly. In fact, the ground had ceased. Cold Tom Blue had led him to the edge of a cliff, whence a grand vista formed. Twin rivers, their waters pure as crystal, snaked out beneath them, meandering through singing flower meadow, ancient wood, and rolling hill. There was no sign of city, town, or hamlet, no hint even of mankind. It was beautiful, like a painting of an old master long past. Harry's keen eyes did pick some movement, though something in the sky. A single bird was circling, very far away. No, he realized. His breath caught in his lungs, and his eyes widened like saucers. The shape was wrong, all wrong. It had the wrong sort of wings, and a vast, thick tail. It was a dragon, and he must have underestimated just how far distant it was. "Eatka," Tom Blue said, frowning for once. "A fool of a knucker, as your ancestors might name him. He was always a little dim. After all, what is he, who we shall not name, need of a dragon in his flock?" Harry squinted at the distant sight, slightly alarmed. Did Tom Blue mean Voldemort? He'd never heard of the Dark Lord wielding a dragon or naming one an ally. He'd read through most of the sections in a modern history of magical Britain that pertained to Voldemort. A book lent to him, he thought Guilty, by Gabriel. He recalled no mention of a dragon. It was something to inquire about when he got out of this place. Harry glanced warily at the Fairy Lord and added just to himself, "If I get out of this place. If." He listened to Cold Tom Blue call the cardinal directions, naming the winds that blew thence. Each answered his call in turn. The north blew a particularly strong gust. "And over there," he pointed, "is Harkenfell, and yonder is Sighing Light by Merry Dell. All my fairy friends and foes, though rare we come to blows." Harry couldn't see anything in the directions Tom Blue had pointed, but nodded along kindly. Now his mind was his own again. Anxiety was creeping upon him, and he was beginning to realize that he was walking next to a living nuclear bomb of a kind. The Fae was pleasant enough now, it was true, but at any moment, he was a little reluctant then to take Tom Blue's hand when bade. But he smothered his caution, and without allowing himself a moment to think, which would allow him a moment to think why he shouldn't, Harry reached out. The offered hand was warm and bony, and then the Fairy Lord stepped off the edge of the cliff. and floated. Harry gawped. Then his astonishment was broken by a realization of something even greater. He was floating too. Though it was not the first time he'd flown, this was another matter entirely. There was no broomstick to anchor him, nothing but the breeze beneath his feet and the sky above. Harry couldn't help himself. He burst out laughing, grinning, and Tom grinned back. The sight froze the expression on Harry's face, and the glee left him like the passing of a winter sun. Still, it was an amazing experience. He did not know where to place his gaze as Tom Blue lowered them down the cliff face, heading straight for a gaily painted rowing boat floating on the river. They touched down on its timber deck with extraordinary gentility. Harry sat, knowing already that they were heading down the river. Was Larkin truly so far? If so, what was the purpose of the journey? Couldn't Tom Blue have just pulled him in somewhere closer to the brug? Was this all an elaborate scheme to have him lower his guard? But then again, why bother? Cold Tom Blue was a duelly. In the realm of the Fae, he was akin to a guard. He didn't need Harry's acquiescence to do anything at all. Or maybe he was overestimating the Fairy Lord, because it was not 5 seconds since he thought that then Tom Blue began to argue with the boat. He was speaking in some strange, shrill fairy tongue, which sounded like a language a goat might speak, if goats could speak, and gesticulating rather angrily with his thin, long finger at the stern. Unsurprisingly, the boat wasn't arguing back. Not in a way Harry could detect anyway, and it remained stubbornly immobile, resisting the currents beneath its hull. Tom Blue soon went silent, shaking his head and tapping his foot. Aha! Then he went straight back to arguing. This time his gestures were less angry than they were violent, and the strange language shriller. Whatever the Fairy Lord was threatening, it must have worked, because the boat shuddered and finally let the currents take it. Sorry for that, Tom Blue said. She takes some persuading, he leant over conspiratorially. She has the mind of a gnat. Harry nodded, pretending to understand. Who would bother to imbue a rowboat with a mind? Knowing he would receive no straight answer, about anything really, not just the boat, Harry sat back and waited. Cold Tom Blue would lead the conversation where he wanted, except he didn't. Tom Blue drew silent too, and both watched the river bank pass by. There were, as he had seen from atop the cliff, many more meadows of flowers, whose songs were all unique in their own strange way. Some sang with eerie tones that stirred unease in Harry's heart, while others summoned within him a great joy, an impossible dancing joy, that kind he had never felt before. The kind he knew not to be true. But more than flowers made their homes on the riverbank of the Fae. Little creatures splashed in the reeds. Unfamiliar creatures, with tiny humanoid bodies but very long legs. They wore spiraling mossy dresses, and watched him with large, green eyes set upon narrow, large heads. He'd never seen their like before, and he suspected he never would again. The creatures watched them pass in mutual silence. Their eyes conveyed an indecipherable emotion, something deep, buried behind a strange, melancholy weight. Was that fear, loathing, rage, sadness? Harry could not tell. Their faces were set as stone, and their features, regardless, too foreign to interpret. His mind turned then to the silence, which he suddenly recognized as strange. Where were the birds and the insects, the hedgehogs and the rabbits? Absence of sound became a quick imposition once he realized he'd heard no sound of fauna since he left the wood. The long-legged creatures, being beings, didn't count. Harry spent the rest of the journey searching for something, anything, really. A crow, a blackbird, a rabbit, even a pigeon would do. Nothing was to be found. It was only a short while before the boat began to slow, stopping before a long row of drooping willows, their branches blowing like golden hair. Harry turned back and saw nothing, just the crystalline river whose surface danced like 10,000 diamonds in the evening sun. But where was the cliff? There was no way the boat could have taken them beyond the horizon, was there? It couldn't have just vanished, like a distant heat haze, unless the boat ride had tricked him and they'd traveled further than he thought. Harry's hand dipped toward his pocket. Come, cried Tom Blue. Harry's startled jump rocked the boat, and he steadied himself on the gunwale. Come, let us dance, let us feast, let us listen to the song of bird and beast. The Fairy Lord bounded through the trees, ancient and childlike all at once. Harry followed him, nearly tripping on a snarl of tangled roots. But the tree line wasn't thick, and soon he came upon a glade, dominated by a great grass-covered mound of earth. Around it cold, Tom Blue was dancing an unearthly, twisting dance, leaping and crying all the while. Larkin, Larkin, he sang. Swift of foot, sunpen in the night, come to me from dell, from fell, from brook, from crook. Tom whirled faster and faster, dizzyingly so it seemed, his periwinkle rags fluttering behind him. And with his quickening came a growing, an impassable, creeping might that stretched across the glade and pushed. Its will bore down on the brug, and on Harry too. A horrible sensation overtook him. It was as though a vast presence was watching, crawling across every inch of his skin, finding every flaw, inspecting every failure. It was as though it was peering into his soul as an amoral child plays with a captured mouse. And then came the physical sensations to match the metaphysical. A stirring in the trees, a shudder in the underbrush, everywhere around them, surrounding Harry and the dancing Fey Lord. He felt the hairs on the neck of his neck prick. Something he knew was coming. Red embers burned in the darkness. Wait, darkness. Darkness must have crept up on him somehow when he wasn't looking. It was impossible, how could he not notice? But it was, and he had worse to worry about. The things came stalking, slowly, methodically, parting the underbrush with mangled, over-large hands. Brambles broke under their feet, and he heard each crack like a muggle gunshot. They were drawing him in, and soon he'd be forced towards Tom Blue's brug. Then, once the Urklings had all stepped inside the glade, they stopped. Each was short and hunched, and each watched, their red eyes unblinking, lidless, as their master danced around his ancient mound. A spike of dread, far worse than any anxiety he'd yet felt in Fairyland, pierced his heart. Harry slipped his hand into his pocket. His veins froze, and the dread turned to terror in one terrible moment. The Lumen Ferrum, his way out, was gone. 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 The word repeated in his hand like a deathly mantra, gone. Gone, gone. Those who die in Fairyland, he remembered Godric saying, remain in Fairyland. He swallowed his rising terror, gripping, white-knuckled, his wand which remained. He'd beaten an Urkling once before, or so he told himself. How was the compass gone? Had it fallen from his pocket, somewhere on the journey, or had Tom Blue take it? His eyes shifted once more to the dancing Fey. Did Tom Blue know? The Fey Lord's grinning, red-cheeked face stopped before him. He gestured to the Urklings as though they were old friends. Your boon, young master, lead my children as you must. It is the only way to prevent disaster. Harry's heart was thundering in his chest. Lead? What do you mean, lead? Tom Blue gave a tired twirl, then said, These isles are in danger. Sun and sea, earth and sky, all will fall if you do not try. Harry searched his trembling mind for when he had last sight of the compass. When did he last reach into his pocket? An image came to mind, just before they got on the boat, so it was with him when they were traveling down the river, which meant, he thought miserably, the Lumen Ferrum was probably in the rowing boat. How could he get back to it? For Tom Blue wasn't Quirrell, there would be no fortunate weakness to exploit. Harry grit his teeth. Stalling was all he could do, so stall he did. You want me to become an Urkling like them? Tom Blue looked shocked at the idea. Nay, they are peasants, men without magic. Turning you to them would be oh so tragic. Elf Prince I would name you, with skin as strong as oaken bark, as ageless of the spirits of the Tor. Just listen to me, hark. Heed not the hunter's lies, they see not the spirit's size. A baser world they would create, no pixie, no darksea, nor thistral, all would share the wolfen fate. Without they we are doomed, doomed to linger in a world of shattered hate. Hunters, Merlin and Morgana, he knew. He'd knew about the hunting all along. Tom Blue had only been playing with him, surely. But then again, he thought frantically, why make an appeal to whatever danger he thinks is coming? And how would magical creatures aid its defeat? It was all very frustrating. Stop speaking in riddles, he said, and tell me about this threat. Why do I need to lead these Urklings? Old things are stirring, answered cold Tom Blue, now a little more subdued. Tease why I woke. Might be half a century till they're primed, but when they are, all the lands they'll choke. Smother, indeed, cover merry forest in dark nights and dark days, like the effluence of demon souls, like unearthly smoke. That didn't sound good. But then again, he didn't want to become some disfigured parody of an elf, or whatever to Blue considered an elf either. At least, he thought with distant, wry humor, he didn't seem to be suggesting Harry be turned into a house elf. The thought sparked just the hint of a smile on his lips. Sorry, he joked. I'm still not sure about being made of bark. Tom Blue's face fell suddenly. He seemed to take the jest with the utmost seriousness. Pity, he said, for once not rhyming at all. Harry felt something crash into the back of his head. His vision swam. He saw grass, just grass, and then nothing. torchlight quivered behind his eyes, flickering in and out and in and out. Like the lights on a Muggle ambulance, bright and dark, bright and dark. Harry groaned. The back of his head was throbbing. One of the Urklings must have sneaked up on him. Did it have a club? It felt like a sledgehammer. He forced his eyes open, then winced. The light was a torch ensconced in a dingy stone wall. It held a curious shape, Harry dimly noticed. Not the dressed stone of Hogwarts, nor even piled rubble. The wall had been carved, rough-hewn from the living rock. Harry started. He was in a brug. Cold Tom Blue's brug. Now very awake, adrenaline coursing through his veins, he peered around the room. It was a cell, that much was obvious. Bronze bars restrained him. He was laying on a stone bed lined with a thin straw mattress. Harry heaved himself up, feeling nauseous as he did. The lonely light did not reach far past his cell. Darkness obscured his sight beyond his measly cage. A deep, swallowing darkness, the sort of darkness that had a solidity of its own, that was more than mere absence of light. Who knew what waited there in the dark places of fairyland? Yet one object was perfectly clear, his wand, floating temptingly just beyond the bars. Harry flung his hand forth and met empty air. The wand had, at the last moment, darted away. Harry scowled. It could only be Tom Blue's idea of a joke. At least, he thought, they hadn't been able to take the cross. He could feel its weight comfortably around his neck. With that smallest of reassurances, Harry slunk back down to his mattress. There was nothing else to do but wait, and what a terrible thought that was. Time passes slower in the land of the Fae, but no one knew how slowly. What if Tom Blue just forgot about him, or lost interest in whatever purpose he mentioned and returned to his slumber? If he did manage to escape, what year might it be when he arrived in Britain? Harry closed his eyes and swallowed a sob. What had he done? Merlin, why had he allowed himself to be led by the Hunton? If they had released the information he'd told them, what would even happen? There would be questions, true, but what else? Damage to the reputation of the boy who lived. He scoffed to himself, feeling very stupid. Just as Tom Blue had led him here too. One party, then another, bouncing him around like a quaffle. There could be no more of it, Harry decided. He couldn't let himself be led any more, if there was any more to be. But then again, cold Tom Blue spoke as though he needed him. Old things are stirring, Harry whispered to himself, recalling the Fae's words. His voice felt scratchy in his throat. What else had he said? Half a century, all lands they'll choke, like demon souls, like unearthly smoke. Harry's head felt like it was filled with poisonous smoke. He winced. How hard had the Urkling hit him? Maybe they weren't so interested in keeping him alive after all. Maybe he was just bait for the Hanton, who, apparently, wanted to destroy most of Britain's magical creatures, if the suspect words of cold Tom Blue were to be believed. Harry had no idea if that was true. They were blood purists, that was true. But believing in the superiority of purebloods didn't necessarily mean they wanted to commit genocide. After a little further thought, his head began to clear, and he realized that it was unlikely. Magical creatures, cynical as it was, were useful sources of potions' ingredients. Killing them all would be counterproductive, throwing the baby out with the bathwater, as Uncle Vernon might have said. A creak broke through his cell's silence, like the breaking of a stick beneath a boot. Harry strained his eyes, watching the black shadow with bated breath. Was this something terrible coming to collect him on Tom Blue's command? Two red orbs floated in the darkness like hot coals. Harry felt a cold sweat drip from his brow. He recognized those eyes, 2 points of hell. They were Urkling's eyes. He heard it lumber forward. Its mangled feet must have been awkward on the stone floor, which was, unlike the walls, dressed. "Harry," he heard a child's voice say, lilting and happy. It pulled on his heart. It sounded like a voice from his dreams, from back when he cried in his cupboard and wished for friends that Dudley couldn't scare away. The Urkling drew closer. Harry saw its twisted body, a chimera of man and willow, emerge from the darkness. The flickering torchlight cast monstrous shadows in its wake. "Harry," the voice came again. Where was that coming from? The Urkling stopped before his cell and seemed to regard the bars. "Harry, it's been so long." And Harry's cold sweat turned to a heart-wrenching, vile shock. The kind that violently purged emotion from his body, leaving him open-mouthed and ill. He felt nauseous to the soul, for he saw that the Urkling's mouth was moving in time with the childlike calls. It was speaking. Backpedaling, Harry hit the raw, mossy stone at his back. The unforgiving stone was cold and damp, and only further stoked his fear. He saw the Urkling's head drop as though it were saddened. W, what A are you? Harry was too scared to be ashamed of the terror in his voice. I'm Daniel, it said childishly. High and light, yet horrifically timbered, Harry felt another shiver of strange fear sliver through him. Its voice was twisted like the branches of an ancient tree, so that the two limbs echoed each other, one bright and kind, the other low and menacing. Was he looking at his fate, too? Harry licked his lips. What could he possibly say? He had no idea, so he said what came to mind. Hello, Daniel W., what brings you here? There was no wit to it, but he had none to give. His brain felt like it had been beaten to mush. I want to see my new friend, of course. I've been playing with my friends, but we always want more. Harry was too befuddled to recognize the horrible implication. In fact, he was too befuddled to feel. It was as though he was looking over his own body from afar, deciding casually what he ought and ought not to say. Oh, he said flatly. Do you have many friends? Daniel's terrible red eyes lit with childlike glee. Many, he replied happily. So many, more than I ever had before. Don't you remember, Harry, what it was like before? Harry blinked slowly. No, he heard himself think, but his own thoughts sounded distant, as though he were trapped far from his own mind. No, that can't be. But it is, something terrible whispered back, it is. See what meddling has brought you. No, Harry's mouth said. No, no, no. No, the Erkling repeated in polite confusion. Harry had heard that tone before. He'd always been so polite, always so happy and lonely. Daniel Lane had gone to St. Gregory's with him. He was extremely clever and well-liked in a standoffish sort of way. Everyone thought he'd become a scientist or a politician or a businessman. He dared a glance at the twisted creature before him, more thing than boy, its eyes burning a bloody scarlet, yet they were wide and eager like a puppy. Suddenly dizzy, Harry felt himself slip to the ground, his back grinding against the living rock. No, no, no. If he hadn't gone to Rosier's trifles, Blue would have never taken an interest in him, and Daniel's transformation never would have happened. The tears came all at once, and with them a new rush of emotion, and with it a return to his own body. It all hurt. His heart felt like it might tear itself in two. Great swells of guilt threatened to send him hacking vomit on the ground. Daniel, he managed to croak out. Lane, the Erkling started, and the youthful jump it gave seemed sickening on its body. Yep, here I am. Don't you recognize me? Recognize me. Harry briefly examined Daniel's misshapen face, his long nose, his glowing red eyes. No, Harry thought once more, it's too. I hate it. I need to leave. I need to leave. I need to get out of here. He forced himself with a monumental effort to his feet. His limbs felt like they were formed from stone. Say, he said weakly, as casually as he could manage, could you pass me my wand? The thing that was Daniel tilted its head like an inquisitive dog. I'm not sure, it said, voice wavering. What are you going to do with it? Harry tried his best to retain his easygoing tone. Oh, just entertain myself. Make some paint, a few magic tricks, maybe magic a paper aeroplane with it. Harry swallowed the bile that threatened to overwhelm him in preparation for what he was about to say. Don't you, D? Don't you remember when we used to do that in English, the whole class, when Mr. Harway wasn't in the room? Even that wasn't quite true. Harry had never allowed himself the joy of making paper aeroplanes. There was no point. Dudley would have ruined them or told a teacher. But to Daniel, he didn't think the truth mattered. Daniel was doomed. We're going to make paper aeroplanes, the Erkling boy said, excited. His wooden skin allowed no expression on his face, but if he weren't so heavy, Harry was sure he'd be jumping up and down. He definitely hadn't matured since primary school since. Harry swallowed. We are, he lied. Okay. Daniel swiped the wand from the air and held it out through the bars. Harry grasped it victoriously, quick as a snake. Stupefy, stupefy, stupefy. The third spell dropped Daniel, poor Daniel, unconscious. I'm sorry, Harry said, feeling uncomfortably guilty. He remembered Daniel Lane fully then, for a brief, terrible moment, as he once was. His eager attempts at football in the schoolyard, he'd always been picked last in P. The awkward laugh he always did when a teacher complimented his beloved sketches. The way he'd stuck his tongue out when reading a book. They were memories that would vanish like leaves on an eternal wind. But the past couldn't distract him. Adrenaline coursed through his veins like fire. He had to get out, and the bars were just old bronze. They were possibly the least magical thing in Tom Blue's Brug. It took Harry less than a minute to break them, wand in hand. Lumos, he cast. and the darkness wavered like thick, curling smoke, as though it fought against his light. Harry kept his distance from the Erkling and paced down the passage. Cold stone surrounded him, stained with strange red moss. He wandered thus for a while, crouched, as silent as the grave. He made more than one turn, expecting at any moment to meet the cold blue eyes of Cold Tom Blue and his false, easy smile. But he met no one, saw no one. The ancient mound was like a fleeting dream. If he wasn't able to touch it, Harry would have sworn it was. He reached out to the nearest wall as if to reassure himself. Then he gasped quietly, which sounded to his ears like a cannon, and withdrew, holding his hand as if stung. The red moss wasn't moss. It had no stubbly, rough texture. It was blood, dried blood. How many passages had he crept down? How much blood stained Tom Blue's walls? Somehow he knew. This was what happened to those who accepted Tom Blue's boons. He had to get out. The next corner he took it close to a sprint, meeting, finally, light. Specifically moonlight which filtered through the trees, gentle and unwelcome. How much time had passed in the human world? He didn't recognize the clearing into which he emerged. The trees were all wrong and the ground beneath his feet, which meant, oh, Merlin. Fresh fear rose from his stomach. He had no idea how to return to the boat, or if it was still there. He set off towards the tree line with heavy thoughts and a heavier heart. The tree's ash, he identified, was sinister in the moonlight. Harry shivered and began to walk, the soles of his feet now beginning to protest. No longer did he care if the hunter were suspect. He'd take you-know-who himself saving him if it meant he'd escape from Tom Blue's clutches. Soon he was lost. Everywhere looked the same. Old growth peered down at him from ancient trunks, who appeared almost to have faces of their own. The pain in his soles had migrated to his legs, cramping his muscles. He trudged on regardless. A cool wind was the only balm to his aches. Blowing through wood, it seemed to sway its branches towards him threateningly. The fear was morphing into panic. Where was the boat? He'd hoped against hope that somehow, some way, he'd pass over some hill or through a hedge, and the river would be waiting for him there. Then he only had to follow it. But he saw no river and heard no running water. And time was passing, ever passing, stretching out longer and longer in Britain whence he'd come, where Hogwarts was, and Susan, and everything he'd come to love. A snap in the underbrush snapped him from his maudlin thoughts. He dived down to the forest floor and peered into the darkness, extinguishing his lumos as he did. The wood turned so dark then, and frightening, that it took all his will not to cast the spell again, knowing it would doom him. "Harry," said a faintly familiar voice. Harry popped his head up and saw Edmund. He too was peering into the underbrush, his blonde hair shining like beaten gold in the moonlight. The sight sent a rush of fathomless relief through his aching legs. Thank Merlin, he thought, heaving himself to his feet. "Edmund," he said, scampering over, wincing as his tender feet pounded against the undergrowth. He was too tired to think, too tired to care that Edmund was a blood purist. He wanted to go home. Edmund glanced up at his approach, grinning with uncharacteristic delight. "Oh, Harry, am I glad to see you." His lips twitched, and Harry saw the moment his skin fell off his face. He stared at Harry with wide, red lips as his raw, exposed muscles writhed and twisted in the open air. Bones snapped and reshaped. Harry could hear the sickening squelch of flesh transforming, the sound threatening to trigger a round of vomiting. It was the worst thing he'd ever seen, far worse than Quirrell. And at the end of it, Cold Tom Blue stood before him in Edmund's clothes, his eyes as cold and flinty as a glacier. "I thought you had left. That wouldn't do. How else might I make you anew?" Harry imagined his own face shifting like that, his own bones breaking, becoming something else, all as grinning Cold Tom Blue watched on, humming his silly songs. The cool wind blew once more, but this time it froze Harry's veins to ice. Inevitability stood before him, but still he raised his wand with a shaking hand. Tom Blue laughed and made a flourishing gesture, as though he were waving to the moon. Harry stopped shaking, though the ice inside remained, tight and sharp. He stopped doing anything for a long moment of confusion. His body refused to move. Then, slowly, he stepped back, one foot leading the other. Now the ice was crystallizing. Harry wanted to scream, but nothing would come out. He had no control of his body, which began to twist and twirl across the forest floor. He was dancing back to Larkin Wood. Ever closer he came. The trees suddenly appeared familiar. The ruined, mangled face of Daniel Lane was set in the center of his mind as he danced back whence he had come. Your fate, its red eyes seemed to say, join us soon, so we can play. His panic became terror, now a great dragon of ice within his chest, threatening to burst free. Harry wanted to cry, but his enchanted body would not let him. He couldn't even feel Tom Blue's fey magic to fight against it. Mid-twirl, he caught the outline of a set of trees he knew. The Brug stood just beyond. Trapped within himself, Harry told his soul to scream, to cry, to wail, to do anything. His mind turned to dreams long forgotten. Mummy, he thought into the nothingness, please help, please save me. His mother did not come. His pleas withered away, and his limbs continued to glide, to dance, dancing ever onwards. A new sensation drove away his panic then. Even misery seemed to leave, and the ice dragon shriveled and died, leaving a vast emptiness in his chest. I'm sorry, he told himself. I'm sorry, Mum and Dad. I'm sorry I couldn't make you proud. I'm sorry, Alan, and sorry, Gabriel. I'm sorry I betrayed you. I'm sorry, Susan. I'm sorry I can't be your friend anymore. Somehow he managed to close his eyes. The dark was soothing. He wished he could fall in and forget about everything, about the Fae, about Tom Blue, about the Dursleys, even Hogwarts. Just forget it all. A horn sounded in the darkness, deep and proud. Then another, an answering call, higher and more present. They were like twins, like thunder and lightning, like summer and winter, like good and evil and all one, and one all, and all at once. Harry opened his eyes. He saw that Tom Blue was no longer grinning. No, 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 he cried, staring deeper into the wood. Tom must save his world, this he knows. No horned man may meddle, no green man can bring Tom Blue low. The horns sounded again, closer this time, and Tom let out a scream of rage, of pain, of anguish, and then he was gone. There was no pop of apparition. Just as he had appeared, so he vanished. Harry slumped to the ground, his hands bracing himself against the soft earth. Tired, he thought sluggishly, too tired. He wanted to go home. Home, said a voice, grand and deep. Harry struggled to stand. Everything hurt. He pointed his wand in defiance, and found he was aiming at a towering man, dressed all in forest green, who wore atop his brow the skin of a great elk. Its antlers must have reached 10 feet in the air. There was an aura of majesty about the man, a glimmer of something greater, and the woods brightened as he drew closer. A weight was settling in, augured by his presence. Home is what you seek, Harry Potter. Though Harry knew this man was untouchable, he did not lower his wand. I do, he eventually replied, when he realized it was not a rhetorical question. Who are you, stranger? I am Herne of the Wood, he answered. Some name me Herne the Hunter. Is this the thing you seek, this token of my hunters? He held the lumenferrum in the palm of his massive, calloused hand. Harry took an unconscious step closer, his eyes affixed on the compass. It is. Where did you find it? Where it was left, Herne rumbled. But in return for this gift to you, I must burden you in turn. Listen closely and burn these words into your heart. Long do the shadows cry, weeping for their light. Long do the monsters fight to reach from the land of deepening size. One will be chosen, one of many and more, he who wakes mountains, many and more. There were many and more, Harry Potter. It is you who has happened across this burden, and shoulder it you must. Harry had listened carefully to the words of Herne the Hunter, his head growing heavy all the while. The depth of his voice seemed to pierce his brow, as though it were driving a nail into his head. It hurt so awfully as a sharp agony between his eyes. I think I understand, Harry said. And before he knew it, the lumenferrum was in the palm of his own, smaller hand, and Herne was gone. Harry didn't even think. He smashed the glass around its case, and ran into the unfolding portal before the Hunton even arrived from the other side, if any still lived. Had cold Tom Blue been really literally wearing Edmund's face? The next morning, Harry Potter awoke on the floor of number 10, the leaky cauldron. The light filtering through the window told him it was afternoon. Diagon's familiar buzz drifted into his room, a lively reminder of the world to which he'd returned. The exhaustion, the pounding in his head, was all gone. He felt like he'd slept an age. All was well. He patted himself down to remind himself that he was alive, then pondered why he couldn't recall anything after the portal opened. It took him a few moments to realize. The place where he had slept was where the portal had spat him out. He'd fallen unconscious while in transit, then slept the night through on the floor. There was a cruck in his back, and his thighs ached terribly, but Harry didn't care. He didn't care about Hearn's strange poem either, because he was alive. Then he looked to his desk and saw 3 books aligned neatly on the polished surface. Muscular Wizardry, read the first, a guide to magical fitness for the purposes of dueling. Harry's grin widened. He was even better than alive. He was going to become the Duellist AN. Well, wasn't that a pleasant holiday for Harry? Is Edmund alive? Will the Hunton even win? I can say that neither will come out unscathed, and that Harry will soon enter his second year at Hogwarts, where surely nothing bad could happen, right? Darby was just being over-enthusiastic. Have a great day. I hope September is a good month for you all, and as always, some shilling. If you fancy it, join us on Discord, where this chapter is a chapter ahead on Discord. /MW-45M. Go to the symbol, join a server, then fill in the template with the above character string. Or copy-paste it from my profile or the description of this story. On Patreon, this story is 2 chapters ahead, which is best found on the Discord or through Google, I suppose. Take care, Jousting Alchemy. 21. Snake Song. Snake Song, last chapter. Harry journeys with Tom Blue through Fairyland and discovers in the bowls of Larkin Wood the Fae's terrible purpose. He flees and is saved by Hearn the Hunter, who recounts a prophecy to him. He returns to the realm of man, where he falls asleep in his room at the Leaky Cauldron. He wakes the next day, relieved and pleased, and notices an array of books the Hunton must have gifted him on his desk. Harry's fingers were just an inch from muscular wizardry when his hand snapped back, like a child caught raiding the cookie jar. Not that he had ever been able to experience that slice of Americana at the Dursleys. A foreboding whoosh of wide-spanning wings blew in from the window. Half expecting the squirrel bird thing, he turned to see instead a very angry Hedwig. Harry froze. He'd been beyond her magical senses for Merlin knew how long, and this was not the first time he'd upset her. Hello, Hedwig. Good, he ventured. Gurrel, ouch. Hedwig's beak was no blunter than the last time she'd pecked him. In fact, as he would rue for the rest of the day, it was very sharp, and never had she been so angry before. She buffeted him with her vast wingspan and displayed her displeasure in a method most violent. Then she dropped a letter in his lap and wouldn't let him out of her sight. Harry took it with stinging hands, recognizing Susan's neat handwriting. His eyes flicked towards his new, precious books, laid out neatly on his desk, then back to the letter. They were tempting, oh so tempting. But then he broke the seal and read the letter. Dear Harry, it began. Please return this letter with one of your own as soon as you return. It's awful waiting for you, wondering what's happening over there. I would give you more advice, I've been reading. But by the time you read this, you will already be back. Here her writing narrowed, and her classical neatness faltered. Please, please answer. I've been writing every day, and always Hedwig returns with the letter unopened. I just hope you're well. Susan. A confusing blend of emotions settled in Harry's stomach, feelings he couldn't quite define. Every day. He let the thoughts simmer for a moment, placed Susan's letter carefully on his desk, removed his outer robe, and settled atop the covers of his bed. Whatever he had felt soon melted away like the morning dew. It was as though Fairyland had seared away his mind, leaving an empty, beautiful hole, a great nothingness in which he could lose himself. Harry, though he was wide awake, relaxed into the black. He felt his head tingle, as though little electric currents were passing through his temple. They shocked him into action. He sat up, suddenly riding the trailing edge of an explosion of energy. Suddenly he knew there was so much to do, and so little time to do it in. Really, the first item on the menu of the day should have been a menu. He was starving, and needed to see Tom. On the other hand, the Hunton's gifts called to him. Blood purists or not, if they thought they could fight cold Tom Blue, they were powerful. Any knowledge they recommended was worth its weight in gold. Real gold, not the leprechaun kind. He sat and flicked through muscular wizardry. The author, the ironically named Alaric Strongsong, had a great deal to say about fitness. He even discussed Muggle scientific theories on the topic, which were up to date until about 10 years ago. Pages were filled with exercise routines, explanations, practical tips, and most intriguingly, more than one section on paraphysiology. Apparently, magic-gifted witches and wizards particular, though slight physical advantages over Muggles. Strongsong wrote as though the theory was in contention, but to Harry it made sense. Did that, he wondered, mean the reverse was true, that physical fitness affected magical power, too? Either way, he was brimming with energy and too restless to continue reading. Tom the barman must have been wondering where he was for however long he'd been in Fairyland, so Harry jumped up from his chair and made his way downstairs, his ears picking up the familiar din of conversation with every step he took. The cauldron was a cauldron of noise that day. He spotted many children, older and younger than him, trudging behind their oblivious parents. Once, Harry would have envied them, resenting the love they took for granted, but he'd grown out of that even before Hogwarts. The Mirror of Erist only presented to him what he knew he could not have. Tom saw him from across the room, his eyes widening in such a way that he looked like a very surprised walnut. "Mr. Poe," he said, stopping himself before he attracted the attention of the whole room. Instead, he waved him over with a thin, though large hand. "Young master," he said in a half-whisper, "you've been away almost a month. Thought you'd gone TI a Muggle family for the rest of the summer." Harry shrugged, painting a smile on his face. It was sometime in August then. Losing a month was unpleasant, but no less than he'd been expecting. "I've been away with friends," he said, surprising himself with how easy the lie came to his lips. "It was a last-minute thing." "No matter, young master," said Tom. "You're paid for the summer, so the summer you shall have." Some things, Harry thought happily, never change. The sky would be blue, the grass green, and Tom the barman, but certainly not Tom the cold, could always be depended on. "Thanks, Tom. Is there a table available? I think I'll take my dinner downstairs." His customary place was free, and Harry sat gladly. He ate his steak and ale pie, massacred his chips, and even enjoyed his carrots. All the while he was absorbed in the hustle and bustle around him. So much movement, so much activity. After the strange silences of Fairyland, with its singing flowers, eerie vistas, and melancholy glens, never mind his brief sojourn in a cell, Harry was glad to hear every moment of it. The pie, as it turned out, did not weigh him down. Quite the opposite, in fact. He felt even more invigorated than before he ate, and intending to work off the energy, he set off for a walk around Diagon. The alley was brimming with energy. Children darted off from their parents. Groups of grandmothers chatted outside Madame Malkin's, while hawkers slipped through heaving crowds, selling who knew what. They looked a little like cooked pigeons on sticks, and all of it was a riot of color, a contrast of plainer Muggle clothing and multitudinous magical garb, with its seeming 100 styles of robes. Harry wandered through it all, no less awed than his first visit, more even. It was a deeper wonder now, induced by a greater understanding. He felt like he stood at the very crown of a great mountain, whose foggy slopes were only just beginning to clear. He was part of something greater, and only now was he beginning to truly see. His ponderings were interrupted by a booming crash just inside Flourish and Blotz. Harry, and what felt like half the alley, peered at the shop front, a timber take on a classical portico. Was that a bookcase falling over? Thought of it crushing someone was faintly worrying, though. With magic, wizards could fix most ills fairly quickly. It was, Harry had realized quite a while ago, part of the reason the magical world was so permissive. Soon, an elegant, ashen-haired man swept out of the shop, brushing down his equally elegant and doubtless vastly expensive robes. A more familiar figure followed in tow. Draco Malfoy, looking rather miffed, which, Harry thought, his eyes turning to the older man, means that is Lucius Malfoy. Wicked cane in hand, the patriarch of the Malfoy family, or was it house, Harry wondered. Cut precisely the sort of figure he imagined. Traditional, cold, intimidating. He was tall, his long hair neatly groomed, his cheekbones prominent and pointed, and he wore an expression that could have been carved from ice. Harry watched him leave and frowned. He'd heard much about Lucius Malfoy, leader of the Gampists in the Wisengamot, but this was the first time he'd seen him. Susan had called him a Death Eater, a follower of Voldemort. Last week, Harry had joked that he must have been a vampire for his opposition to the Hunton. He could believe both notions to be true. A few minutes later, the Weasleys, seemingly the whole clan, followed Malfoy out the door. They were as different to the Malfoys as could be. Ragged of robe, quilted with repairs, even and very, very ginger. Not red, ginger. Their own patriarch, judging by his age, was patting himself down, grimacing as his wife berated him. "Arthur," she scolded shrilly for half the alley to hear, "brawling in public, what must Gilderoy Lockhart think of all the stupid things?" She carried on, and on, and on. Harry gladly tuned her out, and watched instead as Arthur Weasley's face first froze, not unlike his apparent foe, then crumpled against his wife's verbal volleys. Blood was dripping from his lip. His children, too, stood in various states of embarrassment. The little girl looked like she wanted the cobbles to swallow her whole, while Ron Weasley's face was slowly approaching the redness of a particularly vivid tomato. He was in Harry's year at school. Harry couldn't remember speaking to him. Percy Weasley, an older prefect, he couldn't recall which year was attempting and failing to match Lucius' stoicism, and instead just looked rather constipated. Fred and George seemed humorously torn between anger and laughter. They caught his eye and winked. Harry couldn't help but grin back. He considered visiting Flourish and Blatz to speak to the apparently present and apparently famous Gilderoy Lockhart. After reading some of his books, Harry was even less sure why Susan was so interested in him. They read, strangely, but thought better of it. The boy who lived would only cause a scene, the idea of which made him feel ill. Instead, he wandered away from the commotion and up to quality Quidditch supplies. The wide glass window displayed in prominence a sleek ebony broomstick whose silver stirrups were polished to a mirror shine. He recognized it at once. It was his broom, the Nimbus 2001. Or was it? Edric had gifted it to him, but he'd left it at the pool before being dragged into Fairyland. Would he ever get it back? Only he knew if Edric, Edmund, and Godric lived. Harry pressed his face close to the glass. His 2001 had been fantastic in the air, eager and smooth, after he'd gotten used to it, but the homing charm had dampened his enjoyment. Now his thoughts flew, imagining what it might be like to soar by the clouds with his Nimbus beneath him. He'd be able to touch the sky, to sense the air breathing, billowing around him, and he'd be free, free as a wisp of wind. He could almost feel it, and he and Alan Harry's thoughts soured at once. Alan hadn't written to him once. Alan wasn't going to write to him, he knew. And though he did not know it, he suspected Alan would never speak to him again. His breath caught, then released in a painful rasp. All the churn of Diagon Alley, the flow of life, suddenly seemed as dead as Quirrell then, as dead as the troll he'd killed, as dead as Daniel Lane's spirit. He returned to room 10, the leaky cauldron, and tried to banish those thoughts, and banished they seemed to be. Half an hour later, he was back on an even keel, and trying to make sense of Wanderings with Werewolves, one of Lockhart's many books. The more he read, the more he wasn't sure how to classify them. Certainly not as textbooks, nor really as history books. Every paragraph he read unsettled him somehow, in some way he couldn't quite describe. He read deeply until nightfall, attempting to understand what was so wrong, until his gaze was caught by the erratic flight of a moth, fluttering through the room. Its drooping black wings settled on Susan's letter, prompting an unpleasant twinge in Harry's chest. "Oh," he said to himself. He slammed the book shut. The whoosh of air jolted the moth into flight. "Oh, damn! Damn it, Harry, you idiot!" He still hadn't replied to Susan's letter. It took another half an hour to coax a reluctant, clingy Hedwig to deliver the letter. Exhausted, Harry stripped himself to his underclothes and flopped on his bed. He was asleep within moments. Time seemed to pass in an instant, and he woke to singing. Suddenly lucid, he stood, paused, then peered out through his window. Where was that noise coming from? Harry had read about mermaids and how they sang beneath the waves. That was how he imagined this singing. Distant, haunting, a melody it was hard to understand, as ephemeral as a long-past twilight. He strained his ears, knowing he had to hear. There was a voice, too, equally distant but slowly sharpening. "Gah," said a hauntingly familiar voice. "Pal." Ant's eyes lit. "I am all shall agan arc." Harry frowned. He'd heard that voice before, he knew he had. But where? He bit his lip thinking, but no matter how hard he thought, he could not remember. His mind felt all foggy. Turning away from the window in a huff, Harry threw himself back on his bed. Daniel Lane's grinning face, his human, innocent face, stared back beneath his eyelids. Harry cried out, flinging himself upright. "What on earth?" "Harry," said a voice behind him. Harry's blood froze like black ice, and his body with it. He could feel it, the presence behind him, but he didn't dare turn. What hadn't he thought it through? He never considered what would happen if the Hunton failed to kill Cold Tom Blue. Slowly, like a condemned man, he turned. He met Cold Tom Blue's wintry eyes, saw the black stone knife gleaming in his hand now, and leapt out his bed, throwing his covers all over the floor. Harry looked around stupidly. The moon was casting a silvery light through a gap in his curtains, revealing a silent, empty room. There was no Daniel Lane, no singing flowers, and no Tom Blue. Harry let out a shuddering breath and realized just how hot he was. His hair clung to his forehead, and his silk pajamas enchanted against the heat against his back. It wasn't real, he told himself. It wasn't real. Hearn saved me. He saved me. He remembered vividly Hearn's stern, dark eyes, staring out at him like black pits, their color obscured by his prominent brow. The thought did not induce the sort of lingering fear the Fae did, but there was a certain unease. Harry hadn't read much, or any really divination, it being, he knew, a third-year elective, but even he recognized a prophecy when he heard one. What Hearn the Hunter had told him was definitely a prophecy, albeit one that might be fulfilled by anyone. Might have, Harry corrected. Now he'd heard it, it was his. One will be chosen, he murmured into the night, one of many and more. Nor could he forget the warnings. Long do the monsters fight to reach from the land of deepening size. Whatever it meant, it was nothing good. But he could do nothing about it, so he did his best to go back to sleep, which, for the next few days, continued to elude him. Nightmares hung around his secret thoughts, revealed only by the night. Occasionally he saw Quirrell melting beneath his touch, and often heard the strange songs of fairyland. Neither scared him, yet dread built like a gathering storm as he dreamt. The cold eyes of Tom Blue were always waiting for him, always watching. Harry's daylight hours were mixed. At times he was composed. At others, the fairy of Larkinwood haunted his every thought. He wished for a letter from the Hunton confirming their survival, and feared a letter from their foe. Neither were forthcoming, and slowly Harry regained his wits. The nightmares withdrew, and September drew closer. Now excitement replaced his fear until, on the eve of the new school year, an unfamiliar owl flew through his window. Harry put down muscular wizardry. He hadn't started his training yet, knowing he lacked for space, but was designing his routine based on Strongsong's recommendations, and let the owl hop onto his desk. It dropped a letter and flew away. Harry Potter, it read simply in familiar cursive. Harry leapt to his feet, his chair clattering to the floor behind him. Yes, he cried, ecstatic. Yes, it didn't matter if they were blood purists. It didn't matter if they had other motives. It didn't matter if he triggered a prophecy. The Hunton, or Edmund at least, was alive. Tom's illusion had only been that, an illusion, and if they were writing, that meant they'd won. Yes. The next morning, Harry readied himself eagerly for Hogwarts. He packed his trunk neatly, perhaps the only useful thing Aunt Petunia had ever taught him, leaving his favorite satchel at the top, and hummed a nameless tune as he donned his Hogwarts cloak. It was brand new. He treated himself to a black satin cloak from Twilfit and Tattings, who prided themselves as Diagon Alley's most exclusive clothes emporium. Harry thought their robes were often a bit much, but he couldn't deny the way his new cloak draped over his shoulders, nor the shimmering of its surface. He was still humming, and quite badly, as he skipped down the stairs of the cauldron. Just like last time, Tom the barman was waiting for him, a familiar clay pot in hand. "Young master," he said, offering a pinch of Floo powder. Harry took a handful. It was precisely as he remembered, grey and green all at once, and coarse like pulverized glass. He gave Tom a nod, stepped before the fire, and called out, "Platform 9 3/4." The heat died as the fire flared bright emerald. Harry stepped inside in haste. This time he was fully expecting the glimpses of the realm that laid beyond, the vast enveloping flame. He closed his eyes, held his breath, and bent his knees. And then a wall of smoke stung at his eyes, and he blinked away the tears, revealing the splendor of the Hogwarts Express. A wave of fondness overtook him at the sight of the great engine, whose polished surfaces were gleaming red in the morning sun. This time he'd arrived earlier, intending to beat the rush. His gamble had paid off. There were a few other students milling around, chatting to their parents, but no great crowd. Harry hurried onto the train before that could change, claiming the third right side compartment from the back as his own. That was where he and Susan had arranged to meet. He hefted his trunk onto the luggage rack, noting, unsurprised, that it was faintly vibrating, just like last time he'd used the Floo and whipped out muscular wizardry. It must have been 10 minutes before he saw someone pass the door, then another 5 before someone peered into his compartment, an older student by the look of him. Harry barely took his eyes from his book, at least until the door clacked open. Harry. He had only a moment before Susan's arms embraced him in a hug. Warmth and discomfort both brought a pained smile to Harry's lips. Susan was his best friend, perhaps, his traitorous subconscious whispered, his only friend, but he wasn't keen on being touched. He was glad when she withdrew. "You're okay," she said, sighing in relief. "Thank Merlin you're okay." "Not Merlin," Harry replied. He took her trunk and placed it beside his, then sat back down. He hadn't explained what had happened at Larkin Wood over the letters. Susan must have been itching to know. Herne the Hunter. Susan took the seat opposite, her expression puzzled. Herne the Hunter, he's an old wives' tale. Then an old wives' tale saved my life. Harry said, did she really think Herne wasn't real? I saw him, I spoke to him. Susan's puzzlement turned to a worried frown. Harry, you've got to tell me what happened. Did you reach Larkin Wood? And so Harry told her. He related how he had found the pool, how its glamour had overwhelmed the Aegiscrux of St. Colin, how cold Tom Blue had been waiting for him on the other side, how he'd been friendly at first, how he'd led him through fairyland, then how the Fae had revealed the truth. His chest grew tight as he spoke about what happened next, about the fate of Daniel Lane and his flight from Larkin Wood. He ended, of course, with the appearance and words of Herne the Hunter. Susan was staring at him by the end of it, her blue eyes wide. Harry, she said. Harry Herne is old even by wizarding standards. Most people think he's a myth, the leader of the Wild Hunt. I don't know if this is good or bad, honestly. Harry shrugged. He'd already thought it through. He didn't know either, and had had weeks to come to terms with that. Herne and the Hunton are connected, aren't they? Susan replied with a pointed look. Of course, her eyes seemed to say. The Hunton claim their order was established by Herne, and that they are his Wild Hunt. She paused in thought for a moment. In spirit, I mean. As I said, he's not thought to be a real person. Harry couldn't help but smile. But he is. Yes, Susan said. She wasn't smiling. Quite the opposite, in fact. He is leading the Wild Hunt, a collection of the spirits of the dead elves, fairies, great men of days past. They say doom follows them, that they are harbingers of war. Harry glanced towards the compartment door, more worried her words would be overheard than about the words themselves. His prophecy, he said quietly, sort of said as much. But Harry didn't care. His blood was thrumming with a sensation he knew from every duel he'd ever fought. Excitement. Thrill. At that moment, the thought of war didn't faze him. He felt like nothing could, not even when he locked eyes with Alan through the glass of the compartment door. His grey eyes were stormy, inscrutable, and his mouth was set in a thin line. They stared at each other for a moment. What Harry thought was he going to do? Harry himself didn't know what he felt about it. A strange feeling was fluttering through his chest. Then Alan turned his gaze down melancholy and walked further down the train. Harry sighed. Susan held her head in her hands. That's that, he heard her mumble. It wasn't intended for his ears, but he replied anyway. That is that. And he didn't know what to think. Confusion, emptiness, all of them were swirling around his thoughts, yet simultaneously he felt invigorated, alive. It was filling the whole. Alan's absence was digging. He basked in that queer euphoria as he rode the Hogwarts Express, splitting his attention between his books and the views out the window. The express cruised through the broad plains of the Midlands, up the northern moors, and into Scotland. Through the valleys and hills of the lowlands she rolled, when the sky was darkening, and up into the mountains and larks of the highlands. Harry was deep into a section on paraphysiology, this time suggesting that a wizard's wrist was unusually flexible and strong, specifically to allow for more elaborate wand movements, when the door opened with its customary clack. It jolted him out of his study and threw him back to the present. A small girl, tiny, even, was standing coltishly by the entrance. Harry's eyes were drawn to what felt like half a dozen places at once as he struggled to take in her appearance. There was just so much to look at, even by wizarding standards. First to catch his eye was her dirty blonde hair, which reached all the way down to her waist. It hung thickly, and Harry couldn't help but imagine how difficult it would be to wash. Then there were her bright purple robes, spotted with clashing orange flowers, but his eyes rested on hers. Silver they shone, like twin moons. Were large, wide, and seemed somehow otherworldly, and they were also nervous, wavering, and close to tears. Harry and Susan glanced at each other. Susan shrugged. "Hello," Harry ventured. "Hello, Harry Potter," said the girl. Her voice was mellifluous, older than she looked, and somehow distant, like she wasn't really there. "Have you seen my trunk? I think the Raxperts might have taken it." Raxpert. Harry looked for help, but Susan seemed no less lost than he. I'm sorry, I don't think I have. I'm sure the house elves will find it somewhere on the train. Susan nodded, her braid dipping. That's how all the luggage gets to Hogwarts. I'm Susan, what's your name? The girl blinked, seemingly coming back to herself. I'm Luna, she said more presently. Lovegood, Luna Lovegood. Nice to meet you, Susan. Luna closed the door, sat beside Harry, and pulled out an unfamiliar newspaper from her colourful robes. The Quibbler, the title read. She proceeded to say absolutely nothing for the next 5 minutes. Harry and Susan practically had a conversation through expressions. Who is she? I don't know. What do we do? I don't know. She needs to put her Hogwarts robes on. I know. Do we tell her? Do you want to tell her? Harry yielded. Luna, he said, do you want to put your uniform on? We'll leave the compartment for a moment to give you some privacy. Okay, Luna said. Harry and Susan filed out. The corridor was empty. She's been bullied, Susan murmured once the door was shut. Harry agreed. Why else would someone change compartments so late in the journey, and how could she mislay her trunk? She's a little odd, he said. But nice, I think. We can look out for her. And if she's not in Hufflepuff, Harry shrugged. It wasn't his job to. He grimaced and turned away, keeping his eyes squarely down the corridor. What? Without turning, Harry pointed to the door. Lovegood had forgotten to close the curtain across the compartment door. It was a good thing he'd noticed so early. Oh, Susan said hollowly. Morgana's sake. She went in to close the curtain while Harry wandered down the corridor. A few minutes later, Harry, Susan, and Luna were all back in the compartment, all wearing their school robes. Susan made a few attempts at conversation, but Luna answered shortly, seemingly content to sit in silence. Harry suspected there was more to it than that. Whoever she'd spoken to before coming to their compartment, whatever had been said, had shaken her. The silence was a way to steady herself. Harry let her. He dove back into reading, this time going over the second-year section of magical drafts and potions. He wasn't going to give Snape an excuse to criticize him, even if he didn't care for the subject. Time passed gently. It was dark by the time Hogwarts emerged in the distance. The castle flickered with 100 torchlights, beckoning. Wayne had once said the escarpment atop which Hogwarts stood was called Hugh Hill. He didn't know if that was true, but it made the castle look like a fairy tale, the happy kind, of course. Harry peered eagerly through the window, feeling yet another swell of almost incomprehensible emotion. Yet this time, he knew enough. It was more than excitement, more than anticipation. It was belief. Whatever Hearn had warned of, and Darby before him, whether they were separate threats or one and the same, he'd deal with them. Him, his wand, and his wits. And of course Susan, who mirrored him, staring with wide blue eyes as Hogwarts began to loom above them. He was home. He was going to learn more magic. Nothing could go wrong. Glossary. As Luna hasn't yet had years of bullying to isolate herself, I think it's fair to characterize her less eccentrically at this point in time. And this was a gentler chapter after the excitement of the finale of Letter from a Fairy Lord. I find these sort of sections interesting, from a structural perspective, though they're not as pulse-bounding as plot-heavy, climactic chapters or even chapters of build-up. I think they're key to letting a story breathe. Without slower chapters, faster chapters would lose their impact. It would be like always drinking Coke and never water when sugar turns sour in the mouth. Next time, Harry settles into a new routine at Hogwarts and finally meets the renowned Gilderoy Lockhart. What a wonderful wizard he will prove to be, right? Read it next time on the Duellist, or on Discord where it is already out, or read that and the chapter thereafter on Patreon, which is, at this moment, up to Halloween. Take care. JoustingAlchemy Discord link, /MW to Vigim 45M. Go to the symbol, join a server, then fill in the template with the above character string, or copy-paste it from my profile or the description of this story. P.S. Thank you in particular to Story 341, who named Wayne Hopkins as one of his favorite characters. Considering he's practically my own creation, I'm chuffed. 22. Snake Song Roman 2. Snake Song Roman 2 last chapter. Harry begins to learn about physical training, receives a visit from Darby, who he placates, and returns to Hogwarts. For the first day of his second year, Harry awoke clear-headed. Above him hung the familiar yellow-piped black curtains of his four-poster bed. He felt himself smile. He was at Hogwarts again, with a whole year ahead. With so many things to see, and so much magic to learn. It was exciting, even more exciting than his first year, when it was all new. He wondered if his dance with Tom Blue had only deepened his desire to grow, to become a better duelist. Didn't people talk about that? About how brushes with death made the world richer afterwards? He got up, performed his morning ablutions, then began his Jiswifan wand movements. But not those from Tips and Tricks, the disjointed tome he'd picked up before his first year. No, tucked away in the appendices of muscular wizardry, he'd found examples of intermediate-level exercises he'd never seen before. At the time, the discovery had made him leap from his chair with glee. Now they just made his wrist ache. Strongsong had included them as proof of paraphysiology, the idea that witches and wizards tended to possess some physical advantages over muggles, arguing that the complexity of the rotations of the wrist would eventually, inevitably, cause injury to a muggle's wrist, but not a magical's. Harry wasn't sure about that. They definitely made his joints sore. All he knew was that they would make him stronger, so he fought through the pain. Eventually, he completed his set, and while the rest of his year was still asleep, shouldered his satchel. Climbing the stairs, he saw that the common room was even emptier than usual so early in the day. He took his wand from his holster. Tempest! Curling lilac smoke spun from his wand, slowly coalescing into the shape of a clock. Oh, Harry muttered to himself. His face was faintly burning, though there was no one to see his embarrassment. It was even earlier than usual. Ridiculously early, even for him. Deciding there was no point wasting his time, Harry changed his plans. He crept back down to the dormitories, changed into a light robe, and made his way to the grounds. Thankfully, the hinges of the Hufflepuff barrels were well greased. They swung open silently. Harry stepped out cautiously, peering out past the indent in the wall. Nothing. A blanket of quiet was draped over the corridor. Slowly, but with increasing confidence, he began to walk. The castle was. Strange so early in the morning. Eerie, almost. Hogwarts felt relaxed, sleepy, yet expectant, tense, somehow all at once. A curious energy seemed to crackle through the Gothic corridors, invisible to the thousands of sleeping portraits, yet totally obvious to Harry himself. Or perhaps he was imagining it. He was certainly imagining Filch creeping around a corner, demanding to know why he was sneaking around so early. Truthfully, Harry wasn't sure if he was allowed to wander around the corridors at 5:30 in the morning. It didn't matter. There was nobody awake to punish him. He made for the nearest exit, an old postern gate asterisk, and found himself squinting up at the morning sun. It was a glorious day. The sky was bright and blue, as cloudless as polished sapphire. The sun was warm but not overpowering. Harry breathed in, enjoying the scent of fresh air, freshly cut grass and herbs. It was a halcyon day of summer. The black lake was glinting in the distance. Harry made for it, knowing the breeze that blew off the water would cool him down. He stopped by the lake's edge and warmed up, following Strongsong's advice as best he could. 5 minutes later, legs felt well stretched, his blood was flowing, and he set off for his first ever proper run. 5 minutes later, he stopped. A sharp pain was shooting up his side. He let himself fall to the ground. Ah, Merlin, he groused into the grass. It was tickling his nose. Stitch, the kids at his muggle school, had called it. He knew as soon as the pain flared what had happened, a mistake muscular wizardry had predicted. Beginner's over-enthusiasm. When he'd started to run, he'd felt like nothing could stop him. He felt energized, alive, so he ran faster, pushed harder. He ought to have ran slower and paced himself. Harry heaved himself up into a proper sitting position and waited for the pain to fade. He had plenty of time. 10 minutes later, he was back at it, this time jogging at a quarter the pace of before. Soon his mind began to wander. He watched the birds in the distance, circling over Hagrid's vegetable patch. He saw the way the rising sun sent shimmering, blinking diamonds over the still waters of the Black Lake. He enjoyed the way the faint breeze wafted against his reddening forehead. Yes, he thought, it was beautiful. It was just hello. A girl burst past him then, waving back at him without a care in the world. Harry blinked, pulling up in surprise. What? Where had she come from? Hello, Davids, he called. The girl didn't deign to look back at him, but shook her head. Harry winced. Now he'd stopped, he realized that the slight pain in his calves wasn't slight at all, that the heat on his forehead could fry an egg, and most importantly, that girl's name wasn't Davids at all. Idiot. he muttered to himself. He knew he'd usually be blushing now, but his face couldn't get any redder. He really needed to learn his classmates' names. He had been with them a whole year, after all. None of them were awake when he returned to the common room, just a few upper years. They ignored him, not even blinking at his apparel or exhaustion, and he ignored them in turn. He took a second shower, dressed in his school robes, and sat in his customary seat. As was also customary, Susan joined him soon after. "You've been running," she said as soon as her back touched the armchair. Harry peered over his book, trying his best to stop his surprise showing on his face. Was every girl he met going to do this today? "How do you know? I've just showered." Susan shrugged. She wasn't even trying to be enigmatic. At that moment she just was. There was another moment of silence, then she blurted out impatiently, "Do you think we'll get defense early in the week?" All her sense of mystery fell away at once. Harry smiled slightly to hide his bemusement. Why was she so interested in Lockhart? "I have no idea. We'll know by breakfast, though. All I know is that there is no settling in time in second year. We're straight on to lessons." "That's true," she said, playing absently with her plaited hair. "But really, Harry, you should be more excited. Lockhart's got an Order of Merlin, you know. He's gone to the kingdom of the Gorkas asterisk and found a Yeti," and Susan went on and on. And Harry found solace in his Transfiguration textbook. When it finally arrived, breakfast was a blessing for his hungry stomach. He ate ravenously while everyone else talked about their holidays. 2 rashers of bacon, 2 sausages, an egg, and some strange wizarding greenery called lengwort, one of the few wizarding-specific ingredients served at Hogwarts. It tasted a little like he imagined warm, salted celery might taste. Theoretically, it was awful. Actually, he quite enjoyed it. Was washing it all down with sweetly contrasting pumpkin juice when Professor Sprout passed out the schedules. Susan took hers eagerly. "Wednesday," she cried. Megan Jones groaned next to her. Harry scanned down his own paper. The first Dada class was set for Wednesday. "Looks like Lockhart's heart remains locked away," Wayne said, smirking. "For now, anyway." Megan turned to glare at him. Harry looked on, still no less bemused. Lockhart's heart. What? He shrugged to himself and carried on eating. He took seconds a few minutes later. The sausages were so good, meaty and warm, and he was so hungry. And Harry blinked. Sorry, what?" He looked up. Ernie was staring at him, as were half the second years. "You've been looking at your plate like you want to eat it, the plate, I mean, as well as the food." Harry felt his cheeks redden. I'm hungry." Beside Ernie, a very tanned Justin Finch-Fletchley looked at him as though he were mad. "If you say so." Unfortunately, the first class of the new year was scheduled to be history of magic. The subject, once again, was the Goblin Rebellions, though this time a different set thereof. Worse, Professor Binns hadn't manifested a personality within the span of the summer holidays. Being a ghost, that would be miraculous. Harry considered using the time to reread his year's Transfiguration notes in preparation for the afternoon class. He quickly decided it was pointless. He could almost recount his notes off by heart. It was all too simple. Instead, he rested, knowing Strongsong's recommendations surrounding recovery time. His first session, he knew, had been far too enthusiastic. Transfiguration proved to be as unchallenging as he predicted. Second year was to be a first true introduction to animate to inanimate transfiguration. That was, transfiguring something alive into an object. Its rule was the cornerstone to animate to inanimate. The more vital the subject, the stronger its weird-sealed asterisk, a fossilized term that meant something like ward shield. Continental Europeans often called it invariabilis corpus, the unchanging body. It was what prevented wizards from transfiguring each other during duels. "A dragon," Professor McGonagall said in her prim, stern voice, "is the apex example of a powerful weird-sealed. A simple dormouse an example of the opposite. That is why," the professor waved her wand in 3 long motions. A dozen rattling cages floated in from a back room. "Why, we shall today be turning mice into pebbles, and fear not, I can return them to their original form." Harry heard Megan Jones squeak in fear. Wayne chuckled beside her. "Whatever would Lockhart say, Megan? Be brave." Megan proceeded to faint at the sight of her mouse. Harry's mouse was very placid, with large black eyes that peered up at him from within its cage. He still turned it into a pebble. Tuesday's classes proved equally dull, albeit for different reasons. Hufflepuff descended to the dungeons, which were actually not far from their own kitchens. for potions in the morning and ascended to the second floor for charms in the afternoon. Though Snape was no longer so hostile as he had become the year before, Harry wouldn't forget how he'd been treated. That soured his introduction to the likely useless swelling solution. Professor Flitwick, on the other hand, remained the most pleasant of all the Hogwarts teachers, as well as the shortest. Nor were charms any more difficult than the year before. Harry couldn't help but be frustrated with it all, though he knew Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were just following their set curriculums. It wasn't their fault it was too easy. Near as frustrating was Susan's burgeoning excitement as Wednesday drew near then, finally, dawned. Harry had risen early to exercise, his first run since Monday making it his second ever run, and Susan was already up. She was battling between restless energy and crashing exhaustion. Her eyes blinked open and shut as she peered crustily around the empty, darkened common room. "Fancy a run," Harry said. Susan looked at him blankly. Harry snickered, then smiled all the way to the grounds. He didn't meet Davis this time, and he certainly didn't meet David's. This time he managed to pace himself, while Susan had fallen asleep in her chair by the time he returned, soaking with sweat. He left her to rest. Breakfast seemed to awaken her fully. With each bite, Harry marveled as the light gradually returned to her blue eyes. None of the girls and at least half the boys had fared much better. Had they all struggled to sleep last night? It didn't stop Hannah Abbott gushing as they walked to class. "Oh, everyone's going on about voyages, vampires, valentines. But wandering with werewolves is just incredible." Susan nodded along enthusiastically. It was almost bizarrely out of character, Harry thought, but he kept it to himself. Wayne's comments about Lockhart hadn't been well received. He doubted his would be either. The door was open, portentously so, when they arrived. They were on the third-floor corridor, which just last year had been out of bounds. Apparently, this was the traditional home of defense classes. The older students generally called it Towerside. Ernie stuck his head into the classroom, peered around, then shrugged. "Nothing," he said. He didn't dare go in, but looked at the other boys expectantly. Justin froze, Wayne smirked but did nothing, and Harry sighed. The girls were looking at the doorway as though it were the entrance to holy ground. "Fine," he said. "Let's go." He walked in, took a long scan of the room, and sat at the nearest desk. There was no trick, no ambush. It was just a room, albeit an attractive one. For Lockhart's classroom was as different to Quirrell's as could be. While Quirrell's was dark, so dark that sometimes students would trip over each other's feet, while leaving or entering sunlight streamed into this room from tall windows, whose glass was elegantly stained. Harry saw immediately why it was called Towerside. The walls were built like a small hall, connecting to an enclosed tower. A picturesque staircase curved around its edge, leading to a small doorway, which was also open. That, Harry thought, must be Lockhart's office. The others filed in soon after, peering around in wonder and no small excitement. They fidgeted at their desks as time ticked on, and still Lockhart did not appear. Eventually they began to whisper, then, fighting each other for audibility, they began to talk. Still, Lockhart did not appear. Harry sat still and silent, but let his eyes wander. There was, he saw, a most spectacular skeleton of a massive animal hanging right above them. It was not something one might see in a muggle school, for more reasons than one. Suddenly, the chatting began to fade, first back to whispers, then to naught. Harry cast his gaze back down. Lockhart was there, his dark blonde hair curled in artful waves, his turquoise robes meticulous, standing on his office landing, looking down at the class. Who, as one, seemed to hold their breath. Even Harry, for a moment at least, found himself spellbound. "Let me introduce yourself to your new defense against the dark arts teacher." Lockhart seemed to stand taller then, a glimmer in his blue eyes. "Me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the band and banshee by smiling at her." That was a strange line. A few people tittered. Harry felt his stomach begin to turn. "I see you've all bought a complete set of my books. Well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in." He sauntered down the stairs, handed out the tests manually, which itself was worrying, then returned to the front of the class and said, "You have 30 minutes start now." It would not be an exaggeration to see that Harry had a bad feeling about this. He read the first question. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? There were 54 questions, each as moronic as the one before. Harry groaned. There would be no useful dada this year. Nothing to help his dueling. He'd have to make other arrangements. Half a mind-numbing hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and skimmed through them right there in front of the class. Tut, tut, hardly any of you remembered that my favorite color is lilac. I say so in year with the Yeti, and a few of you need to read Wanderings with Werewolves more carefully. I clearly state in Chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift would be harmony between all magic and non-magic peoples, though I wouldn't say no to a large bottle of Ogden's old fire whiskey. Lockhart grinned crookedly and gave an impish wink. He was going to hold this over Susan forever. It was a pity she'd sat behind him. He'd have loved to watch her face fall as she realized how much of a buffoon the idiot was. However, Miss Megan Jones knew perfectly not only my favorite color, but my favorite singer, the lovely Celestina Warbeck. Top marks to her, if she may raise her hand. Megan, as bade, raised her hand. She was practically vibrating in her seat. Harry wanted nothing more than to smash his head against his desk, then chuck himself out of one of those lovely arching windows. He loved the wizarding world, but how could this happen? How could the premier school in the country employ this chortling fool? Ignorant to Harry's disdain, Lockhart awarded 10 points to Hufflepuff, then proceeded to reach behind his desk and pull out a cage, whose bars were covered by a turquoise cover that matched Lockhart's robes. Now, be warned. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizardkind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm. Harry did not so much as twitch. Nothing dangerous could possibly be locked in that cage. I must ask you not to scream, said Lockhart in a theatrical whisper. It might provoke them. As the class leaned forward, Lockhart whipped off the cover. Yes, he said dramatically. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Ernie snickered. Lockhart turned to him. Oh, well. Ernie seemed to be turning into a human raspberry at the attention. They're just not, particularly dangerous, I think. You think? Don't be so sure, said Lockhart, waggling a finger patronizingly. Devilish, tricky little blighters they can be. The pixie was about 8 inches high and as blue as frozen lightning. It looked nothing like the Seelie pixies he'd briefly encountered in Fairyland. This Cornish pixie was feral, with an evil pointed face and a mightily shrill voice. The moment the cover had been removed, it had begun to curse at them in its own strange language, flying from side to side and rattling the bars. Right then, Lockhart said loudly. Let's see what you make of it. He opened the cage. The class shrieked. Harry sighed, unholstered his wand and cast Relatio. The spell sailed like a rocket, aided by its quick vector speed, and hit the pixie square. Though Relatio's purpose was merely to force its target to drop whatever it was holding, it could resemble a knockback jinx when overcharged, or when it hit something with a lesser magical resistance. The pixie was thrown back into its cage, cleanly knocked out. Harry holstered his wand, and Lockhart turned his twinkling eyes straight to him. I'll be, he said melodramatically, Harry Potter living up to his name, but give your classmates some time in the sun next time, will you? Not all of us can be so destined. He was slowly walking past the desks, heading straight for Harry. The eyes of the class followed him. Harry grit his teeth. Still, a wonderful showing, my boy, a magnificent jinx. I would have used a proper knockback, but with experience. Harry did his best to weather Lockhart's pomposity for the rest of the lesson. While the fool droned on about pixies, Harry was imagining just one thing. After what felt like 5 hours, the moment finally arrived when the class filed out the door. He turned straight to Susan. I told you so. Susan didn't glare daggers so much as swords. 2 days later, they learned that Harry's competence had convinced Lockhart that second years were actually all exceptional. He then unleashed an entire mischief of pixies on the slithering Gryffindor class, where they'd run havoc. As funny and alarming as that was, Harry was too busy to care. He did the bare minimum in classes. He withdrew even further from his classmates, excluding Susan. Lockhart was useless. Gabriel was gone. He had to do it himself. Fortunately, he knew a lot of decent dueling partners from the self-defense club. Unfortunately, few of them were willing to practice with him. Some didn't want to skirt Hogwarts rules around abandoned classrooms. Others just didn't like him. Gabriel was beloved by many. From their perspective, he'd, in the words of a Delita Land, driven her out of the castle. That had stung, but he could console himself with the knowledge that no one truly knew what had happened in the third-floor corridor that night. Less easily rationalized was the fear that they just didn't like him. The thought assaulted him in quiet moments, and he could not help but recall the conversation he'd had with McConnell after their duel, because you don't have any other friends. McConnell, he knew, hadn't really said that. No one had yet said as much aloud. They thought it, though, and said thought haunted him. It sent further into his training as the weeks went by, further into isolation. And as the weather cooled and October loomed, the warning of Darby the house elf faded further and further from his mind. Glossary. A postern gate is a proper name for a secret door in and out of a castle, one usually kept hidden for strategic purposes. The famous scene from Helm's Deep in The Lord of the Rings employs a postern gate. I'm sure you know the one. An early modern name for present-day Nepal. The Gorkhas, now Gurkhas, expanded through the 18th century before becoming a British vassal state. The Dada classroom, as it has become in our minds, was an invention of the films. In canon, there is no tower nor any stairs. Lockhart picks up a book and points to himself in his introduction. Obviously, much of the following dialogue and broader beats are word for word from the source. There is no reason to change them. N, the traditional settling back in chapter, and likely the shortest chapter I'll write for some time. Lockhart, of course, is an unavoidable topic, whatever you think of him. Next chapter, Harry and Alan talk. Harry speaks to Hermione Granger once more, and the chamber, well, you can guess. Read it next time on the Duellist. Or on Discord, where it is already out. Or read that, and the chapter thereafter on Patreon.